You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close, on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do and say that. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the take. And we eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Oh yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. always hit me uninvited. Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
The look upon your face with the underestimation. It is so yesterday. Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up up all night, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train, laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover, your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you, keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood, keep you up all night, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train, laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover, your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you, keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover, your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster,
big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Study job design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code. Run it again with it. XOX cockroach code. Run it again with it. Study job design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Study job design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Study job design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
But Montage का grenade as को knock करेगा, trigger को game से बाहर करेगा, and the champions, they paying the price with their blood.
The finishing line's getting close, and it's now time to move on and go for that final sprint. Welcome to BGMI Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be your host, Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's going to be Fixes. And Fixes, can you believe the challenge season is already on its final course?
Initially, when it started off, it felt like a marathon. And now, like you said, it has to be a 100-meter dash. And so many competitors. If you talk about it, we've got at least 6 to 7 teams that have secured their berth. If we do our mathematics right. But for the rest, everything is up for a toss. And this weekend is going to be wild.
And the crazy part is still so many known names are pretty much there in the slumbers, or maybe you can't see in the danger zone. I'm talking about Gujarat Tigers, K9 Esports, Revenant X-Park, a team that has won back-to-back 2 official, is still sitting on the 15th spot, on the verge of being eliminated from this entire challenge season. You've also got Metal Esports on the 16th spot, just barely hanging on the cusp. If you talk about the latter half of the board, it just gets even worse, Fixes. Would you like to shed some light onto it?
Of course, we've got so many big names. We're talking about Sister Esports, we're talking about Team Tamilas, 8-Bit, Phoenix Esports, and even if you look at Cincinnati Kids, Hidden One, I think the list is endless. You can also put for Medical Esports into the mix. And now for all these teams that haven't really made it so far inside of the top 16, it is going to be such a difficult task because day number 1 of this weekend has to be spot on. They need to get those chicken dinners and they need to go big.
Exactly, especially the teams on the last page. They need back-to-back 2 chicken dinners. They at least need an instant bump of 50 points in their overall standings. That's the only time they can stand a chance to move in the top 16. I mean, we've got the format of the tournament. We started things off all the way from the open finals, and then now we're currently inside of the challenge season, where we have 16 teams that qualified from the open finals, and 16 teams were directly invited in the challenge season. From the challenge season, teams can move on towards the challenge finals, but only the top 16 teams have a chance.
They certainly do, and we literally are in that final part where we have to find out who the top 16 are. And of course, we know where the grand finals are going to be held, right? The Noida Indoor Stadium.
Exactly.
So tickets are going to be live soon, and make sure you've got your flight tickets, your train tickets, whatever you need to book in order to make it to Noida and witness this grand occasion, the first biggest LAN of 2025. And the prize pool, of course, is 1 crore rupees, out of which the lion's share of 50 lakhs goes to the victors. And so far, it keeps on descending down. Everybody gets a chunk, at least if you make it inside the grand finals.
Exactly. Even the 16th placing team is going to get 40,000 in their hands. You move on towards the individual accolades. The MVP of the tournament will be getting 50,000. First finisher getting 60. Second finisher getting 30. The first winner chicken dinner getting team will also get 60,000 rupees in their hands. So there's a lot of money up for grab. And as you move on towards the point system, how do you exactly get your hands on that money? It's through this point system that you see on the screen. First placing team inside of the game will get 10 points. The second placing team in the game will get 6 points, and it's going to keep on descending downwards. The best part about this point system is that each finish that you get in game will also grant you 1 point. This really motivates the teams to move on forward and go aggressive.
Yeah, of course. And we've seen all few of those teams really engage in that, out of which Hero Extreme, Godlike, Versatile, 2 of the biggest examples sitting on top. But I think this season of Snapdragon Pro Series has been such a breath of fresh air, especially for the newer bunch of teams that have stepped in. I'm talking about Bot Army Esports, and it feels like, Necro, we can just hand them over their golden ticket because they've been nothing short of being phenomenal throughout the tournament.
Exactly. Bot Army Esports and Myth Official. 2 big names that made a big leap. Yes, understandable. Myth Official, not exactly as big of a leap as Bot Army Esports, but still in the week 3, they had 62 points racked up. If you're trying to compare the same performance to week 1 and week 2, in week 1, they just had 36. And now in week 3, they have 62. That's pretty much double the amount of points that they've gotten in the week 3 itself. So one thing is for sure, even now the Undergods are starting to step things up majority. And now you move on towards still the known names, the teams that are on the struggling side of things, right? From 12th till 16th. I'm talking about Revenant X-Park. In week 3, they dipped quite a bit. Just 40 points in 9 games. Now, that's a big sign of concern.
And now they've got a target on their heads. I'm pretty sure a lot of those bigger
already
names would
did.
want them out of the competition. So for Revenant X Spark, it is going to be a dance up with Destiny if they can really make it or not. Because everybody knows that if they make it inside of the grand finals, they are one of the strongest contenders to even clinch that trophy. Now, when we're talking about the overall rankings, a quick look at the report card. Godel and in fact, Versatile, they are sitting right atop, very comfortable, at least till GDR. They've all crossed that 200 marker now, presuming that the cutoff is somewhere around 200 plus. I think these 5 teams have already ensured qualification. But for Orangutan, Wingard, a little bit of a nudge in the right direction, and they could also squeeze in through. Same goes for Reckoning and the rest. But the real concern arises when you are Gujarat Tigers, Wildfangs, Charles Chelly, because let's be honest, now they are sitting at a comfortable spot, but so many teams from the bottom are looking to take an appraisal there that their positions might be under threat.
Not just that, even another team, Red Ross fixes, you cannot forget about this team. In the first 2 weeks, Red Ross was there in the top 5 every single time. And now look at them on the 14th spot. Especially if you speak of week 1, they had 67 points, in week 2, 66. And then comes a big dip. Just 31 points in week 3. I'm not exactly sure what happened to Red Ross there, but man, if those type of dips keep on continuing, one thing is for sure, Red Ross won't be qualifying.
And this is what we were discussing about, right? A few of these inexperienced teams sometimes tend to fluster down these situations. And yes, Red Ross, they've lost quite a lot of steam, but they have to give it a go. And they have to go all out this time, at least cross that 180, 190 marker by the end of day 2. So that they might have a little bit of a cushion remaining, because only 9 games remains, and out of which the top 16, like we've already informed, they qualify. But for the ones in front of us, it is going to be an enormous task ahead of them. And if anybody from this list needs to make it, they need to have a great day 1. I'm talking about getting multiple chicken dinners with good amount of finishes to be in the race.
It really hurts to see teams like Phoenix Esports, Vasista Esports on this page, even Cincinnati Kids. Quite the experienced bunch these teams are, but still on the latter half of the board. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what happened to them in the challenge season, but I really feel worried, especially for Vasista Esports. It's one of those teams that has made quite a lot of rivalries, especially with the teams that are currently sitting in the top 5. I'm talking about VXT and Vasista Esports' rivalry that's been going on for a long time. And we also did see that rivalry executed in the previous week. If the same thing keeps on happening with Vasista Esports, one thing is for sure, man, they're not going to be able to qualify, Fixes.
Yeah, and that's going to be such a bummer, especially considering Vasista Esports did try to make a couple of tweaks. They did try to get away from Pachinki. They tried to avoid El Pozo, and in turn, they have been digging up their own graves, landing at different spots, going up against different teams, and being taken down. Vasista Esports, they are literally in tatters at this point. But when you look at Team Tamilas, I cannot believe my eyes watching them at the 30th position. Now, this is one of those teams we had such high expectations from. They have crumbled. And even for 8-bit, they might have had a better week 3 in comparison to week 1 and 2. But still, so much needs to be done. Now, considering that we are putting the cutoff around 200 points. Now, look at this. They need to get at least 80 points in 9 games. That means they have to average around 10 to 12 points per game. And out of which, we also know that you cannot have all 9 games to be really good going your way. You need to get those big chicken dinners. You need to go big. And even for the Marathas, I felt for a moment in week 1, we saw some signs where Genix FM was looking promising. Even in the last week, it felt like they had started fishing all they had started somehow fixing all those plugs in their holes. But now again, it feels like it's the same old Genix FM. They're still struggling. That cohesiveness is not there, and they are being affected heavily by that.
In general, speaking of the teams on the last page, they need at least 80 points or more than 80 points to stand a chance to qualify. I'm talking about standing a chance. It's not even a confirmed qualification, even if they do get 80 points. And that in itself sounds like a big worry to me, because 80 points in 1 week, let's be honest, no one has ever done that in the past, unless if you're Hero Extreme, Godlike, or Ico Soul. If you're able to get back-to-back chicken dinners, maybe then you can stand a chance. But still, I mean, looking at the track record in the challenge season, you cannot really expect such big performances from the team that are already sitting at the bottom. So you can pretty much count them out at this point, because with the way they've been playing, if they keep on moving up with that same pace, especially on the day one itself, you can pretty much count them out.
See, ideally speaking, it's still possible, but realistically, it is not at this point. And I'm pretty sure, Necro, there will be a couple of teams that are outside of top 16 that will squeeze in through. There will be a couple of upsets. That is all about this tournament. We know that we've seen all those highs and lows of those teams. We've seen the volatility in terms of the overall standings. But today, it is all going to be about Revenant X Spark. Are they going to be targeted? Are they going to be attacked? Do they have enough answers for it? And can they be stable? Because we have seen Revenant X Spark engage in those early fights. They come out of that swinging, but it always comes at a cost. So this time, they have to avoid that. They have to get a couple of chicken dinners. Otherwise, things might go falling down. Same goes for the likes of Wildfangs and Josh Chelly. Just when you feel like you've got a little bit of a cushion, I think a couple of bad games and it all goes away. So even for teams that are in that 10 to 16 position, they have to be on their toes every single match. One little slip up and they might go crashing out.
Speaking of Revenant X Spark, they've been varying between their drop locations, right? They've been going down south towards Norupnoi. Sometimes they go up north towards Yasna Polyana. So we're seeing that big switch up coming through even between the players. It is understandable. They do not really want to stay under the radar. But as soon as they engage in a fight, they instantly get third-partied, no matter where that fight comes through. If it's in Yasna Polyana, they're still going to get third-partied. If it's down south towards Norupnoi, they're still going to get third-partied. It's GDR, actually, who always third-parties them. And now, at this point in time, Revenant X Spark, they need to realize one thing. Taking fights off the rip is something that's not working out. It's better to just stay passive off the rip, and then later on you can bring on that aggressive nature and try and collect as many elimination points as possible. Just try and stay alive till the final few moments. That's what Revenant X Spark needs to do. If they avoid the early game fights, they can easily do so.
Of course they can, and we have to believe in Shadow and the boys. We know that Shadow, every single time he's got his backs against the wall, he has always staged that comeback. One of the biggest ones has to be just the recent officials' victory, where they were nowhere even close in contention of the championship trophy. And come at day 2, they staged a magical comeback. And they have to somehow replicate, and still 9 games to go. So it is possible if Revenant X Spark, they aren't really that far though. But for Medal Esports, now we did bring them up in comparison. We know that Medal Esports is one of the strongest defensive teams. But then there have been moments where they go for those longer splits. They are quite widespread apart, as a result of which they have been not really having those consistent games. Now, don't get me wrong. They still did get a couple of chicken dinners also. So that is fine. We know it's all good in the hood, but I think a lot of reliance on Lichit and Cyrix has been there. Prince, he's been doing his job, but the fourth player also needs to step up. Medal Esports, they need to put their A game because they're literally on the cusp of being thrown over.
Yeah, you pretty much touched on all the points of Medal Esports, but once again, moving back towards Revenant X Spark, right? Now, we did see a big dip in the week 3 itself, and Revenant X Spark is one of those teams, as I mentioned, if they try and take things passively, they can easily move on and get easy chicken dinners for them. Just when you think Revenant Esports is out of a fight, they still somehow turn the tables and instantly win that fight. That's a crazy survival point that this team has, and only if they use the survival points and avoid the early game fights and move on towards the late game, they can easily qualify, man. I don't see Revenant X Spark sort of lingering down at the bottom, even in week 3. I think so just after the day 1, there's a big chance they can instantly catapult themselves in the top 8. I don't really see them over here. They don't deserve to be here, let's be honest. With the way they've been playing too, they've just been getting third-partied. We've been seeing so many unfortunate circumstances for Revenant X Spark, but that's what they need to realize. They need to avoid those third parties too. You move on towards Red Ross, and now this is where the real concern really strikes. Red Ross is one of those teams, quite the newer faces, not exactly the newer faces. We've seen them perform in the past, but still comparatively newer faces on the block. And with the way they've been playing, yes, they've been impressing us in week 1 and week 2, but then in week 3, we saw a big cutoff in the performance, and that really strikes a big worry. Is Red Ross going to bounce back, or are we going to see a big downhill slope from Red Ross here on out?
Red Ross at this point, they need a hero, Necro. No other way to put it. Because what they did in week 1 and 2, it felt like in week 3, they were well read. Everything they were trying to put on the board, they were getting countered hard. I think Red Ross really excels in how they position themselves inside of the circle. That has been their strongest suit, but their 4v4 fights haven't been. And we've seen there have been multiple instances where Red Ross, they had to engage in those mid fights, and in that they had to take a lot of those losses, as a result of which their supply of constantly having that influx of those points was cut off. So for Red Ross, I think they have to do a couple of things differently. They need to still find their mojo back, realize that their strong suit lies in good positioning inside the zone. If they can somehow manage to secure that for themselves, I think Red Ross might also sail through. But
Yeah.
I think day one is going to be so crucial in this particular week, because there will be teams that will perform exceptionally well. Given the fact that there are teams that have already secured their berth, they are going to go all out. This is something that we need to touch upon.
Yeah, exactly. And we never know. Maybe even the teams in the top 16 can slip down. I'm speaking of maybe even the team on the 10th or 9th spot. They can easily slip down from their spot as soon as the teams at the bottom start to make a comeback. Page 3 still stands a big chance from overall standings to make it in the top 16. All it takes is one massive game once again to easily make that cut. We've got a head-to-head between Shadow and Prince, the IGLs of Metal Esports, and Revenant Spark, which is Shadow. And looking at the finishes too, Shadow a little bit on the back, but Prince has been doing a lot on his team as well.
Of course, when you look at Shadow as a player, or what he's really been doing, he's been playing a rather sacrificial role. We've seen Revenant Spark always get in the circle quite late, as a result of which they have to engage in multiple fights. Whilst for Metal Esports, it has always been about taking the center of the circle. And as a result, Prince does find himself having higher amount of finishes. Still not the right parameters to gauge how good both these IGLs are. But right now, we've got a very interesting interview lined up with the Hindi desk.
अभी आ रही है
भाई मैं डर गया, मैंने कहा फिर से कर दिया इसने काम।
करा बस।
Everything is fine now. Shadow, how are you doing? आप कैसे हैं?
बहुत बढ़िया, आप बताओ कैसे हो?
हम भी बहुत बढ़िया है, और आप दोनों की आज की परफॉर्मेंस देखने के लिए आई थिंक हमारे साथ साथ जितने लोग ट्यून इन कर रहे हैं, ऑल ऑफ देम आर वेरी एक्साइटेड, बिकॉज नो वन थॉट, ठीक है मैं कुछ बुरा नहीं बोल रहा था, किसी ने सोचा नहीं था कि मेडल और RNTX 15th और 16th रहेंगे चैलेंज सीजन में। तो शैडो, सबसे पहले तो आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि क्या चल रहा है। द टीम दैट वॉन्ट 2 ऑफिशियल्स बैक टू बैक, एक ऐसी फीट जो किसी ने कभी नहीं करी थी हमारे डोमेस्टिक सर्किट में, यू गाइस डिड इट, और अभी इस साल की शुरुआत, व्हाई इज दिस हैपनिंग?
अरे वही है कि बेसिक मिस्टेक्स हो रहे हैं बहुत सारे, तो वो सब अभी बहुत वर्क किया है इस हफ्ते, देखते हैं बाकी 9 मैचेस में क्या होता है। आज का टारगेट है कि 40 पॉइंट निकाल लें।
लेट्स गो। प्रिंस, माय क्वेश्चन फॉर यू ब्रो,
जी
यू हैव टू एक्सेप्ट दिस ना कि मेडल बहुत इनकंसिस्टेंट है, मतलब कभी कभी पूरा दिन गायब है और कभी कभी एक आधा बढ़िया गेम हो जाता है, ऐसा आप मानते हो या हमारा ही मानना है ये?
नहीं, मैं भी मानता हूँ ये चीज़।
तो अगर ऐसा है तो क्यों हो रहा है ऐसा?
जैसे भाई ने बताया, शैडो भाई ने, कि जो बेसिक मिस्टेक करते हैं कि जैसे कि कोई कैंप कर रहा है तो वो जगह क्लियर ना करना, ऐसी जो बेसिक जो चीज़ें होती है ना, कि मतलब स्टेप बाय स्टेप जो फॉलो ना करना, ADS ना देना, विदाउट ADS चले जाना, कुछ भी, मतलब ऐसे बेसिक मिस्टेक होती है कि मतलब जब टीम 15 किल चिकन करती है ना, तो टीम के अंदर अलग ही कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाता है। तो आपने देखा होगा जब भी 15 किल चिकन किया है, दोनों बार 1-1 पॉइंट आया दोनों गेमों में। तो मतलब वही है कि मतलब हमारा वैसा होता है कि एक गेम अच्छा जाता है तो 2 बुरे जाते हैं, पता नहीं इसको कुछ कर्स बोले क्या बोले।
अभी तो बस क्वालिफिकेशन लाइन पर है, बट यू नो ना कि ये गलतियां चैलेंज फाइनल्स में चुभ सकती हैं।
नहीं, मुझे भी पता है ये चीज, करेक्ट भाई।
अब ये जो नया लाइनअप है प्रिंस, मतलब आर यू कॉन्फिडेंट कि इसके साथ ट्रॉफी के सपने देख पाते हो आप?
हाँ, यस, यही लाइनअप है जिसके साथ मैं देख पाता हूँ, क्योंकि इसी के साथ BMPS में मैं #4 था जब ये लोग जीते थे।
जी, क्रेजी।
अभी आप एक मेरा सवाल रहेगा ये कि आप दोनों के फिनिश एवरेजेस काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छे आ रहे हैं मैचेस के अंदर, लेकिन प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स काफ़ी कम चलते हैं, बिकॉज टॉप 5 के अंदर अगर बात करें, यू गाइज आर नॉट दैट कंसिस्टेंट, टॉप 5 में आप ब्रेक इन नहीं कर पाते गेम्स के अंदर। इस हफ्ते आखिरी 3 दिन है, ये एक छोटा सा इशू सॉल्व करने का आप लोगों के गेम प्लान्स क्या है? विल यू ट्राई टू स्लो डाउन द अग्रेशन इन द अर्ली स्टेजेस? खासतौर से प्रिंस आपसे सवाल रहेगा, बिकॉज आपकी टीम ऑल और नथिंग बहुत ज़्यादा करती है। एक गेम आप बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया खेल जाते हो, अगले 2 गेम्स आपके थोड़े से क्रैश हो जाते हैं, तो इस हफ्ते ये चीज कैसे फिक्स करोगे?
मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि इस हफ्ते ये कर्स टूट जाए, मैं मंदिर जाके आया हूँ। तो शायद ये ठीक हो जाए, कर्ज टूट जाए, बस मैं यही करूंगा कि एक गेम के बाद और एक गेम अच्छा चला गया तो कर्ज टूट गया बस।
आज हम उम्मीद करेंगे कि मेडल का दिन का 25 का जो एवरेज है उससे आप लोग थोड़ा और ऊपर आए, 25 पॉइंट्स तो मिनिमम
आप
आप कर
देखते हो,
देते
मतलब आप देखते हो एकदम नोट करके रखा है सब कुछ।
24 से 25 पॉइंट तो गारंटीड आने हैं दिन में। शैडो, सेम क्वेश्चन टू यू बट विद अ लिटिल ट्विस्ट, बिकॉज जैसा प्रिंस ने भी पॉइंट आउट किया, एडीएस ना देना, क्लियर ना करना पोजीशंस, यूजुअली दीस थिंग्स हैपन बिकॉज ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन, और ये ज्यादा तब हो जाता है जब आप बहुत इंटेंसिटी के साथ खेल रहे हो, एवरीवनस गिविंग देयर ओन कॉल आउट्स की ठीक है यहाँ पे ये पोजीशन क्लियर है, दिस इज वेयर आई एम
जॉनी भाई मैं बोलूं?
हाँ जी आप बोलिए।
मैं एक चीज बताऊंगा कि जब टीम में दो अच्छे असॉल्टर होते हैं ना, तो कोई एक अच्छा खेलने जाता है, एक्स्ट्रा करने जाता है, और उसी में चीजें होती है। पर वही है कि जो अच्छा है तो उसके साथ बुरा भी आता है। मुझे ये लगता है कि ऐसे हो रहा है कि मतलब जो अच्छे प्लेयर्स होते हैं ना, वही थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा खेलने के चक्कर में होता ही है।
ओवर अग्रेशन बेसिकली।
मतलब इनकी टीम में भी है 2-3 सारे ही अच्छे हैं।
वो तो क्रैड भाई का कहना है कि स्प्रे गॉड सारंग हो तो मैं बंदूकें उठाए क्यों।
मतलब शैडो, अब ये जो आखिरी वीक 4 होगा, ये टीएक्स आरएनटी टीएक्स में प्रेशर वाला होगा या मतलब इट्स नॉर्मल फॉर यू?
नहीं, प्रेशर तो नहीं लेंगे हम, मतलब कॉन्फिडेंट है कि कर लेंगे क्वालिफाई। बाकी बहुत मतलब इस हफ्ते देखा है हमने कि क्या गलती हो रही है, आज वो नहीं करने का ट्राई करेंगे पूरा।
कौन कर रहा है लाइनअप में इस वक्त सबसे गलतियां, कौन कर रहा है और कौन बढ़िया खेल रहा है आपके हिसाब से आईजीएल की नज़र से?
सभी गलती कर रहे हैं, इंक्लूडिंग मेरे से भी गलती हो रही है बहुत सारी, तो सब देखा है हमने, वो जिस कोच ने भी देखा है, फिर बात किया है टीम ने, देखते हैं क्या होता है आज।
शैडो, जैसे प्रिंस ने अभी पॉइंट आउट किया है कि हर कोई आउट परफॉर्म करने के चक्कर में कई बार मिस्टेक्स हो जाती है, तो हु इज दैट वन पर्सन इन योर, आपकी टीम में वो कौन सा प्लेयर है जो थोड़ा सा पीछे रह के खेलता है अपार्ट फ्रॉम यू? इज दैट जोकर?
पीछे तो उसका रोल ही है जोकर के पीछे रह के खेलने का, तो वही खेलता है पीछे। आजकल बोला है कि थोड़ा आगे जाके खेलो उसको।
आई थिंक लास्ट प्रो सीरीज के बाद तो आप बोलोगे कि ठीक है भाई तू भी आगे रहे। बट गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द लवली इनसाइट, शैडो एंड प्रिंस यू एज वेल। आपने काफी बढ़िया चीज अभी पॉइंट आउट करी, हाउ अ टीम मेंटालिटी फंक्शंस, एंड उम्मीद करेंगे आज आप लोगों के मैचेस अच्छे जाए। वी वांट टू सी बोथ ऑफ यू ब्रेक इनटू द टॉप 10 बाय द एंड ऑफ द डे, सो बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर दैट एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर मैचेस।
धन्यवाद भाई।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Shadow said he wants to get 40 points in 3 games. You think that's possible? I mean, 40 points is a lot. That means 20 points per game, or maybe you can't say even not 20 points per game. I mean, 20 points means 2 games he can get 40 points. But you can pretty much say like around 15 points per game, and that's where Shadow is saying that he wants to get 40 points. You think that's possible?
Yeah, why not? With Revenant X-Pac, anything is possible. We have seen they've got the caliber of going big, and all it takes is one good game, one chicken dinner, around 15-16 finishes, and 2 decent games. They have already achieved the target. And I think with a lineup like Shadow, I think it is plausible that he can have such ambitions, because he's got the right set of players to even do that. But the biggest question arises is with the lobby. Who does he go up against? Is he going to be challenged early on? Is it going to be Hero Extreme Godlike dropping down on them? Is it going to be Versatile? Because honestly, if I were Hero Extreme Godlike Versatile, I would want to cut off my competition for the grand finals, that is the LAN.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do whatever it takes, because no matter, even if I get finished off early, still will not hurt my spot inside of the grand finals, but could really pose a huge threat for Revenant X-Pac.
I mean, makes a lot of sense. Look, if you try and compare side by side to these teams, right? I mean, Revenant X-Pac is in much more troubled waters. Metal Esports is one of those teams that does not really have a target on their back. But as you mentioned, Revenant X-Pac, they definitely do have a major target on their back, considering their past glories. And with the way things have been going as well, especially in the previous week, week 3, Revenant X-Pac was clearly getting targeted. As soon as in the elimination feed, you would see this team wipe someone out. Instantly, a third party was there on the back lines early game. And that's something Revenant X-Pac needs to realize. I've been saying this from the start, but Revenant X-Pac really needs to avoid the early game fights, and as soon as they do so, they can easily move on to the late game and maybe even secure 40 points in this day if possible. That can easily happen. Now, the real concern really lies on the third page. They still do have a chance to make it in, but they do not have any room for error. I'm also speaking of Team IST Esports. As I mentioned, this is one of those teams that has got a direct rivalry with VXT, and we did see that rivalry come into fruition in the week 3, and that's why VE pretty much lost one game out of their hands.
Vasista Esports, it's always been about the ifs and buts because they have changed their drop location. We've seen that. They dropped down at Novoripnoy. They have dropped down even at the Milta City. But we've seen they drop down with somebody against them. And that is that X factor that has really been hurting Vasista Esports. But as we head on, the schedule in front of us, Necro, it is going to be Erangel. We're beginning off with, it is going to be groups A and D playing. And we know groups A and D, whenever they go up against each other, sparks are ought to fly.
Exactly. It's pretty much the basic schedule. Nothing really changing over here. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Vikendi, Erangel. And we've got Group A and D on the screen. The first two groups to duke it out against each other off the rip. And inside of this group, we've still got some names on the troubled waters. I'm speaking of Metal Esports, Vasista Esports, 8-Bit, RGC. And these names really do need to make a big bounce back if they do still want to stand a chance to make it in the top 16. 4M, legit, they're a bit too deep on the bottom of the board. So I don't exactly think they can stand a big chance, but it all comes down to the first day itself. If they get maybe 40 points in the first day, then maybe they can't stand a chance to make it up.
We're going to see those desperate matchups happening.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see for Medical Esports go all out. A lot of these teams that have been playing quite passive, quite defensive, they will go on the aggressive front. And at the same time, we're going to see a change in pace of the matches. We might see the pace of the games go extremely slow or vice versa. We really cannot gauge the situation right now. Once we get a look at the flight path trajectory, we can maybe say that in a better manner. But for what it is worth, it is going to be an exciting affair because so many of those bigger names are still in contention, and it would be such a shame if they missed out on the Grand Finals LAN this time, especially Phoenix Esports, considering they did promise us, or rather the Hindi desk, that they are going to be giving those interviews in Noida. So that is going to be exciting. But for game one, I think it's so difficult to say who comes out as the victor.
Phoenix Esports, they're a bit too deep in the overall standings fixes. They're on the 23rd spot with just 124 points. And as I mentioned, you look at the cutoff, it's somewhere going to be around 180 to 185. That's my prediction. And still a lot of people are saying it's also going to go 200 plus. So if that does happen, then Phoenix Esports, the chance for them to qualify, it's next to none. But still, it all comes down to the first game itself. It all comes down to the first day itself. If Phoenix Esports get even 30 points in the first day, they still do stand a major chance to make the comeback in the top 16. This day matters so much to the teams on the second page. Hell, even Cincinnati Kids is still there on the latter half of the board. Quite the known lineup, a lineup that is known to make it till the Grand Finals, but then in Grand Finals not perform. But this time, we might just see that chain being broken. Either they're not going to make it to the Grand Finals, or if they make it to the Grand Finals, we might just see them do really good.
Especially, it's kind of hard to digest the fact because early on there were issues, there were concerns regarding how Mac was performing. They now have Flock into the mix, and still they're not able to produce all that result. But folks, we are going to be tuning in for a short little break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. The matches are going to begin.
So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Broncos thing.
सही स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा, ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and adults for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves just under my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we give it all, we get. Oh yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just when I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste it right. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. Even messing with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your
Ding ding.
Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is still yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just a pretty eye. Know that it'll take some time to up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Put on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster,
feeling it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into ultimate. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into ultimate. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cockroach code, run it again with it. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So never do the Broncos thing.
Welcome back after that long break. But yeah, we're finally over here once again discussing about these teams. And as we know, it's pretty much the day one off the last week of the challenge season. The sword's pretty much on their necks, especially the teams on the third page, especially the teams from 12th till 16th. They're in a pretty bad spot, let's be honest, especially teams like Reven, Spark, Metal Esports. We had a full-blown conversation about them. But another team that was a big X factor, especially from week one itself, was Team Empire Fixes. Now Team Empire is finally outside the top 16. But do you think they stand a chance to make a comeback?
Of course they do. There is nothing taking away from Team Empires. We've seen that zeal in them. They've got what it takes. And I feel like a couple of good games, they need to find themselves back once again. One good chicken dinner and they might also be in the race once again. So for Team Empire, not really that concerned because Team Empire, the only thing that has been pulling them back is themselves, I feel, Necro, because they tend to doubt themselves. Their 4v4 fights, sometimes you feel like they're scared to take that. So if they can go past their fears and they engage, they come out on as the winners, then who knows? Team Empires, we might get to see them in the grand finals.
It really does feel like they've amped up the firepower by quite a bit, especially Ace and Predator. These two guys are always in the forefront of the action. And Team Empire, they've always been doing pretty good, even in the elimination aspect. So right now, all they need is consistency on the board. Not even that far away from top 16, on the 17th spot. So Team Empire can easily make that climb, easily make that leap in the top 16. The real concerns really do begin around Diesel Esports and 4M, because they're sitting on the cusp of the page number 3. And for them to make a comeback, they at least need 2 back-to-back good games, or maybe somewhere around 50 points in at least one day. And if that is possible, that's the only time where we can see Diesel Esports and 4M make that comeback. Speaking of Diesel Esports, they've been pretty indecisive. The same thing can be said for 4M too.
For Diesel Esports, nothing has really been working out. There have been those couple of days, especially week 3, we saw a little bit of a resurgency from their side. But barring that, put that aside, I think Diesel Esports are still missing. But for Medical Esports, now we've seen them indulging in a couple of fights, but something seems wrong in their boot camp, because just recently they again parted ways with their coach, and I've been in talks with him. He was of the opinion they had that language barrier, could not work out together, and now playing without a coach once again. What are they going to put on the table? That is going to be another big question, because for Medical Esports, there were those moments where we felt like they were back. But then it kind of, the next game, it goes back to square one, where they're again lost. So I think for Medical Esports, a little bit of more solidity is needed, and they have to push through, because the position they're at right now is quite abysmal, to be honest, and I really hope that they do.
It really did feel like Diesel Esports and 4 Miracles. These two teams were someone that were pretty indecisive in the battlegrounds. They did not exactly know what sort of route they want to take. They did not know if they want to go aggressive in the game, if they want to play it passive. Sometimes they would go really aggressive. Sometimes they would try to hold on to the center, and it would still not work out. Still a few games they have had in their bag, but those are not enough to keep yourself in the race. They need back-to-back good games now to stand a chance to make it till the top 16. And a team that's currently struggling with the confidence. I never even thought I would say that about Phoenix Esports, because if you look at this team in the past couple of years, they were the prime example of confidence. They would straight up bum rush inside a fight and still somehow come out on top, just like Reven Spark. But right now they've lost that spark in them.
From being the apex predators in the lobby to being the ones hunted down, Phoenix Esports, it's been such a spiraling down the rabbit hole, to be honest. And it kind of breaks my heart, because we know these boys, they've been in the scene for quite some time. It's always a given that they make it inside the grand finals, and they always are in the top 5, top 3. We've seen them doing that, even sometimes, being the ones right at the tippity top. So they've done it all. But in an esports athlete's career, this happens, and such a bad time for Phoenix Esports to go through such a rough phase.
Exactly. We were speaking of Team Empire, and you know what? Let's move on and have a look at their team card, because we just need to look at their stats in a bit more depth. You've got Predator, Ace, as I mentioned, the 2 players in the forefront of every single action. Then you've got Empire himself and even Hunter in the mix. 17 finishes from Hunter, 18 finishes from Empire, the man himself. But Ace and Predator, these 2 guys have been so good in the games they've been playing.
They did have some good games, but I really feel like Necro, that these stats and figures, especially from Ace, has been coming down to those situations where he's just that last man alive. He's got that sneaky position to play around, and he's gathered a lot of those finishes. Team Empire, we see that they lack conviction at various moments. We haven't seen Team Empire really being the ones to be forcing fights. They've always been defensive. They've always focused on good position. So for Team Empire, I feel like a lot of more work needs to be put on into the fact that they need to go a little on the face of their opponents, because when was the last time you saw Team Empire starting a firefight? And it was always about them trying to either defend or even Ace just being that last solo surviving member, trying to cut off the limbs of their opponent. So for Team Empire, I feel like still much more work needs to be put in.
A lot of teams on the latter half of the board, it feels like they're living in that self-doubt, right? Genesis, Hidden Ones can be one of those. Even Cincinnati Kids, especially for the first 2 weeks, even Myth was in that same line. But it felt like in week 3, Myth sort of realized what exactly they need to bring on the board. And then they started executing that same play style. We saw them play in the Open Finals. They were not letting the other teams drive them. Instead, they were the one in the driving seat. They were always in the smack center of the circle. And that's how they like to play. Myth was avoiding a lot of those early games to make a comeback as well in the top 16. It's one of those under-God teams that has been proven us so well, and I would love to see Myth as well move on in the top 16, but there's so many deserving names, it's really tough to choose from. Even Hidden Ones can be a prime example of that. Some good games from Hidden Ones, instantly they're in a good spot, and then they completely dip down from that consistency.
Hidden Ones, watching them play, like I said, it's just similar to opening a mystery box. You do not know what comes out of it, because there have been so many occasions where Hidden Ones, out of the shadows, they just lure themselves out and get a couple of finishes, and just the next moment you see them have a really big game, but in the next game they are absolutely found missing. So for Hidden Ones, I think we can cut some slack, considering it's the first time they've gotten to such a stage where they're going up against such big names. So for Hidden Ones, I think they have to explore themselves even more, and this is going to be such a nice experience that they've gained playing from the challenge stages. Heading on, you've got the next officials knocking at your door. So I feel like could be a good warm-up. But for Hidden Ones, if you ask me if they've got what it takes to make it inside the grand finals, again, it is going to be so dicey, right? You never know which phase of Hidden Ones we are going to witness in this week.
And let's not forget the fact that the stronger ones are going to try to prey on the weaker ones. That will definitely happen. The teams in the top 5 will try to take a little bit of that stroll down underneath in the overall standings and make sure that they're making their life living hell. We did see that happen with Rev and X-Park in the past. Even a couple of teams were getting targeted off the rip. And I wouldn't be surprised. Hero Extreme Godlike just going aggressive off the rip, going for a few drop clashes if they want. They've done that in the past with K9 Esports, where they try to make their life living hell, where Omega was the man who was taken down solo. So that can definitely happen. If Hero Extreme Godlike wants, they can make it happen. A lot of the teams at the top, they can definitely go down, even make things worse for Phoenix Esports, be it Cincinnati Kids, Team Empire. And I mean, speaking of IST Esports, you know, VXT is one of those teams that is definitely going to try to make sure that they do not qualify.
For Versatile, they're gonna make life's hell, especially for IST Esports. I do not know where this bad blood really came from, but I'm enjoying this. And IST Esports, let's be honest.
We all know where that bad blood came from. I mean, the old brotherhood turned into a big rivalry.
Yeah, but they parted ways, and for all the reasons, they've come out on stream, they've said it's all okay, it's all good in the hood.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
still,
that's the PR answer.
Yeah, down the line, it has to be poking to Somraj. But it feels like both parting ways has enabled Somraj to achieve even bigger heights. When you look at the roster that he's finally playing with, I just hope that they are sponsored at this point. They need a roof under their heads, because how long are you going to play without any salaries being paid? So in such a world where Versatile dominating and still being orgless, so it's not really a good sign. But then again, when you look at the players that IST Esports has, do they have what it takes to answer back? Yes. But have they succeeded? The answer will be no. And does it come? Who does the buck fall under? Is it going to be Ragecott, because he's been the rather newest addition to the team? We've seen him being a part of IST Esports even previously. We've seen him play from the likes of Lucknow Giants, and all of that has happened. But for IST Esports to somehow carve out some sort of magic this time around, to turn the tables against the likes of S-Power, Aquinox, and when you've got Raiden, who's having the form of his life, I think they have to start digging in a little bit more.
Yeah, even S Powers having the form of his life, right, is currently sitting at the top of the charts, even in the finish leader. So that's really a big feat that even S Powers achieved so far. Once again, moving back towards Vasista Esports. Now, as you mentioned, is it really up to the individual players that are sort of not able to perform? I wouldn't exactly say so. At the end of the day, it's pretty much a team game. Everyone needs to perform in the same level, and it feels like Vasista Esports as a team, they're failing. They're not able to pretty much take those fights properly. Even in a 4-on-4 fight, Vasista Esports have not been able to do that great, and we've seen so many examples of that in this challenge season itself. But you know what fixes? Without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the first game itself. The map of Erangel boots up on the screen as the plane flat path begins all the way from Milta Power towards Georgia Pole, and this plane flat path once again tilting a little bit to the northern spot. If the teams do want to move down south, it's going to be a tough stretch.
It certainly will be, and it's going to be so exciting to see what happens next, given the fact that we're heading on from Mansion to Georgia. Of course, a lot of these teams heading down south, they might have to glide a little further, or maybe around those Milta areas. You've got a garage to play around. That is where we might see some early fights happening. Whatever the case is, Reckoning, Wildfangs, they're all dropping down at their respective drop locations. Searching out for teams, and Vasista Esports, look at this. They realized Revenant X Spark not really in the lobby. Hence, they decide to drop down on Yasnaya Polyana.
Exactly. I mean, looking at the teams and looking at the places they're dropping, Hero Extreme Godlike moving it towards the school area. And as you mentioned, Yasna Polyana Vasista Esports is going to be the one to take it over. Right now, they're not going to have any sort of issues, considering they've also switched things up instantly. That's also not going to catch them off guard. So it's all good in the hood. You've also got Team Legit moving in towards that Georgia Pole side. Even GT, someone that likes to drop in towards the containers. So even GT's not going to have any sort of troubles. I'm still looking out for a few drop clashes. If that's something that's going to come into fruition, that will be pretty interesting as well. I'm expecting those drop clashes, especially from teams like Hero Extreme Godlike, but right now they do not have any sort of problem going on for themselves. It's going to be a smooth rotate for them. 8-Bit and Hidden Ones, a little bit too much in the close proximity. There's a big chance Alien can definitely go for a few shots against Omega.
He can. At this point, they certainly have the floodgates opening, but what really intrigues me is how 8-Bit, they've decided to drop down on Zaki. And in the past, even when they used to play from Team Forever, when they had to go back to their shells, they used to engage in such really ridiculous drop spots. And it is going to change the timings of the rotation. And to their dismay, at this moment, look at the circle that has been in front of us. It's somewhere around Ferry Pier. This is where even OAS must be gutted. Must be wondering if he had the better of that drop location. Could have done quite well. But for RGC Esports, considering they're taking their vehicles, heading towards Southwest Georgia, where Gujarat Tigers are, maybe sparks of an early fight will be in front of us.
Maybe. Still a big maybe. But I mean, GT is one of those teams that has been aggressing on forward, and considering looking at their spot 2 in the overall standings, GT's not doing too good. Usually if a team is in the dicey spots, they would try to take things a little bit more defensive, but that's not the case with GT. They would try to take it even more aggressive, and I would love to see that happen. Gujarat Tigers is one of those teams that packs a lot of punch, that can inflict a lot of pain as well. Right now, Kamala's side of things, but man, off the rip, at least find the first knockout, but instead it's Team Tamala's losing out on the man number. It's not looking too good for them. Box OP checks outside of the vehicle, gets the first knockout. Zeus is taken down super low as well. That can be the knockout that Fox is looking for, but Legit placed that perfectly as even Mr. IGL falls down, and now it's down to just Rico. One last glimmer of hope while not standing anymore. It's Team Legit to come out on top.
I do not know how Team Tamala's really screwed this one up. They had everything going their way, and look at Zeus just surviving by the skin of his teeth. And not just that, he managed to take down one player who had 100% HP to himself. Goes on to show that Team Tamilas, they were quite desperate, and in being desperate, they lost their heads, as a result of which an early elimination feels like Team Tamilas, this is enough to shatter their morale. Starting the week off with getting eliminated like that without even having a single point to themselves. That is going to be such a bummer, Necro.
I mean, just better. That's all you can say, Fixes. At this point, you cannot even try to make any sort of parallels. You cannot even try to draw anything. It's tough to sugarcoat things. At this point in time, all you can say is legit was just better. Simple. Mechanically, you talk about positioning yourself in general, legit did that perfectly. While Team Tumulus, they seemed a little bit too desperate. It was a scrappy fight at the end of the day, but legit just came out on top considering their mechanics were on point. You've got Team 8-Bit, another desperate team on the screen, and hopefully Team 8-Bit's not going to make the same mistake Team Tumulus made. They need to play things a little bit more cautiously, take things a bit more maturely, and that's the only chance 8-Bit can have. One single game went wrong, 8-Bit instantly loses the chance to qualify in the top 16.
And to make matters worse, they cannot really be playing very defensive either. They have to take those early fights, especially as we know how clustered up it can get during those final circles. So 8-Bit, if they need to do their bidding, they have to go on for those early engagements, especially against the likes of Legit. But not really going their way, is it, considering the fact that Legit have got their hands hot right now, especially after that clutchy play being put on by Zeus from Legit. So for 8-Bit, they have to be very watchful for every single movement they make as RGC. Usually we know they tend to drop around the Georgie area this time. Considering the fact that 8-Bit hasn't really taken over Fairy Pair, they have been the ones taking it first hand. And for 8-Bit, you can see they've quickly rotated down, still have a good position inside the zone. They need those 10-12 finishes and of course a chicken dinner.
Yeah. I mean, 8-Bit in a pretty bad spot in the overall standing, so at this point in time, they cannot even play around too much. On the 26th spot with just 120 points. And remember, Fixes, we had to talk about 8-Bit in the previous week, saying that if they do not pull off any sort of big performances, we're pretty much going to stop talking about them and we're just going to count them in the majority. And right now, we're pretty much going to do the same thing. 8-Bit, there's just someone who is there on the last page of the overall standings. Yeah, a bunch of veterans, understandable. Performance, not there so far. It's not understandable at all, and it's pretty unacceptable. But Metal Esports right now locking horns with 8-Bit. Maybe a few players are spotted. And Sarvit, he's got a little bit of a link on exactly what's going on around him. Metal Esports surrounding awareness is on point, while the players of 8-Bit, they still want to explore a bit more. Always up close and personal, sitting inside of that vehicle. He's now looking at the same direction that he's supposed to look. And Metal Esports, they've got much more off that intel to play with.
The only good thing about Oasis right now is he's not exposed himself.
Yeah.
Playing quite cautiously there. He understands that somebody must be around the 12 packs. And Sarvit hasn't really revealed himself as of now. So for Oasis, I say he's playing with fire. Because at this moment, if another team chimes in, then that could be alarm bell stalling for Team 8-Bit. Now he's got some confirmation. Spots out Legit. He's apparently trying to take those higher grounds, and Oasis, he's got to scuttle back to safety at this point. As even when you look at Team 8-Bit as a whole, I really do not like the position they've taken just now. Kind of is quite exposed, quite surrounded. And in a matter of minutes, you will have teams just revolving, rotating around them. And for 8-Bit, it would be such a difficult task to defend from such a spot.
Indeed. And none of them have that good of a position as well. 8-Bit's been playing from that same spot for such a long time. I'm not speaking of this game itself, but even in the past couple of games, 8-Bit's been loving that spot. And once again, putting themselves in that same comfort zone. At this point in time, teams know exactly what sort of formation 8-Bit's going to have in those houses. So Metal Esports should have a rough idea on how to tackle 8-Bit if it really comes down to it. But I'm pretty sure Metal Esports is one of those teams as well that would love to play things defensively. But if the push comes to shove, they're not going to back away from it. Reckoning Esports on the hunt off the rip. The back Wolves, they want to taste some blood. And DOD is going to be in the front lines. A few shots taken from Reckoning. No connections found so far. DOD will be safe at least for now, but still the players are being shaken away from that spot. And Reckoning Esports, they do not want to lose any sort of tracks against DOD. Still a few more shots taken from Gravity in the hopes of finding a knock, but that's going to be a bit too tough considering DOD's too far away.
At this point, even for DOD, a team that we haven't really talked about much, and for all the right reasons, they haven't given us those reasons to cherish
Yeah.
or to laud their performance, considering they haven't really been out there, to be honest. For DOD, especially with MJ's departure, and after that, week 3, they have been pretty much hidden. As of now, Wolves on the hunt, Reckoning, we know this is their natural habitat. Dropping down, getting their loot done, and Reckoning have been quite stellar. Been such an explosive force, to be honest. And at this point, they've also got a nice ridge to play around. So much vision. They've got their 6 even covered. And now it seems like got a slight hint that tells them that Medal Esports might be in front of them. And all
Indeed.
Reckoning is on the lookout for is that one good knock. And we know this team, they've got that firepower to execute a fight. One good knock, and they instantly go for the slam-in.
I mean, talk about the slam in, and at this point in time, 8-Bit, if they try to initiate any sort of fight, it will hurt them too much. There will be instant third parties. There's so many teams in that nearby vicinity that it's not going to be worth it to take that fight. There's RGC, there's a few more known names. Medal Esports as well in that pack. You've also got Reckoning Esports slowly and steadily making the move. M42 in this house. So yeah, taking the fight right now, it's not going to be a good call at all. You're just pretty much going to put yourself in a big uncomfortable spot. And speaking of uncomfortable spot, Clutchgod is in 1, and he gets knocked out by Vasista Esports. Clutchgod, there's no chance of survival at this point. He will be eliminated, ripped apart from different directions. He was catching a lot of those strays, and eventually Clutchgod will be eliminated from the game. But GT still got a 3-man strong squad, and they can try and squeeze at least the average.
Could not really wrap my head around why Clutchgod would be caught in such a precarious position there.
His vehicle was stuck. He accidentally ran on top of a hay bale.
Cannot really make those mistakes, can you? Especially in such phases of the tournament where every single move of you might cost. At this point, for Gujarat Tigers, doing quite decent in terms of the overall standings, but still, a couple of bad games and maybe you might just get yourself out of contention. For Gujarat Tigers, though, still has been such an improvement considering how their previous performances were. They did manage to redeem themselves, but it's going to matter nothing if they do not make it inside of the grand final. Still, good spot around the center, just playing around the certain Pachinki Hills. Got Vasista Esports on your western side. You've got Hintmans on the northern side. Look at the cluster building up around those eastern areas. Reckoning, DOD, even the likes of Medal, they're also trying to squeeze in through, get to the position where Reckoning were once holding. And everybody is sort of anticipating the circle to take an eastern shift. If that happens, it is going to benefit these teams massively. As even for Wildfang's Necro, look at them. Still around those shorelines, just ensuring they've got their backs cleared. That is how they will be injecting themselves inside the circle.
Speak of injecting. And right now, Hero Extreme Godlike and VXT.
Ooh.
Oh man, they're moving a little too close. And at this point in time, even the players are being spotted. Of course, Punk is going to be the first man to have the intel. Raiden gets spotted, shots taken against the player, but he instantly finds himself in cover. But look at Simp, he's already taken away his power. And VXT dismantled big time. Man's out in the open, shots taken from Raiden, but he whiffs every single piece of bullet. And he still finds the knock on to Simp. He whiffs the easy shots, and then he connects the tougher one.
So far, the job has been done. At least one of their players being taken down, but for Versatile, such a huge blow has come down to the final two. Raiden and Somraj against the 3 from Hero Extreme Godlike as Adminer. He goes in for the breach. He's got some cover fire. Jonathan also for help as Adminer gets a beautiful knock on Somraj. The last member alive is going to be Raiden in a 1v3 situation where he's being bombarded as Raiden really on very low HP. Finally, Adminer will be getting the things done, at least for Hero Extreme Godlike, as they somehow force another fight, and this time comes swinging against the ones on the second position. Versatile, a huge message from Hero Extreme Godlike sent and delivered.
Exactly. It's quite unfortunate that they lost out on Simp. But Simp was also the player that got the first knockout as well, opening things up for Hero Extreme Godlike in that fight. Simp played that sacrificial role, but he also gave them the link that was needed. Hero Extreme Godlike, you can pretty much say that was a clean wipe. Only if Simp wasn't caught off guard in the open. As you mentioned, a stark statement has been received by VXT. And speaking of stark stuff, right now it's not looking too good for 8-Bit. The players are being caught out in the open. Mafia as well taken down super low. Barely alive on a sliver of HP. Omega's position compromised as well, and RGC is making 8-Bit's life living hell. It's not looking too good. Players caught out in the open in an uncomfortable spot, and 8-Bit needs to make it out alive from this one. They can definitely try and rotate in the center if they want. They've got so many open terrains that they can rotate from, but it also gets them quite exposed. Omega is just stuck out in the open, and he needs some rescue. He's got a vehicle to play with, and he will try to eventually evade away from that spot, but RGC will try to make it as tough as possible. Even RGC themselves needs to move in the circle.
They certainly do, and at this point, RGC being the catalyst and 8-Bit being quite unaware of their positioning. Seems like this is where they have been dealt with a blow, and they have to come out of it. Given the fact that versus the Esports, they're trying to make sure they need to remap their position inside the circle, need to find some concrete cover, and they've taken the first step. For versus the Esports, the good thing is that they still have all 4 of their players alive. As Fierce, he's managed to get one finish to himself. Let's see to that early elimination. But right now, as things are, Sister Esports, they find themselves comfortable. At least in that position they are. But sooner or later, there will be that pour of so many teams coming at their direction. And they're going to be heavily contested. The big question is, are they prepared for it?
If they do have the surrounding awareness, maybe then they are. But right now, Vasista Esports is just roaming out in the open. You've also got 8-Bit in a pretty interesting spot against Hidden Ones. It's tough to tell which is the team with the advantage. Even Hidden Ones, they seem pretty lost. 8-Bit themselves do not really have the man number to take a fight against Hidden Ones, but anything can happen. Hidden Ones as well is one of those teams that's been choking these fights, and 8-Bit, they've been doing that since the entire challenge season.
At this point, when you take a look at 8-Bit, they look quite unsure of themselves. They want so much of that control over those areas. And with one player out of contention, it really does not fulfill their purpose, does it? As of Hidden Ones, they've decided to play around the edges. Now, this is how they like to go. This is where they really thrive in other teams engaging in those fights, and they being the ones to go in and get the third parties done. So far, no casualties for Hidden Ones at least. And we know Daniel and Executor, they've been just too good. Especially these two players being the underdogs, going up against the big dogs. And winning fights majorly have been the ones on the receiving end. Of course, Hidden Ones, they're also going to take that final breath and go diving in the final week. Still early days to really say that Hidden Ones, if they can make it inside of the grand finals. Still struggling quite a lot, as everybody right now, Necro, is just waiting for that shift to occur, that hard shift.
Exactly.
And seems like Reckoning wants some concrete covers, as the circle has shifted a little towards the southwestern side. This might help their cause.
Too many teams on the back of Reckoning. They're getting hunted. It's not that great of a thing, but still things can be flipped. DOD taking a fight against Wild Fangs, and even for Wild Fangs, they're not too much in the safer shoes in the overall standings. In a good spot, but not in the safer shoes. Scout OP's going for a major flank, and Balu needs to evacuate from this spot as soon as possible. His vehicle's on the verge of being blown up, and that's exactly what happens. Trey Scott's able to find the first opener, even though Niche gets knocked out. DOD down to just 50% of the manpower. Reaper and Clutcher, and both the players are taken down super low. Clutcher as well is chipped up pretty low, and he's going to try to back away from this spot. Sensei closes on up and mops the floor with the bodies of DOD. Two more players are still alive from DOD, and they're now going to try to play things as safe as possible. Play it on the placement point.
So far, a really good start for Wildfangs, given that they've gotten some bonus finishes right off the hook. And for Wildfangs, it's going to be such an important week, especially with their qualification on the line, still inside the top 16. But the big question is if they can maintain it, as DOD stuck between a rock and hard place at this point. Clutcher, without having any clue of what's going on, Reaper already being taken down, needs to provide some assistance over there, as Visista Esports have got such a difficult spot to defend. This wooden shack completely exposing them, but sometimes these little corners could be blessing in disguise. As Medal Esports, they launch an attack on the players of Genix FM. As one of their players, the IGL themselves, is down on his knees, as Sarvit is trying to hold the doors. As Vishu, Shogun, and Evil, they unite and are looking for a counter-attack.
Medal Esports in a pretty uncomfortable spot. Genix FM, they've got a bit more of that breathing room to play with. On up towards the gas station. He's already crossed the boundaries. And now Shogun pushing up close and personal with the shotgun. Going for a few spams in the smoke. They do not exactly know what the players are positioned right now, but now they finally do know. A beautiful Molotov placed inside of the shack, and the players are now going to be on fire. Genix FM, even they were taking a few more shots upon themselves, but eventually they wipe out the entire existence of Medal Esports.
Very well executed push nonetheless from Genix FM. You could see even Prince making those small mistakes, but look at this. Hero Extreme Godlike now. They've decided to go after the likes of Wildfangs as the heads has been cut off. Trace got out of the picture already, and Punk. That is going to be some smacking as Wildfangs, without any options, they have to tuck their tails and run as Hero Extreme Godlike keep racking up all those finishes to themselves. As Scout, he's out in the middle of nowhere as Adminor trying to change his seats. Instantly gets a death blow as even Punk really trying to inch in a little bit closer as Scout. This time, he's not going to be shown any mercy as the IGL himself takes upon the task. But now Hero Extreme Godlike in a very exposed situation as they are being fired upon from multiple directions.
Social media is going to blow up after this fight.
Oh, for sure.
Especially after that pan that just happened. There's already been rivalry going on between these two, and now it's just going to ignite even more flames. You speak of that DOD Clutcher, almost on the verge of being taken down with that spray. Jonathan, all he needed was one single connection. But unfortunately, that connection wasn't found. Now the main task is to get the revival onto Punk, and somewhere down line we know Hero Extreme Godlike in that spot. It's next to impossible to make it out alive. DOD's making that push to get the cleanup against the remaining two players, but I'm not sure if this is going to be a good choice or not. Clutcher's vehicle's already on fire. Now he finally ejects out in the open. He's got a little bit of that cover to play with. Clutcher going for random spams in the smoke. He's able to find the connection, and eventually the players line up as Clutcher. He wipes out Hero Extreme Godlike.
He literally played with fire and came out swinging as of now. Gujarat Tigers really up close and personal to the players of Team 8-Bit. Arman and Zaref, two players surviving right now, as a lot of these teams have taken over these small areas right now. As of which Ash trying to somehow find a different angle, trying to thread the needle as even legit. They have themselves involved in this fight. Gujarat Tigers quite exposed. They do not have any cover to play with, albeit the moment the smoke goes out, that is where they will be quite exposed. As of things are, 8-Bit still taking things quite slow there. No reason from their side to really instigate that push. As Gujarat Tigers not even mustering a single finish to themselves. They need to find some sort of a cover to play around with. And for them trying to achieve that, they have to go in for the push. Hence those grenades go pouring in. Ash withstanding that at least as of now. Look at this. Even -40 into the mix, reckoning from the Fire of Frey. This is going to be exciting, Necro.
Yeah, if 8-Bit gets wiped out over here, the chances of them qualifying, they dwindle down even more. And Choco is also playing that X Factor. He can come in as the third party and wipe out either GT or 8-Bit. There's so many possibilities that can happen. There's so many fights that are going on. You can hear so many gunshots around the playing field. M40 in that same compound as well. 4 teams right next to each other. And look at the elimination feed. It's just booming with the names. You do see the Howling Wolves taking the fight as well. Reckoning Esports unfortunately dropping down in man number, but eventually they do come out on top in that fight. Dionysus is going for the revival on the fallen comrade. The same thing can be said for Gravity as well. The Wolves, they're out of danger for now, but Team Legit, they've got a lot to do. Choco, as I mentioned, he can play the X Factor in the fight, but with these utilities, they're also giving their position away.
Look at Arman. He's being pushed over right now. Arman still trying to bob and weave, but show no mercy. As Ash is going to be there for that cleanup, but 8-Bit still not out of the woods yet. Omega, beautiful grenade, goes lobbed in to perfection. As Choco down on his knees, even Proton begging for help now. Zeus, he has to come in aid. And this is where 8-Bit, they know that the time is right. They have to go in for the strike. And that is where they will succeed in their endeavors, as even a little bit of a help comes in from -40 as 8-Bit withstand this assault. And now they have to deal with the players of -40. Given the fact that the circle has shifted away from them, just does not make things easy.
One major threat has been neutralized from this compound. And now 8-Bit, it's their time to reposition a bit more, get their hands on loot that's scattered across the playing field. They can definitely try and go for the med strat if they want. There's enough medics available around that playing field. Looking at 8-Bit with just a 3-man squad with this warehouse to play with.
Look at
even
Hidden
this
Ones.
compound's outside of the circle, so 8-Bit needs to move in. Hidden Ones as well, as you mentioned. Yeah, even they can be an interesting surprise. M40 taking shots against 8-Bit as they try to flee away, and they eventually will. Wall of Death do start to move now. M40, they need to make it quick. Hidden Ones on the receiving end of things against Reckoning Esports, and Reckoning Esports is one of those teams that has already found the footing. They've been doing pretty good, ripping apart squads after squads, and Hidden Ones, they might just be one of those as well. It's better for Hidden Ones to keep their heads tucked down and keep this silence.
And this is what Reckoning really want, right? They thrive amidst chaos. -40, bring it on. Hidden Ones, they just do not care. Wrecking havoc throughout the lobby. As those grenades being flung over, Vodka already down on his knees. Issue down to real low HP as Kyoya and Viper pushing in tandem onto his Joker. -40 seems to be in a heap of trouble right now, as it is going to be such an arduous task to go up against the fangs of Reckoning. As of now, Joker trying to be the brave one, trying to show some courage as Nishu already down on his knees as Reckoning. They look unfazed in this situation. Kyoya still taking massive amounts of damage as Reckoning still fighting it out. Spider being dealt with as -40. They have been eviscerated from the lobby.
Reckoning Esports, Viper was the man up close and personal with a sliver of HP, and he also takes down 3 players. How is that even possible? No one decided to take a fight against Viper, while Viper was just slowly and steadily eating him alive. He devoured M40. But you know what? Shifting our focus on what's happening right now. Hidden Ones, even they've taken care of the players of 8-Bit, or you can't say pretty much taken care of them. There's still that one player surviving, but Hidden Ones taking a fight against Reckoning Esports now is essential. That's the only chance they can have to take this chicken dinner home. But unfortunately, the man number is something that's not favoring the players of Hidden Ones. They need to find the first strike here. And Alien's taken down pretty low as well. Even the same thing can be said for Reckoning Esports. But considering they've got the man advantage, they can easily come out on top in the fight. Viper already runs over Alien, and that's going to be the opener Reckoning Esports was looking for. Kyoya's still pretty low, but Nate sells in from Gravity. It's going to find the knock on to Daniel. One more man to go from Hidden Ones, and that's going to be Mortis. Can he survive for too long? That's my question. Another Nate sails in, and that's going to put the nail in the coffin against Hidden Ones too. Last man of 8-Bit, he still somehow secured that second spot for his team. That's a big feat from 8-Bit, and also a great way to kick things off, but it's Reckoning Esports to get the first chicken dinner of the day.
And are we really surprised? The answer
No.
would be no, given the fact that we've seen Reckoning pull off such feats even in the past couple of weeks. Every single time they come on to play that first game, the chicken dinner, more often than not, is usually theirs. And they've been very brave. They've always been in the mix of those fights. They have capitalized on situations. They've shown the right amount of aggression and composure, knowing when to push, knowing when to hold back. As a result of which, despite having all four of their players alive, they still managed to just scourge through, get all the squads wiped out, and did get the chicken dinner under their belt. But when you talk about the likes of Hidden Ones, still a very good start to this week, along with 8-Bit. We have been talking about that average necro. They need those 10 to 12 points, and seems like 8-Bit has made the right footing.
Exactly. At least that's a great way to kick things off, right? A great initiative that 8-Bit once again has gotten in their hands. And all they need to do is keep on moving up with that same consistency. The wind is in their sails. They just need the same consistency even in the upcoming games. And maybe 8-Bit can stand a chance to qualify in the upcoming days. But the problem is they do not have a lot of games left over anyways. They need a few more games sort of the same way, or maybe even a few more chicken dinners to sort of get themselves in the top 16. But right now, with the Reckoning Esports getting this chicken dinner, they solidify their slot in the grand finals.
They do. And I think there weren't really enough doubts on whether Reckoning is going to make it. Initially, we had a few scares when we got to know that Hunters is no more a part of the team. But looking at how quickly Kyoya gelled up with the squad, and Deonis is also having such a great run of form, and Viper, he's always been evergreen. But Gravity, I feel like, has been such a key element to this team. He's been the IGL, but whenever you look at his fragging numbers, it has also been at par with the Assaulters of the team. So Reckoning, this is a team that could also be one of the favorite contenders, even for the title, ever since. I think the past year has been exceptional for Reckoning in what they've been trying to do with their squad. With such minimal resources, they always come out swinging, and it is always a delight to witness them play. But this was a massive fallout coming in from the side of Team Tamil as a fight which they could have easily won. They really dropped the ball, Necro.
And that's the funny part. We were just having a conversation about this team in the pregame segment, and we said this. The game one's going to matter a lot. The day one itself is going to be deciding the pace of this entire team. And Team Tamiles, they completely fall out in the game one itself. And now it's really tough to say, can Team Tamiles get back-to-back 2 chicken dinners in the upcoming 2 games? And the answer seems no, with the way they've been playing so far. I mean, their position in the overall standings, it just keeps them getting even worse. And that too, losing a fight against a team like Legit Esports really makes me think, what's going on with Team Tamiles? They're just getting even worse when it comes to the performance.
Yeah, I think things aren't really working out for the better good, right? It's just getting worse. And as of now, they have found no remedy to this hemorrhage. And Wildfangs and Hero Extreme Godlike, that was quite an interesting fight.
Oh, yeah.
Hero Extreme Godlike sending such a big message that they're going to be on their tails every single time. And Trey Scott being the one to be panned out. I think those rivalries are getting even more thickened as we proceed towards the grand finals. For Wildfangs, they did have a good start into the game, did have a couple of finishes, but I want to see how many points they've ended up with. 7 to 8 points of average per match should be enough to make them have that golden ticket inside of the grand finals. But then again, I think the team that stood out the most for me has to be Team 8-Bit. Especially, there have been numerous cases where they suffered those early losses. Despite that, taking a fight against Gujarat Tigers, winning that, a fight against Legit, getting a couple of finishes, and even getting a second position to themselves. I think 8-Bit has had a really great start into week 4.
But someone who stood out for me was Viper. 7 finishes all by himself and 54% finish count contribution with the map impact of 12%. Viper was going all in that previous game. Stars of the match on the screen. It's also going to be Dionysus from Reckoning Esports. He's gotten 2 rescues and 3 assists. And you've also got Kyoya with 3 finishes and 5 assists. In general, every single player from Reckoning Esports chimed in at the right time when they needed to. Reckoning Esports, after this game, as I mentioned, they've pretty much secured their spot in the grand finals. They had so many points from this one game itself that they've pretty much crossed that 200 points marker.
I think for Reckoning, at this point, we did not even talk much about them in the pre-segment. We had that feeling in our heart that they're going to sail through. And Reckoning, I guess the questions that were there have been answered, right? So not a lot of concerns around their qualification. they are pretty much going to make it in. But for Hidden Ones, getting 11 points, this is also a really good start, especially given the fact that one final push, the tender is just about to douse and they're giving it their all. So it feels good to see them into the mix, especially how good they were with their rotations, dropping down south pretty early on, holding on to those spots. And for Vasista Esports, man, this is going to be such a stinger, considering they're going through troubled times, just securing 1 point. For Versatile, nothing to really be concerned with. But for Medical Esports and for Medal, feels like they might lose on their 16th spot.
Yeah, even Wild Fangs fixes. I mean, just getting 3 points in that game. They need to understand major shuffles are now going to start to happen in the overall standings. So Wild Fangs, they need to get that consistent average in every single game. Moving the conversation on towards another struggling names that you saw at this point in time. Look, a lot of teams, they've lost their chance to move on forward in the LAN finale. I'm talking about Legit Esports as well, considering they were there all the way at the bottom. We knew the chance for them to make it in the top 16 is next to none. The only way they could is by pulling off a Aiku Seoul, getting back-to-back 3 games, which is next to impossible. And the same thing can be said for Team Tamilas as well. Now the real lives are going to be set on page number 3 of the overall standings, because they still do stand a chance. Vasista Esports, you pointed out, the previous game was a big blunder, and it really does feel like Vasista Esports, they need to update their play strat. They need to update their strat book, because whatever they're trying to pull off right now, it seems pretty repetitive.
As much as I hate to say this, Necro, I feel like they have to go back to their old ways of Carpe Diem, where they went out for a frontal assault. Because no matter whatever they're trying, it's not working. So do what you're good at. Go force those fights, engage in themselves, put your bodies on the line, because we know that they've got the right amount of players. Even Rage God being one of the latest additions, he's been such a good player even when he was playing from Vasista Esports, right? One of the key factors to what led them to getting into that LAN in BGIS. So it's not like the players cannot indulge in fights. It's about their demons that they're fighting. But so far, still 2 more games to go for them to really pull back. But we'll get into that. Before that, a quick short break, and we'll be right back after this.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the Falcons thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never to the Falcons thing.
ऑफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे।
तू नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं। टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट, हेडशॉट, हेडशॉट।
तेरे वास्ते मैं कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ, मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा, नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी, हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
टीपीपी पे जा, एफपीपी, टीपीपी, एफपीपी। काम कर, टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन लुंडरी? लुंडरी नासर, विनर विनर, चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my Montage. 3, 2, 1, deploy. got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done.
So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Broncos thing.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Shadow with me on the panel. I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines looking at that previous game and Reckoning Esports, a nuclear performance off the rip, getting 22 points in that previous game, and then you move on the conversation. 8-bit as well, not doing too bad.
Well, certainly. It was really important for Team 8-bit to stage a comeback because they are in dire need of those points. But Reckoning, I think they have been performing pretty decent since day number 1. The entire week, or I'll say the entire journey of Reckoning has been fantastic. But at the same time, Hidden Ones also, they performed really decent because even they are in the danger area. They're not in the top 16. So these 11 points are definitely going to help the case of Hidden Ones as well.
Yeah, they're not too far away, though, from the top 16 as well. So they're doing much better compared to the players of 8-bit. 8-bit, in my opinion, they at least need 2 chicken dinners to be in that safety shoes to have a chance to move in the top 16. Yeah, getting these consistent points can definitely help them move up bit by bit. But they also need to understand there's so many more teams underneath them that are going to constantly try to make it till the top 16. There's still a few more names like Phoenix Esports, Vasista Esports that are going to try to make that climb as well. Even Genesis, when they step in the playing field, Genesis will be another big threat that will definitely try to make it till the top 16. There's so many deserving names still sitting outside of the top 16. It's really tough to say who we want in the top 16 and who we don't. Before now, let's move on towards the overall standings and have a look at the updated overall standings. The top 5, top 6, nothing really changing, but Reckoning Esports, they move in.
Well, certainly, Reckoning Esports, now they are sitting on the 6th spot. Previously, they were somewhere on the 8th spot. So, nothing really has changed. They are in the top 16 and for sure they are going to qualify for the Challenge Finals. Then we have the players of Team OG also on the 7th spot with 189 points. Wingod on the 8th. But Metal Esports, finally, they are in the top 16 with 155 points. Revenant X-Park, like you and Fixes were also talking about, this is going to be a really important day for Revenant X-Park because they are going to have a bullseye target behind their back.
Wildfangs just got 3 points from that previous game, but they still made a bit of a leap in the overall standings. Not exactly a leap. They moved up a spot on the 9th spot. They were on the 10th spot at the start of the day, but still a few more teams are yet to activate themselves, which will happen in the latter 3 games. As you flip the page, you will see page number 3 on the screen. A page that stands a big chance to make a comeback in the top 16. There's still so many names on the latter half of the board that I'd love to see in the top 16, but they need to consistently keep on performing the same way they have been so far. Vasista Esports, they need to bring something new on the board because whatever they're doing right now, it's not working out. Before 8-bit, they have taken a bit of that leap in the overall standings.
Well, certainly. They were sitting on the 26th spot and now they are in the 21st spot. Diesel Esports, their matches are yet to come. Even they need those points. 4 Medical with 123 points. I don't know how this team is going to propel themselves. Then we have Gen FM as well. Even this time, they started off on a good note by getting few finish points against the players of Medal. But after that, even they also fizzled out. Do or Die with 112 points on the 28th spot. Even Do or Die, they need a solid chicken dinner if they want to see themselves in the top 16.
I mean, we've also got a few more names like Team Tumulas and Team Legit. For them to qualify, the chances are next to none. Team Tumulas, they took a fight against Team Legit Esports thinking that Team Tumulas can easily win that fight, but instead they choked massively. And Legit Esports was the one to punish Team Tumulas. I never would have even thought that Team Tumulas is going to lose that fight, considering Team Tumulas had the advantage. But still, somehow, Legit flipped the odds, and they took down Team Tumulas. And that was quite a big feat achieved by Team Legit Esports. But as I mentioned, Legit, they at least needed a chicken chicken dinner in that previous game to stand a chance and make the comeback. But unfortunately, they did not get that chicken dinner, and that's why Legit Esports, they are still going to be at the bottom, right next to Team Tumblers. Now, the real conversation should revolve around 8-Bit and Vasista Esports, especially Vasista Esports. With the way they've been playing so far, they've been getting red in the playing field. As I mentioned when I was casting, even with fixes, it feels like they're pretty much doing the same stuff over and over again, and that's why it feels pretty repetitive.
I think the only week which Vasista had good was week number 2, where they had, I think, 53 points, because in week number 1 also they had 31 points, week 3 also 37 points. So the only good week for Vasista was week number 2. They need to replicate the same performance. And among all the 4 players, I think Pukar is doing the majority of the heavy lifting. If the other teammates also start stepping up, I think Vasista can definitely propel themselves in the leaderboard. So that could be a possibility. But speaking about Team Tamilas in week number 1, they had 53 points, and after that there has been a major decline in their performance. And Fox OP has been doing the majority of the heavy lifting. I was looking at the stats, Neeraj, and I think you'll be shocked. Mr. IGL has got only 6 finishes in 27 games.
I'm not surprised. I mean, the entirety of Team Tamilas, they haven't been able to do that great. Yeah, one single man doing okay, but still that performance is not going to mean anything. In week 3, Team Tamilas just had 14 points. In 9 games, they only had 14 points, and honestly speaking, that's a big letdown from such a banner like Team Tumblers. You expect good performances, and at this point in time, I'm not really going to hope that Team Tumblers is going to make any sort of comebacks, because at that point, it's just me being unrealistic. And being on the realistic side of things, on paper, it says that Team Tumblers cannot make a comeback anymore in the overall standings. And the real conversation should be around the page number 3, especially teams like 8-Bit, 4M, Diesel Esports. Maybe even they can stand a chance. You've also got Phoenix Esports on the page number 3 who can still make that big leap happen if they do get the chicken dinners they deserve. The real conversation as well should be around a few more names, the struggling names like Metal Esports and Revenant X-Spark. I mean, these 2 names are someone that we expected to be in the top 5, but right now they're on the 15th and the 16th spot in the overall standings. But you know what? Without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the map of Miramar. So many teams, for them the swords hanging right on top of their necks. Hidden Ones, the previous game was good, but now it needs to be great.
Yes, by great, I mean a high fragging chicken dinner. That's exactly what Hidden Ones need at this point. 8-Bit, even they need a solid chicken dinner if they really want to see themselves in the top 16. Yes, from page number 4, they have propelled to the page number 3 of the leaderboard, but they still need to make the journey to the page number 2, that is top 16. But I'm just waiting for the drop clash. But looking at the flight path, we have got a decent flight path. It is bisecting the map in a 50-50 half. It is going all the way from the side of Valitil Mal toward the side of Campo Miltar. We know minus 40, even minus 40, they have shown signs of improvement as compared to the previous weeks. I think week number 3 was still decent. They were engaging in those good 4v4 fights, especially if you remember that Erangel, where they got 2 squad wipes at the start of the game.
Indeed. I mean, minus 40 at this point in time, it's one of those teams that is all the way at the bottom of the overall standings, just like a few more names that I mentioned that I'm not really going to be hoping anything. Minus 40 is going to be one of those. And especially in the last week, the teams at the bottom page, if they do one, they can try and pull off some weird shenanigans. Try and stop a few teams that you do not really like from qualifying. They can try and play the spoiler if they want. They can definitely try and mix things up. They can definitely make the competition even more spicier. Build up a great storyline if they want. They can do that. Play for the entertainment, play for the content. They can do that if they want. They can try and spoil a few dreams. Looking at the way the plane flight path was, I mean, not a lot of teams are going to be struggling unless if they want to move in towards Puerto Paraiso or Impala. And looking at a few clashes that we see on the screen, it seems like RGC, they've got a bit of uninvited guests in that territory. DOD, quite close.
Even the circle is also favoring them, as we have the eastern circle where we have 20% of the circle inside the water. It's going to be quite interesting because this circle is going to bring a lot of chaos if it takes 1 more or 2 more eastern shifts. But for now, even the players of Hidden Ones are aware of the position, seems like, of Middle Esports. For now, Hidden Ones, they are trying to find a safe compound for themselves. RGC and Do or Die, yes, they were in the close proximity, but both of them do realize that they need the points. And since they have both disengaged, they're not trying to engage in any sort of fight. But even Wildfangs, Neeraj, they are in close proximity to the players of Team 8-Bit.
Indeed, they are. I mean, Wildfangs is one of those teams. Even they desperately need the points. Just 3 points from that previous game is not going to cut it. Wildfangs needs to understand still 2 more groups are yet to step in the playing field. And when they step in, major shuffle will happen in the overall standings. Maybe when Wildfangs can drop down, today's day is not going to be good. Week 3 was phenomenal from Wildfangs. We did see that switch up as well in the playing core. And maybe that's one of the main reasons why Wildfangs performed so well. But yeah, Wildfangs playing core need to prove themselves. They're doing okay, but they can definitely push themselves to the extreme and perform even better. We know they're capable of that. 8-Bit on the screen, and especially speaking of 8-Bit, it's one of those teams that has always been on the struggling side of the spectrum. Finally, from that previous game, maybe you can't say they can pull themselves back from the slumbers. They do have 9 games in their hands, from which they've already played 1 game, so now they've only got 8 games. And it's going to keep on getting even more critical from this.
Agreed, 100%. Week number 3 was still decent for 8-Bit. They got 57 points, and that was the best week for the plus of Team 8-Bit. And statistically speaking, Mafia is doing the majority of the heavy lifting in the entire team of 8-Bit. I think Omega also needs to step up, because if you notice, in week number 1 and week number 2, even Mafia was really struggling. Both the Assaulters, Mafia and Omega, were on the struggling side. But seems like Mafia has finally found his feet and is doing all the good work for the team. If Omega, Oasis and Ash, they also step up, I think 8-Bit can definitely try to propel themselves in the leaderboard. For now, they are keeping themselves towards the side of Chumasera and focusing on all the crucial resources which they need for the later stage.
I love the fact that 8-Bit's not shying away from the fights anymore. They're going for those fights, not backing away. Not playing completely defensive. And the previous game was a prime example of that, especially when GT clashed on. It was 8-Bit who took a fight against GT, who found the opener, took down the players. 8-Bit felt more confident. And I would love to see that same 8-Bit once again, even in this game of Miramar. Comeback is still possible. Nothing taken away from them. But a few names like Team Tumulas, maybe for them the comeback isn't possible. But Team Tumulas can definitely try and make things worse for a few teams if they do want to. And right now, Wildfangs is going to be on the receiving side of the spectrum. Team Tumulas, they've got a field trap set up. Just waiting for Trey Scott to walk into their crosshairs. And as soon as Trey Scott will be caught out in the open, that's where Team Tumulas will strike. They're just waiting for that right moment to strike. But even Trey Scott is playing from building to building. He's trying to keep himself in that cover. Team Tumulas just waiting for Trey Scott to overextend the boundaries and push up a little bit more close. And that's where Team Tumulas will find the striking advantage. Right now, they do not have that. But still, with the way Team Tumulas are playing, this showcases the underconfidence that this team has.
Someone else from the side of Wildfangs, I would have my worries. But since it's Trace God and he's the one to bring that, to get that opening frag onto the opponent team, I think he can still do it, as long as he's being cautious. So Trace God is one of those players, along with Seth, from the side of Wildfangs, who's getting those opening frags, winning those duels. So Trace God, this time, again, he need to find an opening frag onto the plus of Team Tamilasa. But even Team Hero Extreme God, like in RGC, they're in such a close proximity to each other. And Punk is very much aware about the position as Dope right in his crosshairs. But Punk is still waiting for the right moment to strike. And maybe they'll just directly slam onto the compounds of RGC. But let's see what Punk decides to do with all the information which he has at this point. But looking at the circle, I think the players of Do or Die can do really well in this one, as they have stick to the complete eastern side of the map.
I mean, Do or Die, yeah, they have been playing on the edge towards Impala. RGC out in the open, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got him pinned down. Locked in the sights. Do they want to go for the execution, though? That's my question. Hero Extreme Godlike, they are tempted. They would want to do so as well. Those are 4 free points that are walking in the crosshair. And especially if Hero Extreme Godlike would love to interrupt someone's qualification, that team can be it. Wildfangs, Seth as well is moved up pretty close. And look at the way Team Tumulas are playing too. Not even moving a single muscle, waiting for Seth to walk in that crossfire and activate it instantly. Someone that's not going to push too deep. He's in that same building, but still no shots taken from Team Tumulus. 8-bit. They've already found the opener they were looking for. As I mentioned, they seem a bit more... They carry on forward. Already looking to dismantle the likes of GT, and GT is also one of those teams that's on the receiving side of things. And unfortunately for GT, they're struggling too much.
Oh yes, they really are struggling, especially week number 2 where they had only 30 points. That was one of the worst week for the players of Team Gujarat Tigers, but Team 8-bit, they've already found one finish onto Gujarat Tigers, and Gujarat Tigers now left with only 3 players remaining. But Trace God and Seth, right in the same compound where we have the players of Team Tamilas. This is not really looking good. Scout being so far away from his teammates, and even Trace God, he went a little aggressive. That was a mistake, Trace God. Being so optimistic at this position when you don't have idea how many foes are there in the building. A 1v2 and Trace God, even he has been eliminated. And now Wildfangs left with only 3 players. It is a major big casualty for Wildfangs. This is not really looking good. But Team Tamilas, a great opening for them. They are in dire need of those points. But Team Tamilas, the main question is, are they going to overcome it, or are they just going to hold on to their position? Seems like for now they are going to just disengage and try it as a rotation, try it as a circle, and find a better spot for themselves. But Wildfangs losing on to Trace God is really going to hurt them.
It's such a big stinger. Trace God is like the main playmaker for Wildfangs. Someone who initiates the battles, someone who gets the opener. Now that main part is missing in the playing for. How do you recover? How do you change your game strat around that? I mentioned Team Tamilas was playing that dirty game off the trip. We're waiting for someone from the side of Wildfangs to walk in their crosser, and that's exactly what happened. But looking at the loot that the players of Team Tamilas have, they not really have that good of loot as well. A few players knocking on the ammunition, some players knocking on the meds, but a few players have also got a lot of meds as well to play with, so they can definitely share those. Hero Extreme Godlike on the screen right now, playing on the extreme north. On the back card, and 4M. 4 Miracles can definitely be the one to sort of punish the players of Hero Extreme Godlike if they do find a good striking angle, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case. 4 Miracles instead, their own merry way they go. But Genix FM, they find the first strike against Team Tumulus. As the first man was knocked out, but an instant trade as well. That happened on the board. Evil now wants to push up close and personal. Mr. IGL in the front lines is taken down pretty low as well. Team Tumulus, Mr. IGL patches himself up, and now Evil for him. He's getting charged on by the entirety of Team Tumulus. Genix FM, the cavalry does not arrive in time, and that's why Genix FM, they're getting ripped apart. Bishop from the back lines has gone for a lot of those shots, but that's not going to do anything, not find any sort of critical knocks. Team Tumulus, they seem a bit more confident in this duel.
Yes, this certainly are. Genix FM, this was a mistake as Shogun also gets taken down by Rico OP. And Genix FM, they went for the hunt, and seems like now they are the one getting hunted with the plus of Team Tamilas. Such a good start for Team Tamilas, and this was such a scrappy fight for Genix FM. All the 4 players in 4 different directions. Whereas Team Tamilas, they are sticking together, and now the remaining 2 players are being rushed upon by Team Tamilas. Rico OP is trying to find a knock with a grenade, but no connection whatsoever. Team Tamilas is aware that both the players are holding on to those concretes. Just by utility, they can find a knock onto one of the player of Genix FM. This is not really looking good for Genix FM. But Mr. IGL, wait a second. Shogun finds a knock onto him, bringing the numbers down to 2v2 and 2v1. This is going in the favor of Genix FM now suddenly.
They flipped the setup of Team Tumulus against them and isolated the duel so perfectly. Shogun and Vishu pushed in tandem as they realized Team Tumulus is taken down with a 3-man squad. They knew as soon as Mr. IGL was taken down. Now it's even Stevens on the board. And look at Wildfangs as they realize Team Tumulus is getting picked off. Wildfangs is over here to get the revenge and also get a few scrappy points. Even they want the piece of the pie. But Wildfangs, just make sure you're not going to be on the receiving side of things instead. Seth has already pushed up close and personal. Rico, even in that same compound, Genix FM do not exactly know what's going on at this point. But Seth, he's over here to get the revenge against Team Tumulus. Just one single person alive from Team Tumulus, and that's going to be Rico in the back lines. And Rico at this point in time is going to try to keep himself as anonymous as possible. Team Tamilas, I love the aggressive nature, but unfortunately, in the end, they messed things up by margin. Just falling short. The setup that they had was flipped against him. Genix FM isolated the duel so perfectly as another man of Wildfangs gets picked apart. Seth, what a big blunder this was. And now he's trying to play around the cover, but that's really not going to matter considering he was knocked out already. And that's going to be the confirmation for Genix FM. This game, it felt like for Genix FM, it's going to be a complete blunder, but they're still recovering from that.
They are recovering beautifully. 4 finishes already, and out of 4, 3 finishes just by Shogun. That grenade onto the players of Team Tamilas was so critical and important. That led the players of Genix FM to isolate that fight. But it seems like Vishu is aware where exactly the last player is there of Team Tamilas. Rico was literally burning, but yeah, spotted on. Vishu finally shuts him down, and with that, Team Tamilas, they have been eliminated on the 16th spot. 5 finish points to the players of Genix FM, but this was not supposed to happen. Team Tamilas, they had the numbers advantage. They had got everything in their favor until Shogun Nade came in.
From the worst possible scenario to the best, they have converted that for themselves. Beautiful stuff from Genix FM. Never would have saw that coming. And Wildfangs as well just donated that elimination point away. I'm not exactly sure what Seth was doing there. He just pushed up to the compound and got himself taken down in that scenario. That was such a big blunder from Seth. He was not supposed to do that. Completely walked in blindfolded and got taken down by Genix FM. Beautiful stuff, man. And now you've got GT with a 3-man squad too. Unfortunately, Gods was fallen prey. But right now, looking at the circle and how it's panning out, it does seem like it's maybe going to center on up once again and favor majority of the teams. If it's going to take any sort of curveball shifts, that would be fun to witness, considering it will be a huge wave of vehicles wanting to move in the circle. But so far, a lot of teams are quite spread out inside of the circle.
Oh. An Eastern shift. I love it. It is favoring the players of Team 8-Bit, Do or Die, RGC, all the 3 teams which really need the points. It is even favoring the players of Middle Esports who are keeping themselves on the western periphery of the circle. But coming back to the conversation of Seth, I think Seth wanted to take that control of that concrete without scouting the area, because I saw Scout also in the close proximity. Seth directly slammed onto the compounds and realized there is a foe present. Scout wanted to provide all the backline support, and I think he was finding a good spot for himself.
No,
but
I don't think
in the meanwhile,
I don't think so.
it was happening because Scout was also present over there. And speaking of Scout, he gets taken down by Zeref. What is really happening with the players of Wildfangs?
Getting picked apart one after one. Getting teared apart limb after limb. And it feels like Wildfangs, now they've just got one hand available. The IGL himself, Sensei, is still in the playing field. And speaking of the playing field, someone that's not in the playing field anymore, that's going to be VXT. Godlike, this is the second time they've picked off against the players of VXT and completely wiped them off the face of the earth.
Hero Extreme Godlike, definitely a good spot, good start, good finish points to their name. Gujarat, I guess, yes, they lost on to Gods at the very start of the game, but I think they have recovered from that. They do have a decent spot for themselves, but seems like minus 40 in such a close proximity to the players of Gujarat, I guess, might want to lock horns with them. But even Hero Extreme Godlike, they have got the Northern Control, Legit and Vasista, even they are in such a close proximity, but for now, Legit, from the side of Metal Esports, seems like he has spotted on the players of Team 4 Miracle. And speaking of Medal, I was looking at the stats and Legit is doing wonders for the team. He's doing the majority of the heavy lifting along with Sarvit.
He's been the most consistent fragger in this team. Yes, nothing taken away from that. Legit's been performing at the top of his form. Since the official tournament, he's been doing really good for his team. Getting the openers, finding a lot of elimination points for Metal Esports. And once again, even in this tournament, he's doing the same thing. And moving back to the conversation of Wildfangs, I don't think Susef was looking for a good compound to play with. I think so the intention was pretty clear. He wanted a third party, considering he was hearing a lot of gunshots already, and he saw a lot of elimination happening in that compound. So he wanted a third party, but unfortunately ended up overextending. His teammates did not really provide him that cover fire that was needed.
Could be possible. That does make sense, but what doesn't make sense, what exactly Executor was doing out in the open, as poor Miracle finds a knock onto him, and seems like an easy confirmation also coming in. Hidden Ones also facing that casualty at the very start, because this was a circle where Hidden Ones could have done really good, because they are somewhere towards the centrish position of the circle. So this is definitely going to hurt the case of Hidden Ones, as 4 Miracles, Poco is trying to get the confirmation point with those single tap shots. And speaking of 4 Miracle, I think Poco and Dragon are also doing wonders. Yes, the entire team is struggling, but I think Poco and Dragon are doing really good.
They indeed are. 4 Miracles just tapping away. Executor's barely taking down any sort of HP. Eventually gets confirmed. 4 Miracles, the elimination point is retrieved. And yeah, I mean, once again, speaking of Wild Fangs, it's just one player standing now, and that too is Sensei. He's all the way down south. He seems isolated for now, but soon even that position can be contested by the opponents. The next circle is going to pop up on the screen, and this zone's going to be even more deadlier. Because looking at the circle and looking at where it's going to be positioning itself, it favors the players of RGC and Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports is one of those teams that has already got the wind in their sails. They've won the first game itself and maybe on the verge of winning the second one too. So many teams are outside of that circle and so many fights are about to happen.
I agree 100%. What you said about Reckoning, they have already got the momentum rolling in their favor, and this could be a winner chicken dinner for them, because they have kept themselves away from all that commotion. Their backlines are clear, and that 2v2 split might also work in their favor. But Hero Extreme Godlike seems like they even want to have that northern control which RGC is having. So maybe there is a possibility that Hero Extreme Godlike can directly slam onto the compounds of RGC, as we saw Punk having that information onto the plus of RGC as well. But Legit Esports, they are so far away from the circle. Even Genex FM, they are taking their sweet time to migrate inside the circle. But RGC, yes, they have got the higher ground. They have got the information onto the plus of Reckoning as well. And seems like Hero Extreme Godlike are directly taking a head-on fight for the plus of Reckoning, as Punk is so close to them.
Indeed. Look at Hidden Ones. First game, decent. The second game, it has to be great. Just a normal game's not going to cut it. And Hidden Ones, with these 3 players, they can definitely make it happen. Mortis, Daniel, Alien. Especially speaking of Mortis and Daniel, the 2 big playmakers. Mortis, his survival instincts has always been on point. Alien is someone who likes to support the team in the back, and Daniel, the initiator. The combination sounds perfect, but Hidden Ones, right now what they need is elimination points. A lot of them. With the position they've gotten to, they're playing on the edge down south. And soon a huge wave of vehicles and teams are going to start to move in towards that same direction. Hidden Ones, they've got too many foes surrounding them. M40 from the side, from the back, it's also going to be the players of 8-Bit. Where can you go? Seems like there's no escape route for now.
Yeah. Agreed. Hidden Ones, -40. Both of them are trying to get that southern control of the circle in their favor. Maybe they're just waiting for the next circle shift, and then after that they'll decide the next course of action. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they are taking a head-on fight with the plus of Team RGC at this point, as they want to have the control of that hill. But Bunny being up top can do so much damage to the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. But just look at the position where Jonathan is, as he's trying to provide all the backline support. But Sim with the grenade finds a knock onto Dope. This is such a great opening for Hero Extreme Godlike.
It's an uphill battle though. Still RGC, they've got the advantage. Uphill battle usually means the team at the top will have the major advantage because they can have the better visual and have better peaks compared to the opponents. But look at Sanchit and Rishi now from the back line, starting to wrap up the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. But a beautiful nade tossed in from Punk. That's going to find a return knockout against RGC. Another man gets knocked out. Sanchit's taken down pretty low. Rishi still taken away to his death, and Punk tosses in another nade. This might just be the nail in the coffin, but no, it's going to be the answer. A beautiful Molotov placed, and that's going to find the confirmation on Rishi. Sanjit is still pretty low. He needs to patch himself up, but as soon as I say so, he gets knocked out. And Punk is going to be the one to find the opener. Bunny's going to be the last man surviving from RGC. The uphill battle, we thought RGC with the advantage, but instead Hero Extreme Godlike, they snatch it away without even breaking any sort of sweat. This team is just on another level.
But as they take the control of the hill, the circle goes away from them. The circle once again takes an eastern shift, and it is favoring the players of Team Reckoning so much. Even the players of Do or Die, who are trying to traverse from the northern side, they can also have a good control of the circle. But Hero Extreme Godlike, the journey downhill, I don't know how they're going to make it, because so many teams are there. They've got the players of Gujarat Tigers, Vasista, 4 Miracle, Legit. Just look at the cluster that is forming around them. But Admuno is also aware about the players of Do or Die, as Reaper right in his crosshairs and Mino tries to dish out some damage, but for now they are safe from Hero Extreme Godlike. But are the players of Do or Die safe from the players of Reckoning? I don't know.
I'm looking at the fight right now. They've got every single piece of advantage that they want. Maybe this fight team, but it can be turned around. Gravity's got a great angle to play with. Big threat for Gravity, though. If Sensei manages to isolate the duel, anything is possible. Sensei even finds one knock on Reckoning Esports. This entire position can be thrown away. It all really comes down to Sensei, but I'm pretty sure Sensei's someone who's going to try to keep his position as anonymous as possible. He's not going to try to be a part of this fight at all. He's a shark in the water. Position uncontested so far. And Do or Die on the receiving side of the spectrum. Hero Extreme Godlike making that push. A beautiful place. Nate's going to find a two-piece. And Punk once again. The man with the golden hand this time around. He's connecting every single piece of util he's tossing. But Punk's out in the open. He gets knocked out by GT. Gujarat Tigers, a team that is quite desperate for the points. Now they start to take a fight against Hero Extreme Godlike as Punk falls down. Godlike, for them, it's going to be hell break and lose.
Well, of course, Punk's revival is really important in that situation, but Admino, his entire focus is towards the side of Medal and Vasista, as they are also trying to make their journey inside the circle as Reckoning. Even they are also falling prey to all that commotion which is happening around them. But Viper still getting those finish points against the players of team -40. Do or Die, they also need to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrades. Lots of frags on the board, as so many teams are still outside the safety of the circle. We have got Medal, 4 Miracle, Vasista still taking the brunt of the blue as well. This is not really looking good, and Hero Extreme Godlike with 7 finishes and Punk again back in the game. This is going to go in their favor as Poco finds a knock onto Zeref with a grenade.
Even the gods themselves want Reckoning Esports to take this game home. The circle just keeps on centering up on top of them over and over again. But Reckoning Esports is unfortunately catching too many strays as even Gravity gets knocked out now. It's not looking too good. Reckoning Esports in quite a sensitive spot. Hero Extreme Godlike 3 players still standing a big chance they can take this game home as well. 4 Miracles has Sparrows. He's able to shut down Rage God, the last surviving player of Vasista Esports. We had a lot of hopes as well from Vasista Esports, but as the second game fades away in front of their eyes, even their hopes to qualify in the top 16, they start to fade away. Gujarat Tigers, now it's their time to take a fight against the players of 4 Miracles. A lot of elimination points are being distributed in front of them, so GT, you might as well be the one to take the piece of the pie in your hands. Wall of Death starts to move, Zeref takes the fight, but unfortunately he whips big time. And Poco, he connects the shots even against Armand. What just happened? Gujarat Tigers, even though they had the advantage in that fight, they still whiffed big time. But 4 Miracles, they're not going to be able to survive anyways, as they get eliminated by the play zone.
Well, of course, they did get eliminated, but Hero Extreme Godlike, even they're also trying to engage in a fight against the players of team Do or Die, but Admino finds a knock onto Omega 8-bit. Even they had such a big advantage in this one, but now they're getting dismantled as 3 players already down and Mafia out in the blue. Not looking really good for the players of team 8-bit, but Ash is also there in the picture as he finds a perfect connection onto Hero Extreme Godlike, but Clutcher wants to get that confirmation point onto Mafia, and he gets that confirmation point, and 8-bit eventually has been evaporated from the game.
Oh man, that quick burst of action felt like it was all hell breaking loose. So many eliminations happen in that quick burst. So many strays were caught by so many teams, and Reckoning Esports as well, they're taken down to just 50%. As even Kyoya falls apart. Rough patch for Reckoning. 2 more players still standing, and they're going for the revival on the fallen player. But here comes the push from Do or Die, and this is the game that Do or Die is also looking for. If Do or Die wants to get things in their hands, this is going to be the chance. This is going to be the moment they were looking for. This can be the moment which can propel them at the top of the overall standings. Not exactly at the top, but at least in a better spot. As even Gravity falls down. Shots from Clutcher. It's going to catch the last glimmer of hope from Reckoning Esports. As they get wiped out, Do or Die, they still just have 2 more threats alive. And these 2 more threats can prove quite deadly. Metal Esports, a team that has been proving their mettle from the start. But this time around, Sarvith is the only survivor. Even to the right, there's Wildfang's Sensei, who's still up and alive. With the way the game was going for Wildfangs, it felt like Sensei's not going to stand a chance this late. But he still survived, got those placement points for his team.
Well, certainly, he did get those placement points. Wildfangs, they were looking so bad in this Miramar. The way they were getting picked off, one after other. But Sensei definitely getting those crucial placement points. And Do or Die, this was so important for this team. Because they were right at the bottom of the leaderboard. And this winner chicken dinner, this victory, a high fragging game is definitely going to help the case of Do or Die. At least, this is going to boost their confidence.
It indeed will. I mean, Do or Die, they were all the way at the bottom page in the overall standings. This chicken dinner, as you mentioned, it's going to boost their confidence, but it also initiates and ignites that fire of comeback. It's not going to be that big of a flame, but still something, right? Better than nothing. And Do or Die now, they can't stand a chance to make the comeback. But can they really make it happen? I don't think so it is possible, but they can definitely give it all they've got. The final few efforts, as I mentioned, the final sprint to the finishing line, they can try and make it happen. But this chicken dinner was instrumental for these guys. Now moving the conversation towards Wildfangs. Sensei was able to place himself in the top 2, and even that is quite instrumental, honestly, because we never thought that that's going to happen. But Sensei somehow played to his survival instincts, and he got that 2nd place.
Yeah, definitely he got those 6 placement points, but that is it. For a second, I thought Sensei might try to steal 1 or 2 finish points in all that commotion because so much action was happening around him. And Sensei, all he focused on was getting those placement points. Had he tried to get those elimination points, maybe he could have got 1 or 2 points more, but that would have given away his position. So a wise decision also coming in from the side of Sensei. But I think Wildfangs and Do or Die, this is definitely going to help them in the leaderboard.
Exactly. I mean, for Wildfangs, once again, they're touching that average, but the first game, they just had 3 points. In my opinion, if Wildfangs do want to stay in the top 16, just getting 7 or 8 points now is not going to cut it. You at least need 9 to 10 points to be on the safety shoes, because when you know the latter half of the board is still yet to make a comeback, and especially 2 more groups are yet to step in the playing field, still there will be a lot of shuffles in the top 16. And looking at the place where Wildfangs is right now, they are not in the comfort shoes at all. They're still in that red zone. So Wildfangs, they need at least a chicken dinner to be in that comfort zone and sort of help themselves solidify that slot in the grand finals.
You know what? I really think we need to have a talk with the Sensei or Sev because I really want to know what really happened in the map of Miramar. Because Sev being in that compound where the foes were there, Scout being at such a great distance from Sev, I don't know what the call of the IGL was. I really need to have a talk with Sensei because Trace God also going up against the plus of Team Tamilas, outnumbered. That was not a wise decision.
It indeed wasn't. I mean, looking at the way things happened for Wildfangs, off the rip, it was Trace Scott who got picked off by Team Tamilas. Then later on, Seth moved up all by himself in a compound where 2 teams were already duking it out, and Seth got taken down without even giving a single fight. There was no cover fire available from anyone from the side of Wildfangs, so even that's quite a questionable decision. I'm not exactly sure why Seth moved up like that. Then Scout getting caught out in the open, even that was not expected. So Wildfangs were making mistakes after mistakes, and that's why they were getting picked off one after one. But still, all thanks to Sensei for getting the consistent points.
you know, Wildfangs was making a mistake, but there was a team which was not making any mistake, and that was Hero Extreme God. Like, first they wanted to take the control where the players of Team Reckoning were, but the moment they realized they don't know exactly where all the players of Reckoning are, they immediately tried to take the control of the hill which the players of Team RGC were having, and just by the use of grenade, despite being in a disadvantageous position, Godlike came victorious in that fight.
I mean, for Hero Extreme Godlike, they've just been winning fights left, right, and center. Honestly speaking, no matter what scenario you put them in, Hero Extreme Godlike is somehow taking those fights and still coming out on top. They wiped out VXT the second time. VXT is one of those teams that has been ruling the chart since the start. They've been on the first spot, and still Hero Extreme Godlike is taking a fight against them and effortlessly coming out on top. That proves the amount of firepower this team possesses at this point in time. Match MVP of the previous game will be Avnish. Just 3 eliminations and the finish contribution at 30%. He still managed to get the MVP of that previous game and the damage number of 652. Finisher being Clutcher from his own team, who has 3 finishes and 2 assists.
Previously, it was Bhalu and Reaper who were doing the majority of the heavy lifting, but seems like even Avnish and Clutcher have also started stepping up, and that's the reason that Do or Die has been able to pull off such a huge winner chicken dinner for themselves. That this is definitely going to boost the confidence. Avnish, Clutcher, Bhalu, Reaper, all the 4 boys are doing really great. At least they were doing great in the map of Miramar. And looking at the match ranking, they have got 20 points for themselves. Hero Extreme Godlike coming on the second with 11 points, 9 finishes strong. Hero Extreme Godlike, they always go for the aggression and they accumulate those finish points in every single game. Metal Esports also faring up really well in this one with total of 10 points.
If DOD even gets 10 points in the upcoming game, that's going to be 30 points in day 1 itself. And that's an interesting point of things to kick things off with, especially for this week. If they're able to get 30 points in one day, and if they're able to replicate the same performances even in the upcoming days, then they can make it in the top 16 as well. Even DOD can be another formidable threat. But let's be honest, that amount of consistency, that way of consistency, we haven't really seen a lot of underdog teams sort of pull that out.
Well, certainly, Do or Die. Even Bot Army Esports, they also started off with such a momentum. They started getting those crucial finish points. After that, they got 3 winner chicken dinners. Do or Die, they just need to follow the steps of Bot Army Esports, and I think they are on the right track. They just need 1 more chicken dinner.
It's easy to say, but it's tough to make happen. I mean, DOD is a complete different beast we're speaking of. Bot Army Esports were at least showcasing some sort of semblance of life, but DOD from the start till the end, they have been struggling too much. Yes, this chicken dinner is sort of going to ignite that flame of comeback, but that amount of consistency will be really tough, man. Pretty much next to impossible, considering the amount of pressure even this team's going to have on top of their heads now.
I might sound cliche by saying that even the word impossible says I am possible. It's still possible. Let's keep the hope for Do or Die, because I really want to support the
same way for Team Tamilas now.
Sorry. You win
well,
this one.
Impossible says I'm possible, right? So
mathematically it is still possible, but considering the performance which Team Tamilas is delivering at this point, yes, it's not possible.
I mean, look, for Team Tamilas, the average has been really bad, right? I mean, speaking of the previous week itself, they just had, 13 or 14 points in that 1 week. That means 9 games getting 13 points. It's really bad. It's a bad average to have. And Team Tamilas, with the momentum they have as well, it really does feel like getting any sort of spanner right now seems quite tough. So, yeah, at this point in time, you can pretty much give up on Team Tamilas and hope that at least they try and bring in some sort of entertainment to the lobby. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Broncos thing.
सर्कल 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा, ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into awesomeness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again. XOX cutthroat code, run it again.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So never do the Broncos thing.
Welcome back, everyone. You guys are watching Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season Week 4 and Day number 1, the last game of the day for Group A and D. My name is Shadow, and joining me for the next one is going to be Fixes. Fixes, do or die, getting those 20 points is definitely going to boost their confidence.
For sure, but still a lot of work needs to be put in if they have to see the days of the LAN finale. And talking about the LAN, finally the tickets are also online. That is, the links will be posted pretty soon. But yes, it has been announced it is going to be once again held in the very same arena, the Noida Indoor Stadium. So that's going to be exciting. And we remember that beautiful stage being built up. I think one of the best stages so far in the history of any BGMI events. And I'm really excited to be a part of that. But moving on ahead, DOD, point of concern, yes, a chicken dinner, but still much needs to be done now.
Well, certainly, they need few more chicken dinners in their favor if they want to see themselves in the top 16, but definitely a step in the right direction. This is going to give them the confidence boost. But even the plus of Team Medal also did decent in the previous month. But I have few complaints from the side of Team 8-Bit, because 8-Bit, the circle was favoring them so much. For a second, I thought 8-Bit, they might come victorious in this one, but that didn't happen. 8-Bit, they were just completely evaporated from the game.
Yeah, they drew in a lot of heat on them, to be honest, especially having that position, a little bit of a split with the players, and were caught out in the open, not have a lot of cover to play with. But when we are looking at the overall rankings, really not interested in the top 8, barring the fact that Wildfangs have somehow asserted the position over there, 183. So far, everything good in the hood, at least for Sensei and the boys, given the fact that early on they had to suffer so much casualty, and Sensei being the beacon of hope for them. But as we move on ahead, of course, they will be under threat from the forces coming in from CG, Josh Shelley, Wingard, because they've yet to start playing the games. Medal Esports, a little bit of a cushion there, 165 points, 13th position is where they're sitting at. But for Revenant X Spark, a lot needs to be done because they're being pushed over, as they will be coming into play after this, and it would be a really exciting affair to watch them play.
Of course, Shadow has already said they are aiming for the 40 points on this particular day. So let's see how they're going to get those 40 points. But Team Empire, they are also sitting on the 17th spot. A team which was looking so confident in week number 1, but suddenly they are out of top 16. But we have got hidden ones. They are also doing really great, especially in the map of Erangel, where they came on the 2nd spot with a total of 11 points. They need few more points if they want to see themselves in the top 16. But 8-bit, yes, they have taken a jump in the overall ranking, but still in the danger area.
Still quite volatile is how the overall standings are at this point, because Do or Die did get a chicken dinner in that one, did push themselves through, but they need a couple of more good games like that. Another chicken dinner maybe in this one. We have seen this happen even in the past. Teams do really ride on that momentum train, but versus Esports, things are looking quite abysmal given the fact they've already played 2 games, and now they will be playing their last of the day, and sitting at 25th position with 128 points, with still 2 more groups coming into action. I think Vasista Esports have to go big in this one.
All the 4 players also need to step up, because for now we are only seeing most of the action by Pukar from the side of Vasista. If all the remaining 3 players also start stepping up, I think Vasista can definitely get that winner chicken dinner. If not winner chicken, at least a high fragging game in the backpack. So that is something which Vasista needs to do at this point.
They have to, because for Vasista Esports, they've been completely missing as a whole net unit. And we haven't seen that sort of cohesiveness, the teamwork hasn't really been there. For me, the only performing player that I can really put my faith on has to be Pukar, because he's been there for the team in various situations. But Fierce, he's been missing, especially when you watch Fierce in play. You've got such high expectations from him. And has he delivered? The answer is going to be no. There have been multiple instances where they are fumbling and they have been struggling quite a lot. So at this point, somewhere they have to redeem themselves, and not a lot of time left, especially with all those teams below them. They've just played 27 matches. So at this point, Vasista Esports, nothing short of a chicken dinner will keep them alive. Because when you look at the teams below them, you've got Phoenix, Genesis, all of them are going to be coming to play in the next games, and they will definitely be looking for rising up ahead.
I think a similar thing is happening with the players of Team Hidden Ones as well, because Executor and Alien, they are doing the majority of the heavy lifting. If you remember the first game of the day, Erangel, where Hidden Ones came so close to getting a chicken dinner, the main problem was Executor and Alien, they were eliminated. Even Alien got knocked out. It was only Daniel and Mortis. Whenever the situation is there, the pressure is on the shoulders of Daniel and Mortis. They're not able to live up to that pressure. So Hidden Ones, I think Daniel and Mortis, they also need to start stepping up really well, because they are relying heavily on Executor and Alien.
It's okay. I think for Hidden Ones, still one of their biggest third-party tournaments in which they've made it to the challenge season. And they have really had their moments, especially how they started the day off in the game of Erangel and had such a good position to hold on to. But this is where the lack of experience really comes into play. I think they will be the ones taking a lot of lessons from this tournament, and especially with the officials knocking on the door. So seems like they'll have a rather easier time over there if they have dealt with the heat of this lobby. But yes, minus 40, I feel like we can call the curtains on them very much towards the end, around 60 points. So really not going to make the cut, is given with so less number of matches to be played. So minus 40 could again be one of those catalysts that could decide to go all out. And in them doing so, they could cause trouble for a lot of the other teams.
I think they are doing exactly that also. They are trying to engage in all the good fights. They're taking fights from the very start of the game, because in the previous week also, they got 8 finishes right of the start of the Erangel. The previous week, 29 points. That was the best week for minus 40. This aggressive approach is kind of working for minus 40.
It certainly is, but we have been talking about the tickets for the grand finale, and it is live now. So what you're going to do is just scan this QR code and claim your seats 31st to 2nd Feb. Make sure you've got your dates booked, and it is going to be such a gala affair, because I'll tell you what was missing in the previous LAN. Hero Extreme Godlike, they weren't there. So many fans had come in. They were hoping that maybe next time around Hero Extreme Godlike comes into play, and this time going as the front runners. I'm pretty sure the stadium and the arena is going to be jam-packed. Aiku Soul, they're at the top of their form. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're also having the time of their lives. It's going to be such an interesting battle, but we will be also joined by 14 other teams, and that's a quest we are out for to find out who the other 14 shall be. Quite a lot of them have already secured their berth, but here we are. Final game, Group A and D for the day. Erangel is going to be the map. And we've seen the first game of Erangel, the flight path trajectory in one direction, the circle forming. Otherwise, did put a lot of those teams for a toss, especially the ones that suffered a lot were 8-bit, considering that could have been their game. But still, nonetheless, 8-bit today, if you look at their performance, it has been quite decent if you compare it to the previous weeks.
Especially Mafia. I think whatever Mafia is doing at this point is really working for the entire team. I just really want Omega also to step up. If that happens, I think 8-bit can easily make it in the top 16. Already they have taken a certain jump, quite a jump in the overall ranking. So I think 8-bit is looking forward to good games. If they get a chicken in this Erangel, I think 8-bit can secure a spot in the top 16.
They certainly can do. And with that hopes alive, we charter into the skies. This time the flight path trajectory from the northeastern shores towards Primorsk is where we are headed at, and I think quite a decent flight path if you ask me, but a lot of those teams heading on towards Georgie area or towards those extreme eastern sides, they will have to rely on either having a contingency plan or maybe securing those early vehicles. And given that this is the final game, we might get to see a couple of those early fights brewing up. But look at Versatile. They've decided to head over towards Yasnaya. And last I remember, in the first game of Erangel, it was Vasista Esports also going over there. So clearly, the Hunters are dropping down at the big city. But Vasista Esports, nowhere to be found out yet. They're going towards Pochinki. Wow, things are flipped.
Wise decision also, because Vasista, they are in dire need of those points, and taking that extra risk going for a head-on fight against the players of Team VXT might not help their case. So I think a wise decision coming from the side of IGL is now they have the entire city of Pochinki to them. We also have got the plus of Gujarat Tigers. Even Gujarat Tigers didn't have a very good game in the previous one, that was Miramar. But this time they can definitely try to redeem themselves. There was a dip in the performance of Gujarat Tigers in week number 2 as well, where few players like Arman and Clutch God were really living up to the expectations, but remaining 2 players were quite struggling. But seems like they have rectified all those mistakes in this week.
They have, but at the same time, for Gujarat Tigers, I feel like it's still stormy outside. For Gujarat Tigers, those initial couple of weeks that had been quite stellar, but later on, it felt like they were finally being tested. It felt like they were finally being matched. And given that Gujarat Tigers is one of those teams that hadn't been invited, they had to earn their right to come in to play in the challenge season. They have already done so much. And for Clutch God especially, it means a lot. Have been really missing out on witnessing him perform in those grand finale events in those coveted lands. So this time he's got to do everything in his arsenal to ensure his berth over there. As minus 40 still lurking around that quarry area, their hopes finally falling down the drain, and this is where I really hope in their last dance they decide to go all out.
Well, they certainly decided to go all out, but speaking of the team which is on our screens, Legend Esports, yes, they have been performing really good. In week number 3, they accumulated 50 points, which is the highest in all the 3 weeks. Even the previous Erangel Legend did get those decent points, especially against the plus of Team Tamilas. But I was just looking at the Finnish leaders, and I hate to bring such facts, but Curse God from their side has got 5 finishes in 27 games.
Yeah, I mean, we really do not know exactly what could be the cause, but clearly it's the nerves is what I believe. Given any other day, any other occasion, Legit Esports, they've got a lot of firepower in them. And like I said, being ones amongst the underdogs to have made it so far, they should consider it as an achievement and move ahead with their heads held high. That's all I can say for Legit. Because right now, it's a very, very less likely chance where they make it inside of the grand finals. Unless and only until they sort of unleash themselves. And you talk about unleashing themselves, Versatile. Again on the hunt, this time dropped out at Yasnaya, realized that Vasista Esports nowhere to be found. And Somraj set sail on a hunting spree. wondering where possibly could Vasista Esports go. Little did they know that their homes have been terrorized. But Chinky is where Vasista Esports are sitting at. But so far, the day for Versatile hasn't really been the case where they're picking a fight against Vasista Esports. It's always Hero Extreme Godlike that have been posing so much trouble. At least in the past 2 games, we have seen Vasista and Versatile face so much casualties.
All those teams who are sitting in the top 5, they can do anything they want. They can go
Yeah.
for those rivalries, they can go for those drop clashes. Versatile and Hero Extreme God, like, they can afford such sort of battle. But Vasista, on the other hand, they can't afford such risky moves. They need to play safe because they are still not in the top 16. So Versatile, they can go for the hunt. Hero Extreme God, like, they have been going for the hunt since, I think, the start of week number 3, and they're still hunting. In the previous 2 games, or also Hero Extreme Godlike was exactly doing the same thing. Even Aiko Soul is also in the same path.
They are, and it's going to be exciting because Aiko Soul comes into play next. And what I'm wondering, or what I really want to see, even just as a mere spectator over here, is Versatile going after Hero Extreme Godlike. And by the looks of it, around that junction area, they've crossed over that bridge, which leads me into thinking, are they really going out for a hunt? Is it going to be Hero Extreme Godlike? We're on the radar because the scoreline for today has been 2-0. Surely they have to answer back, right? And at this point, Somraj, he's the one player who does not really forget. Or does he even forgive? As of now, Hidden Ones, a little bit of a pickle over here. Executor, he's got some unwanted attention on him. It is going to be the players of Genix FM. A 1v1 against Shogun, and that was a slap on Executor's face. Before he could execute any strategy from his playbook, gets exterminated. As Hidden Ones, trouble still brewing, and now seems like things are looking quite dire even for Shogun. Now cornered down to a wall, but does not really care. Still goes out swinging, gets another knock to himself. As the cavalry does arrive, as Alien just charging in through. He will get his redemption, but at the cost of what? As the other players of Genix FM do arrive in due course. And there you've got Daniel spotting out Vishu as this fight goes on.
Well, certainly Alien is going for the rescue mission onto Mortis. This is such an important revival. But Shogun definitely doing wonders. But for now, he has been eliminated as one of the player, Vishu, trying to find a knock onto Daniel with the Molotovs being exchanged, but no connection. But Daniel is on a sliver of HP. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible, as Maedric, along with Evil, is trying to rush into the compounds of Hidden Ones. Even Mortis needs to patch himself up. Grenades can find some sort of connection, as Maedric is trying to do the same thing. Along with that, Alien is also trying to find some sort of connection with a grenade, but Maedric finds a knock onto Alien. This is such a great opening for the players of Genix FM, but a trade onto Maedric is going to even the numbers.
Indeed it is. And now things have just gotten more spicier. As Daniel, he needs to buy time. Vishu coming into aid for his fallen teammate as Evil gets the patch up. As Alien already back on his foot once again, as Daniel getting a little hasty, getting a little excited over there. Gets smacked back. Gracious me, he's still alive. At least that's something they can really work around with. But for what it's worth at this point, Hidden Ones, Mortis, he's got a really good angle to play around. And for Genix FM, they have to deplete a lot of resources trying to lure out the players of Hidden Ones at this point. As elsewhere, you've got 8-Bit picking a bone against the players of Vasista Esports. But as things stand, Alien finally taking a leap. He's on the ground floor, but he gets instantly snuffed out. Dealt with also as Daniel, he has to charge in. He needs to find the right trades. As Evil has his position compromised, as Daniel somehow trying to maybe take his chance against that grenade, as Evil does not provide any sort of cover fire. As Daniel, he goes big and sends home Genix FM packing, as a golden chance squandered by the boys from Genix FM. And Shogun, he's going to be pretty mad about that. A comedy of errors, and Hidden Ones somehow still live to tell the tale.
Well, certainly 4 finishers, and Hidden Ones were already having a gala time in the previous Erangel. They are having a very good day. All they need is few more placement points, and Hidden Ones, they can propel themselves in the top 16. But Genex FM, this is definitely going to hurt them because Shogun was able to bring a knock onto 2+ of hidden ones. He brought down 2+, and after that, Genex FM, they had the numbers advantage. But first of all, I have a few questions for Shogun. What was he doing in that compound? Because his entire team was towards the side of military base, and Shogun was the one breaching into the compound where Executor was there. Maybe he didn't scout the area properly. Something was off in that particular fight because Shogun was not supposed to be in that compound in the first place.
I'll tell you what happened. It's usually the tendency of the players, if you drop down at Sosnovka base, they tend to loot down those certain patches also for those meds, for all the utility that they can gather. And Shogun just charged right in. Did not know that there's already a player hiding. Should have been careful, but then he had to later on rely on his instincts. As for now, Legit already 2 men down. Managed to get one up against the players of RGC. Rishi also bleeding. Screaming for help as Legit, they're trying to get their forces back. All the players slowly but surely getting the rest back up. As Dope, he's going to take his chances as Choco still lying on the ground. Finally relieves him of his misery. And for now, RGC Esports, they've got Sanchit still on the floor, trying to get the revive back up as Sparsh. It could pose a big threat because Zeus, he's constantly just giving all that information. Sparsh position compromised, but Proton has got a very good angle to work things around. Striving over his vehicle, hoping he can get a drive-by knock, but that does not happen. That is not the case right now.
Legit Esports, Zeus is still begging for the help, begging for the rescue mission. Even Dope is knocked out from the side of RGC. But look at the angle where Proton is. Such a beautiful flank coming in from his side. But even he's also getting shots from the plus of team RGC. Even the plus of team Tamilas and Gujarat Tigers also locking horns with each other. But wait a second, Sparsh gets taken down. And Rishi, he has to go for the revival onto Dope. Also trying to get the confirmation point onto Sparsh, Proton, Legit. This was such a scrappy fight. Both these teams, RGC and Legit, they wanted to take a longer route inside the circle. They wanted to have a safe rotation. But seems like they both collided against each other. And Legit, now they are on the receiving end as Proton is left all by himself.
He certainly is. At this point, both these squads quite desperate for all those points, right? If they have to qualify, they will have to see the end of it as Versatile and versus Esports, they clash. And we could see knocks coming in from both the sides. Neither of them also deciding to back off as Bunny's position in this one is compromised. Proton knows exactly where he is. Of course, he's revealed a little bit of his body there. He's got him pinned down as Bunny trying to go for an escape as Proton will sniff him out and will put an end to him. As Proton, he gets all the 4 frags. But the problem here, Shadow, is at the cost of what? Losing down on 3 members, especially when Legit needed a couple of those biggies. Surely now he has to survive till the end. He needs to collect as many meds he possibly can. But really interested to see or know what is going on outside of Pachinki. Versatile and Vasista, what has happened?
Even Gujarat Tigers is also in the mix. They can also do a third party. And Versatile, they wanted to go for the hunt. They found the plus of team Vasista. And just looking the map feed, Hero Extreme, Godlike, even they are also trying to migrate inside the circle where from the same path where we have the plus of team VXT and Vasista. There is a possibility of all these 4 teams locking horns with each other.
Yeah, and the best part is Versatile and Hero Extreme Godlike have nothing to lose over here. And for Versatile, Hero Extreme Godlike have been such a thorn in their bomb tonight. The way they've been constantly targeting them, always going after them, trying to somehow sprinkle some rivalry over there before that coveted grand finals begin. Trying to establish their supremacy, both these squads. As Fauna versus Esports, maybe Hero Extreme Godlike could be a sigh of relief for them. Give them those escape routes. Because as you can see, the silhouettes now being visible. Hero Extreme Godlike in real close proximity to where Versatile are. But given the position Versatile are holding and looking at the circle, Versatile do not even care if they get eliminated right now. All they want is some blood to be splattered through these green pastures as Versatile making a move. Hero Extreme Godlike oil coiled up, ready to strike, waiting for that right time as Admino is prepared. He is going to be greeted with Jonathan, and there you go. Admino opens thing up. It is going to be Equinox, already dealt with as Versatile again. Quite enraged by the fact that they came on a hunt and now they are getting hunted.
Look at Raiden. He's so far away from his teammates. He's in the city of Pochinki, where else his remaining 3 teammates were engaging in a fight with the Plus of Team Vasista. But yes, like you said, Hero Extreme Godlike, they want some blood and they are on a hunt. But for now, they need to prioritize the rotation. They need to make a move inside the circle. That is exactly what they are trying to do. But VXT still taking the brunt of the blue and taking that longer route to move inside the circle. But speaking about the circle, even the Plus of Team 4 Miracle and Reckoning were also locking horns with each other.
Yeah, so many fights happening simultaneously. And this shows how teams are desperate at this point. Because when you look at the circle, ideally should be a Wildfang's game. But what really worries me is if they can get their forces back together once that hard shift happens, which will in the next couple of seconds, going a little towards that western side. At this point, Gujarat Tigers will be the ones getting such a good spot, but now Hero Extreme Godlike, they're in no mood of showing mercy, whoever the opposition is, and now will wipe out the existence of Vasista Esports without even breaking a sweat. 4 finishes already collected, as now 4 Vasista Esports again left lamenting, as some thought that maybe after Hero Extreme Godlike went on a hunt after the players of Versatile, Vasista Esports could live for a couple of more moments, and that did not happen. And as of now, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to have a smooth sail inside the zone. But for Gujarat Tigers, alarm bell stalling because -40 right near them. And there you go, Spider trying to rattle the players down, but could not get the knock.
Spider and Nishu from the side of -40 are the two last doing the majority of the heavy lifting, and Spider, the perfect man to provide all the backline support, as the players of -40 are trying to breach into the compounds of Gujarat Tigers, where Gods is trying to find some sort of connection with those grenades. Even Joker is also trying to do the same thing, but no connection whatsoever as grenades being exchanged, and Nishu is trying to go up close personal against the players of Gujarat Tigers. But wait a second, Spider has been knocked out. This is not looking good for the players of -40. They have to go for the rescue mission, but Spider being so far away, the revival is not going to be easy at all.
Of course, they were playing with fire, weren't they? Surely got their hands burned in that situation. God's really close to vodka. He's not going to show any mercy, is he? As now he's going to go after that last player. But there you have it, Nishu somehow responds back, trying to scalp in any finishes that he can at this point. Even Zeref down on his knees. The Joker really low HP, and suddenly -40, they're starting to do it. But since now they have been denied, as Zeref, he forms a flank angle, gets the better of the players of M40 and will now trigger the revive. But look at this, still not out of the woods yet, as 8-bit, they also decide to get in on the carnival as Arman. He goes for an hasty exit, needs to save himself, but Clutch God and Zeref lying on the floor. That will earn 8-bit 2 extra finishes, and that is something they can be happy with for now, because they've got such a promising position inside the circle. And some would even say that this chicken dinner could be theirs.
Could be possible because they have got such a good spot inside the circle. But for now, Proton in sort of a situation in 1v4 against the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, as it finds a knock on to Edmino. But Sim comes in and deals with him, and an easy revival. And with that, Legit Esports, they have been eliminated on the 11th spot. But Proton, kudos to him. The way he 1v4'd the entire team of RGC, this guy has been doing wonders. Proton is the one getting all the finishes every single time. His teammates also need to start stepping up. But Hero Extreme Godlike with 5 finishes. Let's see who is going to be the next target. Could be the plus of VXT.
Look at this. I think Versatile, they are fuming with rage. And now they're starting to go on a hunt. And pretty sure Simp, he's heard all that commotion. He knows it is Versatile. And they of course want their heads. For sure, Hero Extreme Godlike will have to reposition themselves. They do have the man advantage against Versatile. Equinox already being dealt a death blow by Admino earlier on into the game. It's now Somraj still trying to scar out the lands along with S-Power. They want some redemption. They want some revenge. As Simp, he's not about to slow down. Somraj stopping around that rock. As Simp still driving over, trying to lure the players out of Versatile. into forcing an error, and that is where Hero Extreme Godlike go after them. Now, Versatile realizing they have to prioritize the circle, they part away.
Well, they certainly part away. But the main question is for how long? Because seems like Hero Extreme Godlike, they might go on a chase. But Fun of the Circle is heavily favoring the players of Team 8-Bit. Reckoning on the other side towards the eastern periphery, they might come under heavy fire because they have got the players of Wildfangs also trying to make a similar rotation. Then Wildfangs, they have got hidden ones on their tails. Medal Esports also sticking to the eastern periphery of the circle, do or die towards the northern side. For Miracle, they are taking their sweet time and going for a late rotation inside the circle. So there is a possibility of fight happening between Wildfangs and hidden ones at this point.
There certainly is. Can't really deny those factors there. Would love to see that to happen. But even for Reckoning, they are quite thirsty at this point. They're also on the lookout for a couple of those outliers, and Versatile could be on their hit list. Look at that spread they've got around that certain area. For 8-Bit, it's all about defending till the very end. It's all about waiting for a team to make a mistake, to make a pour at their direction. And seems like even Wildfangs got trouble knocking on their doors. Other players of Hidden Ones just hunker down around the shelter area. Sensei's got a little bit of an angle. Whilst the three, they're just trying to guard this place with all their lives. Those smokes being dropped down, constant threat. For Wildfangs, swords hanging on their heads, and really need to at least get 10 to 12 points to make sure they cross that 200-pointer marker. But look at this, Shadow. Reckoning, they have spotted out the players of Versatile. And by the looks of it, Versatile is in such a precarious spot.
Yeah, just having a little shack to their control. But I love the spread which is coming from the side of Team Reckoning. All the 4 players having that entire southern control towards them, having those hard covers. And Viper having so much information onto the plus of VXT, and Raiden is trying to go up close personal. And Viper is aware about his position, where else S-Power and his teammate are still having that wooden shack cover for themselves. But seems like VXT, they want to pick this fight against the players of Reckoning. Whereas Hero Extreme Godlike towards the northern end, there is no chance of a third party happening in this scenario. But Hidden Ones and 4 Medical also locking horns with each other, as 4 Medical, one of the player out in the open, and Hidden Ones, they also need to deal with the brunt of the blue as Alien is down to a sliver of HP as Dragon gets knocked out by Alien.
Oh, this is going to be such a mad scramble. Both these teams, they have to take those fights, and now for, as things stands for Medical, already losing out on their IGL themselves, they somehow need to get in to safe covers. As Poco, he is being rattled down with so many bullets from multiple directions. Of course, it's going to be the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. Seems like one of his tires has been flattened out. As Hero Extreme Godlike, nothing really to lose in this game. As Mr. Beard Baba, he is out in the open, almost on the verge of getting taken down. Surely Admino is going to go in for a halt, gets a beautiful knock administered there. As of Simp, he's going to take a fight against the players of DOD. Bhalu right in front of him. Gets that knock, just drives over. As Hero Extreme Godlike carving their way inside the circle is Jonathan from the backlines. A fight against Reaper, as Reaper will answer back. And suddenly DOD, they really do not want to shy out without a fight, as Clutcher finally falls down. As Simp, he's going to get the deeds done. Jonathan being picked off. Hero Extreme Godlike now just to have 3 players on their side, and now they have to get inside the zone with DOD posing a constant threat. So many teams around them, as even Avnish is going to be firing a horde of bullets, and Avnish gets a knock onto it. Simp being exterminated. Now it all rests on Ponk and Admino's shoulders.
What is Oveis doing so close to the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, where else his entire team is inside the circle? This was such a risky move from the side of Oveis. Maybe he's trying to gather all the information. He wants finishes all by himself, where Hero Extreme Godlike and Do or Die are going up against each other, being outnumbered. I don't know if it can go in the favor of Oveis at this point.
Desperate time, Shadow call for desperate measures. At this point, he's trying to play with fire. He knows that Hero Extreme Godlike and DOD are so fixated on each other that maybe he can get a couple for his team, because at this point where 8-Bit are, chicken dinners aren't going to make the cut. As of now, he's realized that the fight has been reset once again. Hero Extreme Godlike Just to Punk taking some hefty amount of damage over there. As always, again, he lures himself back in. He knows that he can get a couple of finishes if he just plays his cards right. Maybe Admino has a slight tingling that tells him that maybe there's somebody out here on the hunt. And now there you have it. Punk finally gets that confirmation. He knows that Oasis is just toying around. As 8-Bit, they still have a very good position inside the zone. But with that circle shifting further towards east, now even 8-Bit, they'll also have to make a run.
Well, certainly they have to move inside the circle as Hero Extreme Godlike are also trying to engage a fight with the plus of Team VXT, where Reckoning was doing a third party VXT in such a peculiar spot as Somraj gets taken down, but as Power finds a knock onto Punk and might be looking for the confirmation. Raiden is also there to provide all the support, and as Power gets a confirmation also onto Punk, leaving Hero Extreme Godlike with just a single player remaining, that is Edmino, but 10 finishes already in their backpack as Raiden also has been eliminated. No, he's surviving on a sliver of HP for a second. I thought Raiden has been eliminated, but with a grenade he's trying to find a knock onto Edmino. But VXT, they have been eliminated.
Admino just single-handedly dealt with the forces of Hero Extreme. In fact, the players of Versatile there. My God, what a beautiful play coming in from Admino. When the situations were dire, surely he did step up. And Hero Extreme Godlike have a 3-on-up against Versatile there. As of now, 8-Bit, they've secured 5 finishes to their names against the players of Metal. Even Wildfangs in the mix. They also have all of their 4 players breathing. But 8-Bit quite exposed. As Wildfangs, they've got so much vision to play around, so much high ground also. As they wait with bated breaths for the right moment to strike. Even Metal in the mix. Such an intense final circle. Servit, his position also seems to have been compromised there. As Wildfangs, the first task right now in front of them is to find a spot inside the zone and somehow keep their troops alive.
Medal, all the 3 players away from each other, not really looking good, but this is looking so promising for the plus of Team 8-Bit as they have got the numbers. They also have got the control of the circle as Omega is trying to find a knock onto the plus of Wildfangs, as Trace God's position has already been compromised. And 8-Bit, they do have a solid cover to work around with. As Scout has been knocked out by Ash, this is a great opening for the plus of Team 8-Bit to charge onto the plus of Team Wildfangs at this point.
Oh, 8-Bit, they have been so resilient. They have shown that tenacity. Now it starts to pay off in dividends as Trace got the hero of the hour. There you have it, gets another knock as one after the other. The pieces do fall from 8-Bit side. It's just going to be Mafia and Omega they have to deal with. But we know sometimes the duo is going to be enough. As one after the other, Trace got single-handedly dealing with the forces of 8-Bit. All by himself as now only Team Metal lies ahead of Wildfangs and their endeavors of securing the chicken dinner. 7 finishes is what they've accrued, and now Cyrex could also get taken down. Trace God, he is starting to do it.
Well, certainly 4 finishes out of 7 just by this lad. Trace God is doing so much. He dealt with the plus of Team 8-Bit as Waste was trying to go for the vehicle run over onto Trace God. Trace God immediately eliminated him. But Metal Esports, with Cyrex being knocked out, is not looking so good and promising. And Sarvit also down to a 10 HP. He needs to patch himself up. And this is the moment when the plus of Wildfangs can directly rush onto the plus of Metal as they are outnumbered. There is no chance on earth to go for the rescue mission onto Cyrex.
There's no chance, but at this point, of course, they're not going to risk it. Now they've decided to play in pairs. And that's not where the trouble ends. Even for Metal Esports, they have to get inside the circle. With Trace God, Seth and Sensei keeping such a close watch on them, it's not going to be easy as the bombardment does begin. A carpet of smokes will be laid out in the next couple of seconds. Cyrex, no, he might just get the res back up. As Trace got from the backlines, he's not snuffed it out. He's got that smoke which hinders his vision over there. Seth has to be the key. He needs to form a flank angle. His position still quite unknown as legit. Trying to hold the doors. And now the numbers have been even. It's a 3-on-3 situation. It is going to be also exciting, Shadow.
Oh, certainly. 3v3 situation. Cyrex for a second I thought is going to be eliminated. But Metal Esports, kudos to them to go for the rescue mission. But Seth, he needs to be very careful as Metal. They are trying to find some sort of connection with all that utility. kind of a stalemate situation as Metal is also trying to have that soft cover for themselves and also deny the vision for the players of Team Wildfangs. But Sensei, what a grenade onto Cyrex, and follow-up grenade also takes Cyrex down. This is such a great opening, and Sensei is looking for the confirmation as well.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Wildfangs know they've got everything working for them. It's now Cyrex already out of picture. Wildfangs have got the numbers to deal with, but Sensei's position, it is now known to Legit and Servit. However, does Sensei know that Legit is just lurking around? One small mistake and Sensei might get knocked, but Trace God, he's got so much vision to play around. As Sensei, he gets lobbed over with those flames. Somehow survives by the skin of his teeth there. Needs to patch himself up quickly. As now what Wildfangs are really doing is covering all the exits. As Metal still going to take their chances trying to get inside the zone as Legit. His position now compromised. Sensei, he deals a death blow, and there you have it. Sent Metal packing as Wildfangs spread their fangs across the lobby and secure their chicken dinner, with which we could also for sure say that they might have also earned their golden ticket into the grand finals.
Oh, for sure. Wildfangs, after this winner chicken dinner, they have definitely solidified their spot in the top 16. But Metal Esports, also kudos to them because they had a fantastic day today, day number 1. Because in the previous one, also Miramar, they had a good outing. In this one also, coming on the second spot, even Metal, they are also looking so promising. But Wildfangs, it was so important after that Miramar game because so many questions were raised onto Sensei and Seth and Trace God because of what really happened in Miramar. But I think Sensei has answered all the questions beautifully by getting a victory in this one.
And this was such a poised chicken dinner coming in from Wildfangs. We saw them not really getting themselves into the thick and thin of all those scrappy fights. They were quite patient in this one. They knew their time is going to come. They were giving due diligence to the zone. Quite a meticulous play comes in from their side. But what really stepped out for me, or rather who really stepped up for me, was Trace God once again, single-handedly dealing with an Inform 8-bit who were on the verge of having such a good game in this one. And I think still 8-bit did come out swinging with again around 10 to 12 points in their favor. But they need to hunt for a little bit more. They need to find those big games. And you could see that thirst, that desperation from their side, all those risky movements they've been making. But for Wildfangs, I think now they've had a nice cushion on them because after this, they might have crossed over that 190 points marker. But for Medal also, a very crucial game, and they also did their bidding. But a team that I'm really disappointed with has to be Vasista Esports. They were given a little bit of a lifeline there. They should have made a run inside the zone. But in failing to do so, falling down to the players of Hero Extreme Godlike and Hero Extreme Godlike. What a fight back against Versatile yet again. And the scores are supposed to be settled. But for today, Hero Extreme Godlike will be the ones taking the laugh against Versatile.
But I do agree that I feel bad for the players of Team Vasista because they tried their level best. As we can see in the highlights as well, they were trying to dodge all the fights instead of going towards the side of Yasna. They went all the way towards the Pochinki to disengage, to not have a drop clash against the players of Team Versatile. But after that, when they were engaging in a fight with the plus of Team VXT, Hero Extreme Godlike came as a blessing in disguise. And the minute they said thank you to Hero Extreme Godlike, seems like Hero Extreme Godlike was the one to eliminate them after a few seconds.
It was just Admino beauty, right? Especially when I felt like everything was against Hero Extreme Godlike. He was just that last player surviving, and suddenly a grenade comes in. Espar gets taken down, and with a shotgun from at least 50 meters range, still manages to take down Raiden. I think Admino, he's just built different, right? And even this fight, where 8-bit were the ones looking for those opportunities, and for Proton, heart goes out for him. Played like a mad lad, did whatever he could, and did manage to secure those early 4 finishes. But that was all she wrote for Proton, as we then saw Hero Extreme Godlike absolutely taking over, showing no mercy to anybody inside the lobby, just going all out, gathering as many finishes as they possibly could have. But this is where we see Admino at its peak. Look at him, barely had any HP to work with, and despite that, still went after them, as 8-bit did call the curtains over. But then we saw Trace God. He just took over.
Well, certainly, and in that moment when Wildfangs were engaging in a fight with the players of Team 8-bit, I think Owace tried to go for the vehicle runover onto Trace God, and the moment Owace stepped out from that vehicle, Trace God immediately eliminated him and dodged that vehicle as well. So kudos to Trace God as well, because this guy has been doing wonders from the week 1. Even when the entire team of Wildfangs was struggling in the leaderboard, Trace God was still performing really good in that situation.
Oh, he was. And Trace Scott has been such a phenomenal player to watch out for, especially when he was playing from FS. I've seen him. I've followed his journey for quite some time. Trace Scott and Wizard, they were such a good duo. I do not know what happened to them, but where Wizard vanished and Trace Scott finally getting that spotlight, he's starting to deliver. But Admino, nothing can really take away from the fact that he was indeed the best player in the lobby, especially that clutch against Versatile. Now, mind you, these are the two teams right at the tippity top. Placed first is Hero Extreme Godlike, and then you've got Versatile. And still, Admino showing such resilience there in that fight, clutching it out. I think goes on to say that Hero Extreme Godlike, yes, they are prepared for the grand finals. But the best companion award goes to Mortis in this match. And then you've got Seth getting that final blow.
Well, certainly, Seth got the final finish on to the players of Medal Esports, and Wildfangs, this chicken dinner is definitely going to help them. Even Seth has also been doing wonders. In week 1, I remember Seth was struggling, but he has picked himself up after week number 2. But looking at the match ranking, we have got Wildfangs on the top with 20 points, Hero Extreme Godlike with 13 finishes on the second spot, total of 15 points. 8-bit getting those 11 points is really much needed from the side of 8-bit. Metal also doing fairly well, getting those 8 points.
You know, this dying push coming in from 8-bit, and they also know that today's day might not have gone their way, because I'm pretty sure they were hoping for a chicken dinner or two. But given the circumstances that they're in, surely would be hoping for a better tomorrow. For Gujarat Tigers, 8 points. I mean, it's decent. But given the fact that Wildfangs, the others, they're really starting to pick up pace, as well as Medal also getting 8 points out of this one. Even DOD, Hidden Ones, they're also starting to take a climb. I think Gujarat Tigers needs to bounce back tomorrow. And for Reckoning Esports, I think the tale continues. The moment they know they've secured their berth, they go on to their merry ways, and just 3 points into shabby, given the fact that they've already done majority of that heavy lifting. But for Team Tamilas and versus Esports, I mean, is it time where we call the curtains on them?
I think it's time, because Team Tamilas, the way they have been performing, I doubt they will make it in the top 16. Along with Team Tamilas, I also think RGC is also one of those teams. It seems highly unlikely that RGC can be in the top 16, especially the way they got a 1v4 by Proton. Many mistakes were made by the players of RGC in that situation.
A lot of mistakes were made, and I'm pretty sure this is where it's too much on their plate at this point, because they have to qualify, they have to engage themselves in fights, and pretty much RGC are like those backbenchers. They haven't studied throughout the year, and the final day comes, suddenly they realize, oh shoot, we've got to qualify, and we've got to do whatever it takes. But little too late is what I can say at this time, as we take a quick gander at the overall rankings once again. 274 points. For Hero Extreme Godlike, the target is set. Take down Versatile and cross that 300 pointer marker, which is quite feasible given the run of form that they're having, soaring through Bottom Esports. We finally get to see them coming in next. For Reckoning, like I said, right, it has already been established. They're going to see the days of the grand finals. And if there were any lingering doubts about the qualifications of Wildfangs, it feels like they've done their bid.
Oh, they certainly have. Even OG, they are sitting on the 8th spot with 189 points. God's Train, their matches will start after this one. Even they can also take a jump in the overall ranking, but Gujarat Tigers sitting on the 9th spot with 184 points. For sure, they have solidified their spot. Vikendi Esports with 179 points. Carnival Gaming, they were struggling in the previous week. Let's hope they have recovered from all that mistakes. Medal certainly did their homework, and this week they have started on a very good note. For now, they are on the 12th spot with 173 points.
No, at this point, for Medal Esports, yes, it's a climb, but then you have Red Ross coming in, even K9 coming into play next, Revenant X Park, Josh Shelley. Pretty sure that their position might be under threat. But so far, a decent day at least for Medal Esports. But look at this. Bounce back comes in from 8-bit. 17th position is where they are sitting at. And now would be under threat from Team Empire, even with officials. If they have a really good outing, Same goes for Cincinnati Kids. But for Miracle Esports, they had such a good chance. And it feels like they might have also dropped the ball with just 6 more games to go for all these teams. It is going to be a race till the very end. I think it is going to be a photo finish of who makes it inside the top 16. That is something that I can say for sure. But for Vasista Esports, 128 points with just 6 games to go. Either they have they brew out some sort of magic, otherwise they're pretty much done. Whilst for Team Tamilas, I feel like it's game over.
Certainly is. -40, Team Tamilas, legit. They're right at the bottom of the leaderboard, and with only 6 games remaining, I don't see they can pull themselves in the top 16. Even if they get 1 or 2 chicken dinners, I don't think that is going to be enough for them to be in the top 16, because the point difference between them and the team at the 16th spot is way too much for them to cover up in just 6 games. So yeah, that's true. All they can do is just leave a remarkable performance, which -40 is trying to do at this point. Take all those good fights, try to accumulate as many finish points as much you can.
Really, at this point, it's all about fighting till the very end. For the teams that had their chance, they messed up, and they also realized that they made a lot of mistakes. Some could say quite fundamentally they were not solid, and a lot of those errors being there in those fights, it was pretty much visible. Those crevices were there. But next up ahead, it is going to be the schedule in front of us. It is going to be the game of Sanhok. We've got groups B and C finally coming into action. That means Remnant X-Park, they're here to do their bidding.
Oh, certainly. Even they were getting that... let's be honest. Few teams were trying to target Revenant X-Park, and in the interview also we had a talk with Sarang, and he said he's prepared for all those sort of scenarios. Let's see how they're going to deal with all that situation in this week. But we also have got the plus of K9, and if you notice, K9 is the only team in the top 16 with no chicken dinner.
For K9, I think things are quite different. K9 does not really care about those chicken dinner. It feels like they just want as many finishes as they possibly can, and that is in their DNA, so I'm not gonna start complaining. But given the fact that it's the final week, they need to find some chicken dinners for themselves in order to make sure they have a rather good outing in the grand finals, which is going to be happening in Noida pretty soon. But as of now, Team Empires, they also come into the fray, and you've got a game of Sanhok. So ideally, the first thing you'd be looking out for is a fight between Ikusol and K9. Yes, somebody has waved that olive branch, and they're not fighting lately in those early stages of the game. But we've seen, I think, moving ahead, we've seen rotationally these teams tend to collide. Now, with Hero Extreme Godlike having such a great day, I'm starting to presume that their arch nemesis, Ikusol, how many points can they gather?
Well, they certainly will try to accumulate as many points as much possible. Even Carnival Gaming is also in the mix, and we have got the map of Sanhok. I think all these 3 teams, I don't know how they're going to go up against each other.
It is going to be fun. It is going to be exciting, as now Shadow is going to be taking a little bit of a backseat as Necro comes off for this cast. But Necro, what a game of Erangel it was. And Wildfangs.
Yeah.
Seems like we're going to see more of them in Noida, aren't we?
Exactly, we are. I mean, surprising victors, I'm not going to lie, in that scenario, but still the top 3 carried pretty well by the side of Wildfangs, and they were looking pretty good as well in the top 3, honestly speaking. Trey Scott, the man was on point. The way he was taking down the players, giving the advantage to his team over and over again. In the final few moments, Trey Scott was definitely the one to sort of carry that flag for Wildfangs and also get that chicken dinner for his team. He did majority of the lifting. Now as we move on towards the map of Sanhok, I'm expecting a few clashes off the rip. CG dropping in towards Ruins, Just Jelly moving down south towards Sami. It's not exactly a place where Just Jelly likes to go, but still down south towards that Sami area. I would love to see how that's going to pan out for the players of Just Jelly. K9 Esports on the screen, and K9 Esports charging on forward against Revenant X-Park. Off the rip, a few blasts being made with the nade, but unfortunately for K9 Esports, the situation does not start off with their advantage. Instead, they lose out on one of the players, and that's not going to be a great thing at all. Sarang in the backline's taken down super low, and that's going to be an instant trade caught from the side of K9 Esports. As long as they're able to get the trades on the board, that's all that's going to matter. And K9 Esports constantly pressuring on top of the wounds as Revenant X-Park is trying to get something done for themselves. Frey got caught in the open. He's taking too many shots upon himself, even from the back and from the front. It's such an awkward fight. It's such a scrappy fight off the rip. And it seems like no one's got any sort of hit. Both of them are all across the place. No one knows what exactly needs to be done to get the scenario under control. Omega's pretty low. All the way in the back lines. Slug and Beast right next to each other. K9 Esports with the major advantage in the fight now. Shadow is the player. A little bit separated from the pack. It's a 2-on-3 scenario. The Revenant Spark, a situation that started off with their advantage, ended up with a Joker is still trying to flip the odds. But unfortunately now gets caught out in the open. Was not really able to reposition that well. And now it's down to just Shadow, the last winner of hope standing for Revenant Spark. It's such a massive vibe coming in from K9 Esports. If they do manage to wipe out the entirety of Revenant Spark, it will be a stark statement made to the lobby.
It certainly will, and at this point, Revenant X-Spark are in absolute tatters. Not even in their worst of nightmares did they predict K9 to be coming at their way and going after their heads. And now Shadow surely has got so much experience, and now he's got to put it in play. 3 players of K9 in front of him, and it seems like his slug is trying to lure Shadow out. That vehicle, they might go for a slam in. That could be the potential idea if not aware of Shadow's position. Or maybe are they?
They aren't. They do not know where Shadow is. But K9 Esports just don't want to stay in that compound anymore. Take an exit from that spot. Seems like the wiser option. Or maybe they think that Shadow is over here and that's why they've pushed up towards this vicinity. And yes, that's what K9 Esports thinks. They think that Shadow is in this area, but Shadow's already moved up towards the same spot where K9 Esports was a while ago. GDR on the screen, and for God's Reen, towards this boot camp area, they've got a few foes lingering around in the name of Bot Army Esports. And Bot Army Esports, recently they've been in top-notch form. You can't just take a fight against them like that. But still, God's Reen, they've got them surrounded, and that's a great thing.
Both these teams really just trying to satisfy their egos at this point. Of course, God's Reign had to change their drop location, hadn't they? Given the fact that Bot Army Esports has been such a menace for them in all these maps, even in Erangel primarily taking over military base, and God's Reign, they want to redeem themselves in this moment. As you can see, even Aiku Soul have decided to join the hunting party for Shadow. And all these big names, I think they are doing the right thing to go after Revenant X-Spark. They know that they could be such a force to deal with, especially in the grand finals. So might as well cut their chances. And with Revenant X-Spark having such a rough start. Now back to this particular fight. Destro, he's doing something different. He's trying to maybe just thread the needle, find a different angle. Looking forward to somebody from Bot Army trying to expose himself. A little off from his pack, but that could pay off in dividends if he holds on to his composure.
Not a little. He's 2 off from his pack. And still finding a knock that far away seems quite tough. He's not even close. He's way too far back.
Back exposed.
Destro needs to be a little bit more careful. He's there on the front lines, and position is still uncompromised. It's not like Destro is going for any sort of flank. He's still playing with the same spot where his teammates are. He's got that same angle. So I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is, but for God's Reen, one thing they can try and do is maybe disengage. That's going to be the best possible scenario you can try to pull out. But you do not have any sort of vehicles to do so. So even that's going to be even tougher. Both the teams at this point in time is trapped. The only thing that's going to force a fight is the circle itself.
What really worries me about Destro is he's got his 6 open. No, imagine Ronnie just lurking around and spots another player, and he gets the knock, and there's no saving grace for him. As of Bot Army Esports, their options are quite limited. Of course, they had to, spread across. They had to take over those warehouses, as this fight looks quite sketchy, to be honest, Necro, given the fact that now Justin, he's going to reunite, and GDR at this point, they basically are focusing on the circle. they've given up on their endeavors of fighting bot army esports, at least around bootcamp.
Yeah, that was a good decision. And that's what I said too, right? The only thing GDR can do is give up and back away. And that's what they've done. The visor option taken. Next circle shift's going to be there on the board, but not really going to be changing a lot inside of the game for now. Teams can easily move in the circle without any sort of problem. Still a lot of the lay of the land available. Aiku Sol on the top left island towards Camp Alpha. Still just looting across. Red Ross and K9 Esports. There's a big chance these two teams can definitely lock horns. Revenant Sparks' Shadow has already moved up towards the zone. His position's uncompromised, and I'm pretty sure K9 Esports is looking for the left tracks. But it will be tough to track down a player like Shadow. He's going to try to play it for the placement points because he knows his team's survival's on the line.
Exactly, given the fact that Medal Esports, they've had such a good time. Even Wild Fangs, they've also qualified for Revenant X Park. They have to get those big points. At least get 5 out of this game, and it's going to be so difficult because they just have one finish to work with, and they need to secure that top 3, top 4 finish. It is such a Herculean task ahead of Shadow, and given so many forces around him, it's not going to make the task any easier. For Orangutan, they look quite comfortable. They've got nothing to worry about, have a very good spot inside the zone, and we know in circles like this, they have proven themselves to be the experts. We've seen that in these quarry circles, they've managed to get a couple of chicken dinners for themselves, and this time, they've got their eyes set at the players of Myth Official.
And hold on to that thought,
There you go.
Myth. Maxiosa falls down. Unfortunate affair. Getting the revival, though, still going to be much more easier. OG, finding any sort of angles at this point in time will be pretty risky as well. So for OG, staying on this high ground, maintaining it, will be the best possible thing you do in this fight. And that's what OG's going to do. Not really fiddle around too much with the enemies. Instead, play with patience. That's going to work out perfectly. Once again, moving back towards K9 Esports and Revenant Sparks' conversation, that was a clear target from K9 Esports. Because usually K9 Esports, they like to drop in towards Hathin or Temple area. But considering K9 Esports, their survival's on the line, they decided to take a fight against Revenant X-Park. Which seems pretty fishy as well if you think about it, but still K9 Esports, I guess they were so confident to win that fight that they took the odds.
And why would you not? Even the fact that you get such a good chance on eliminating one of your biggest threats early on into the competition, do not let them see the days of the grand finale. So I think for K9, nothing to really complain. It's just doing what is better for their team, and just possibly increasing their chances.
And it was quite a
in the grand
confusing
finals.
fight
But,
too, honestly.
Yeah, and they were so good in that particular fight also. Revenant X-Park should have been prepared, right?
Yeah.
As
with the way
they
things...
wanted to get...
I'm really sorry to cut you off, but with the way things unfolded in that fight, it did feel like Revenant X-Park, yes, they started things off with the advantage, but the players were lost. They did not know where K9 Esports was positioned, even though they were able to hear the footsteps. I'm not exactly sure what happened in that fight, but I genuinely thought Revenant X-Park, they've got the big advantage. They should be the one to come out on top easily, but they still somehow messed things up, and now look at this. Shadow once again. The surrounding awareness is lacking from Revenant X-Park, and Shadow is just all by himself towards the bootcamp area. He can be taken down. That's not even a question.
Can be. It's all about Devotee. Whether he decides to pounce in on him. That was a trap laid down, and Revenant X-Park will have to make peace with just that 1 point secured for themselves. And going back to that particular fight, like you said, the players were definitely looking lost, and this is not what is expected from the champions. If they are caught napping, the next moment they might be out of the competition. So at this point, Necro, they have to buckle up. They've got no other choice. And next up, it's going to be Vikendi. They've seen Revenant X-Park. They've had their gala time, but they need to put on a show this time around.
The fact that the IGL said he wants 40 points in 3 games, that was already quite a heavy statement being made. And now the first game completely down the drain. That means they need 20 points per game in the upcoming ones, right? That's the only way they can make that quota happen. OG Able to find some precise knocks that far away. Impressive. Team Empire on the receiving end of things. Hunter gets knocked out. Unfortunate for Team Empire. And speaking of for Team Empire, even they're quite desperate for the points. They've been pushed outside of the top 16 at this point in time, and anything needs to be done to try and find that footing. And Diesel Esports on the screen, even they're on their merry way. The fact that OG is able to find those precise knocks that far away is super impressive.
I think for Orangutan, the previous week had been such a blessing, to be honest.
Oh.
Did so much, and with the Tunki's addition into the roster, things have been looking good once again. But again, the argument really comes in, who shall be the playing for? Even Veron has been such a crucial piece of the puzzle for OG. I think OGs, they've got a lot of options ahead. But as things stand over here, K9 Esports have to be a little bit watchful because you've got Bodam Esports right on their tails, and even to make matters worse, Ico Soul not really far away with Red Ross also joining the fray. You might get to see a lot of those fights brewing up, but look at Team Empire. This is also one of those teams that really specialize around these quarry circles. We've seen them get a lot of points secured, but with Orangutan, they're somehow trying to surround them, and now even with the addition of Genesis, you've got the likes of Myth Officials. I think those eastern areas are also going to be quite soundful, given so much noise is going to be made.
Bottom Esports on the screen. Not even moving a muscle for now. K9 Esports indulging in a few fights. Devotee taken down and confirmed. And the confidence that K9 Esports is showcasing in these fights, it's quite remarkable. Omega, the IGL himself, this time around is up and alive. But all it takes is one single mistake and Omega will be knocked out as well. Beast and Slug together. Beast in the back lines as well. For K9 Esports, I'm loving the field trap they've set up north. Pretty much pinning down the players of Bottom Esports. And slowly and steadily devouring them. Monty's position is uncompromised. He can definitely be that X factor we speak of. But now K9 Esports, they divert their attention against Phoenix Esports, which is not a good thing. Because Monty, he's just waiting for that right moment to strike.
Monty just waiting for somebody from K9 to show up on his crosshairs, and Omega has. It's going to be such an intense battle because Bod Army Esports, already having lost out on two of their members, doesn't make really things easier. And this is what we were talking about. K9 and Iku Soul going up against each other as Omega, he gets taken down. Response coming from both the ends as even one of the players of K9, he's down on his knees, and suddenly in the blink of an eye, K9, they've been dealt with. Somme strikes once again along with Knuckle, securing 2 out of that fiasco, which even leaves Iku Soul Somme to be the final player alive. And suddenly in the blink of an eye, a lot of squads are getting exterminated.
Yeah, even Monty striked. He took down Mania from Iku Soul. Speaking of Omega there, he was so much out in the open, driving that vehicle. He was gathering so much attention upon himself. It's like Omega was saying, yes, guys, look at me, take me down. And eventually Omega got knocked out. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan was, but K9 Esports, that's not the way you're supposed to take things, especially Omega. He was in that same Murado right there on the screen, and he was just driving around. He invited that knock upon himself. And now Monty, he's got the players pinned down in that compound. He knows exactly where Iku Soul is positioned. Just waiting for them to move out in the open. Monty knows how to strike. Monty knows it's all about the right time, the right moment. And Knuckle, he might just give it to him. But Monty's position's also compromised. His teammate Henry's in the back lines, knocked out, taken away to death. But Monty can't do anything. Bot Army Esports, they've already secured so many points that even if this game is left out, it's not really going to worry them.
They're going after the big guns. They're going after the big dogs. Look at Henry. He had such a nice window of opportunity just to have it squandered. Given the fact that his position quite uncompromised. And now Iku Soul, they know exactly where he is. And Iku Soul want to clear their backs first. And this is where a beautiful crossfire has been set up by Bod Army Esports. Look at how Henry and Monty are working together. Some a little aloof from his teammate Knuckle, as now he's just constantly dropping down those grens. And as of now, Some, he's got to provide some cover fire, at least from Monty. At this position, what Army Esports, basically, they're the ones calling the shots, but this was unwanted. This was uncalled for. As Monty gets himself knocked, and things really have been flipped as Aiku Soul take the driver's seat once again in this fight.
All of that is fine, but even amongst all this chaos, Phoenix Esports got wiped out. First game wasted. Phoenix Esports, not a lot of chances will be given to you to try and initiate that comeback. Your lifeline's running thin, and you need to grab every single opportunity that's given to you. I mean, CG is constantly hammering down the teams in the front, not even giving any sort of room for error for the opponents. And once again, moving back to this fight where Bot Army Esports was locking horns against Aiku Soul. Unfortunately, Henry gets taken down by the play zone itself. But CG, as I mentioned, they're constantly taking shots against the foes, constantly going for the fights. And now it's OG on the receiving side of things. Azaru is taken down super low. And one more shot connected, and that will take Aru down. And also the confirmation instantly follows up. That's a great flush. CG, great way to start things off in the fight. They've got the advantage already, and OG in a big world of trouble.
And to make matters worse, Goblin, he's having a time of his life. At least for now, as he gallops his way around, as Atanki just left wanted over there, just taking down that spray. Nothing really connects as Orangutan, they wither down. Aru Viscor out of the picture. A game that could have been theirs suddenly has gone away from their hands, as now Cincinnati Kids in such prime position. But look at Josh Shelley dealing with the forces of Carnival Gaming, as all their players already down on their knees. Viper, the saving grace, as he answers back. Shelley taken down in this situation. Sam and Ninze, they have to piece this one out together. With Carnival Gaming, the fallen players really giving the position away, as Viper this time decides to march in. And now Sam, he's got to make a call. Does he go for the revival on his teammate, or does he sit back and fight? As Hector, he's also been dealt with. Viper, we've seen multiple clutches in this tournament, comes in from his side. But can he do it when the R is 9?
Just Jelly's trapped. From the back as well, a few shots are taken against this team, and Viper in the front, being a constant threat. Neo will be confirmed. But unfortunately for Just Jelly, this terrain that they're holding, it's not working out that well. Viper is closing on up slowly and steadily, but that's also giving his position away doing so. He's trying to get his hands on as many first aids as he can. And he will be able to rack up a few, but the play zone's going to do its job as it wipes out Viper from the game, and CG as well eliminated, but they still had a lot of elimination points to work with. So the first game, at least they have touched the average. Just Jelly on the screen, and this team now is looking for the big game. And one thing is for sure, if Just Jelly keeps on moving with the same path, they can easily have this big game in their hands. CK with the best possible spot in the circle, but things can be flipped apart. This is the same compound that Wildfangs was holding in the past, and they threw the game.
Charlotte, it rings a bell. Especially in this situation where Destro is just hammering down the forces of Josh Jelly. Especially Jelly getting taken down over there doesn't make things any easier. We've seen Wildfangs are were holding on to the same compound that Cincinnati Kids have for themselves. But the big question is, who comes out as the victor? Josh Shelley getting a little impatient in that scenario. Already have their numbers down, and now they are pinned. Ninze barely even having any time to breathe. Gets taken down. Everything now rests on Sam. Has to resort for that healing battle, as even Ninja gets picked off. Flock, he's the one who's getting the deed done, as Destro, he inches in, trying to get those finishes secured at least in the back. But Cincinnati Kid, an amazing start nonetheless. But look at this. Now even the circle has shifted away from CK.
Yeah. CK finding that striking advantage against GDR. The exact one they were looking for. But the circle falls in the court of God's Ring. And now Cincinnati Kids, they need to move out in the open. And that's where a big spoiler can be played by Sam. Just Jelly still alive in the game, and you cannot count him out yet. Aditya is taken down super low. But he's still looking to cook a nade, and if this nade's going to find the right strike that he's looking for, things can be flipped apart, and the nade finds the connection. Aditya needs to patch himself up. The second nade's going to be tossed as well in that direction, in the hopes of finding some sort of semblance, and that will too. Another knock found with a beautifully placed frag grenade, and once again, CK's going to be back in the race. Juicy's still knocked out, but the revival's going to come through without any trouble, and for God's read, a team that was supposed to take this chicken dinner home, now the chances are thin. Destro is the only man surviving, while his teammates knocked out and bleeding to his death. Mighty tosses out a nade, but that nade's not going to find any sort of connection. CK still does not exactly know where Destro is, while Destro keeping his position anonymous, trying to play around the minds of the opponents. He wants to have the striking advantage in his hands. At the end of the day, it's a 1-on-3, and Destro himself knows there's not a lot of chances he can take in this fight, and eventually Destro will be eliminated from the game as Cincinnati Kids. They kick things off in a great manner.
Get a chicken dinner home, not with a lot of finishes though, but still a chicken dinner. Nonetheless, to give them that momentum they need in the next two games to come, especially with Vikendi up the alley, up next. I think Cincinnati Kids, they are men on a mission at this point, showing utmost discipline in that situation when things were nigh. They really did step up. And this is where you would need all that experience coming in. You've got the pieces. Now Mighty and Aditya, they pieced it out together towards the end, dealing against the players of GDR. Destro gave in an effort. He wanted to secure an off angle. He did. But those nades were the ones that really broke GDR down, especially considering the fact that GDR this time, they had a different strategy. This time they changed their drop location. Still, nonetheless, a second position finish and had quite a few finishes to even work things around. So even for Josh Jelly, the kind of a start you would expect, they have delivered a top 3 finish, a decent amount of finishes. For Cincinnati Kids, a chicken dinner with a couple of finishes in the bag. So these two teams are off to such a great start. For GDR, things are pretty much good in the hood. Nothing really to worry about. They have pretty much qualified. It's all about gathering as many points as possible.
Even CG, in my opinion, did pretty good in that previous game. They had a lot of eliminations to work with and a decent standing too, considering they got eliminated maybe in the top 4 or top 5. So CG2 did pretty good for themselves, but yeah, nothing taken away from CK. That's a great start they were looking for. And let's be honest, with the way CK started things off in the challenge season, we never thought that we're going to see them in the top 16. But I'm pretty sure with this performance, they've already cracked open in the top 16 and they're going to be there. Now let's speak a little bit more about that K9 Esports and Revenant X-Sparks fight, because let's be honest, Revenant Spark is not in the top 16 currently if you look at the overall standings, and K9 Esports is sitting in the top 16. If they keep on playing the same way, if they keep on touching the average, K9 Esports can keep on moving forward and maintain that spot. But once again, speaking of Revenant Spark, in that particular fight, they started things off with the advantage. But then later on, it felt like they threw the fight away, considering things could have been played much better and much maturely.
I think the only ray of sunshine I can take from that entire fiasco is now Revenant X-Spark know for sure that they've got a target on their head.
Oh yeah.
Now there will be teams hunting them down. Today it is K9. It is official. Even IQ Soul might take their chances against Revenant X-Spark. And tomorrow, of course, the groups will be shuffled. And you've got the forces of Versatile, even Hero Extreme, Godlike waiting for you. So for now, Revenant X-Spark, they do have their work cut out. But taking a look at the match MVP will be Sham from Diesel Esports. Of course, quite a good outing for this young lad. 5 finishes nonetheless. But for Diesel Esports, I don't think just these mere 5-6 finishes is going to make the cut. If they want to make it inside the grand finals, they have to do something like CK just did, get a chicken dinner.
They need chicken dinners, and that too, massive ones. They need to get a lot of elimination points as well backed with that. But CK, they're getting the finisher too, considering he was the one to land the final blow onto Destro. GDR, not exactly a sign of concern. This team was already doing really good in the top 5, so God's reign, they're not really going to be the focus. The main focus is going to be on CK. Yes, they got the chicken dinner. Yes, they're in the top 16 right now, but still they're not out of harm's way. That position can be stolen away from anyone else. They just had 13 points from that previous game, which is not enough to satisfy their needs in the overall standings. You look at the top 5 in this game, pretty much expected. Just Chili did pretty good for themselves. IQ Soul getting 10 points. That was pretty nice as well. CG has as I mentioned, did pretty good for themselves too, 7 points. But the latter half of the board is now a big concern. Phoenix Esports, a team that desperately needed points, just getting 2 points. Team Empire 2, a pretty bad performance. Myth Official, the same thing can be said for them as well.
And even Red Ross.
Yeah.
Because this is again one of those teams that is quite talked often, given the fact that week 1, week 2 was quite stellar. Suddenly they blew off a lot of steam in week 3. They kind of became complacent is what I can believe, given how they're playing right now. Even in this outing, they look lost. Even for Wingod, we know I do not really know if the organization is cursed, because there has been those days where they kind of tend to celebrate a little too early. Just at those last moments, they get taken out. They bow out of the tournament. So yeah, that curse is real for Wingod. It has been under the wraps, but finally it's visible. So they want to avoid those moments, those little hiccups, right? They need to have a good game in order to cement their position in the overall 16.
But they're still not that far away, right? One good game, understandable, but even if they get 5 or 6 points per game, they can easily move on in the top 16. It's not even a question.
That is exactly the thing that has happened to them in the past, right? They had to get what? Like 3 points in one day? They could not. So
don't say
again,
that.
Yeah, I'm not the one cursing it. They have been living with the ghosts of their past. And it was with Clutch God. My apologies. It was with Avi. I remember it was one of those official events where they had almost posted it out online that yes, they have qualified, just to realize the last day they bowed out. And this has happened to them numerous times. So the curse is still on their heads. And this is a completely revamped Wingod. But with so many of the others, especially Necro, when you look at Josh Chelly having a good game, even Cincinnati Kids having a good game, Wingod need to be alert. They need to wake up. But that being said, we're going to be tuning in for a very short break. We'll be right back after this.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing.
कलेक्टर हमारा है कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में। M416 की है, M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
Got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Broncos thing.
Welcome back after that short break. And yeah, still a lot of names on that danger list. Even a team like Revenant Spark is not able to find that footing, but K9 Esports, they made Revenant Sparks' journey even tougher after taking them down off the rip. It's something we never saw coming. That dude, K9 Esports, a team that was struggling from the start, took down a team that is being championed twice back-to-back in an official tournament. Now, that takes guts, but still K9 Esports went for the odds, and they came out on top.
Well, that was bound to happen. Everyone was expecting a situation like that all the teams who want to qualify or who are already in the top 16 might want to try and eliminate Revenant X-Park, because everyone knows Revenant X-Park is one of those teams. If they qualify for the Challenge Finals, they are a strong contender for the trophy, and everyone would want to eliminate such a threat.
Yeah, but that's the funny part. K9 Esports is not exactly doing safe in the top 16. They were on the 16th spot. They were just hanging on the cusp. Imagine if it was K9 Esports getting wiped out in that fight. Then Revenant Spark would have had a major start for themselves. It would have been a great start that Revenant Spark was looking for. Before now, let's have a look at the overall standings. The top 5 pretty much the same, nothing changing. On the 6th spot is going to be Reckoning Esports. On the 7th, you've got Wildfangs, a team that's been doing pretty great for themselves today. They got a chicken dinner, so Wildfangs is off to a flying start. But WinGod Esports is nowhere to be seen in the top 8. Maybe they have been pushed on the other side of the board.
Well, yes, definitely. But OG, they are sitting on the 8th spot. I think they can propel themselves in the leaderboard. Bot Army Esports in the top 5 after that fantastic performance which they delivered in the previous week by getting 3 winner-winner chicken dinners. Reckoning, their matches are already over. So I think nothing concerns me. This page is not interesting for me because on this page it's only got like an VXT trying to aim for the top spot. Even Ico Soul is also trying to do the same thing. This page interests me because Revenant X-Park, just look at them. On the 16th spot, one bad game and they can be out of the top 16.
Exactly. CG2 getting 7 points in that previous game. Just the average is keeping CG in such a great spot. WinGod Esports slowly and steadily dipping down in the overall standings, and that's really ignites a big concern. If WinGod Esports keeps on moving with the same consistency, if they keep on moving with the same average, we might just see them being kicked out of the top 16, as Fixes mentioned. You've also got Just Jelly doing pretty good in that previous game, so right now they're in the safer shoes as well. But as we move on towards the page number 3, another names that really do ignite a big spark in our head and also ignites a big concern. Team Empire in the previous game wasn't that great. Cincinnati Kids, after getting that chicken dinner, they've moved themselves by quite a bit in the overall standings.
Well, they have, but that's not enough. They need to do much more than that. This can be the stepping stone. This can be that game which can boost the confidence for the plus of Team CK, but even the plus of Myth Officials in the previous week, they had a decent run where they accumulated the highest point, which was 62 for them. So Myth Officials are also one of those teams that is eyeing for the top 16 at this point. But then we also have Phoenix Esports, one more bad game from their side. They're still sitting on the 27th spot. A team like Phoenix Esports, I don't know what's really happening wrong with them. They should be in the top 10.
Exactly. Phoenix Esports has been struggling with confidence throughout this entire challenge season, and I'm not exactly sure what's going to bring them back in the race, but they need 2 big games, and that's the only way we can see Phoenix Esports in the top 16. Before now, Phoenix Esports is pretty far away. Let's speak of CK a little bit more, right? They had the best spot to play within the final few moments. The zone blessed them till the end, and that's why CK was the one who came through victorious. But CK did not have a lot of elimination points. Just having 3 elimination points does not cut it. They only had 13 points even though they got the chicken dinner. This could have been the start for CK that they wanted, but just getting 13 points, that still puts CK in a big concerning spot. They haven't really gotten out of the danger zone yet. They're still outside of the top 16, and there's still a lot of points differentiating their spot and the 16th spot.
Yeah, I do agree that they don't have too many finish points, but after getting this chicken dinner, they can definitely have that morale boost which they need at this point, because 8 games still remains for the players of Team CK. And if you look at the performance which they delivered in week number 2, they accumulated 74 points. And CK, if they did in week number 2, they can do in week number 4 as well. They just need to replicate the same performance. And already starting week 4 on such a good note, maybe this can be the positive vibe which CK was looking for to replicate the same performance, and they can be in top 16. But also, I want to say that Juicy and Flog needs to step up because they are quite underperforming.
In my opinion, everyone needs to step up, man. For CK, they just need to go a little bit more aggressive in the lobby, get those elimination points. Imagine if CK would have taken the early fights, got a few elimination points for themselves, and then move in towards the final few moments. Maybe they would have had 19 to 20 points. That would have kept them so close to the top 16. Hell, maybe even they would have cracked open in the top 16. So just a few elimination points can definitely make a big difference. And just getting 3 elimination points, that too in a winner-winner chicken dinner game, that still ignites a big concern. Does CK have the confidence to go for the fights? The zone was blessing CK, and that's one of the main reasons why they got the chicken dinner. But what if they need a breach inside of the circle? What if CK is put in such situations that they're pretty much uncomfortable in? Can they still come out on top? That's still a big question that is there in my head.
To go for those, like I said, to go for those strong 4v4 fights where CK come victorious without facing any casualty, I think Juicy and Flock really need to step up, because I was looking at the Finnish leaders and I saw that Mighty and Aditya are doing really good from the side of CK. It's just Juicy and Flock was struggling majorly in those 4v4 fights. And I think if Juicy and Flock also step up and fill in the shoes of the Assaulter, I think they can go for those aggressive 4v4 fights which you are talking about, because without finish points, I do agree with you that CK won't be in the top 16 just by placement points.
Exactly. Now, even let's speak of Revenant X Park. First game, done and dusted. They do not have any sort of points. Just 1 elimination points gotten. And Shadow in the interview said that he wants to get 40 points for his team. That means 20 points per game now he needs to achieve that average of 40 points a day. And honestly speaking, that seems pretty tough. But hey, something that's not tough and something that's going to be great for you guys. The tickets are now live for the LAN finale that will be happening in Noida Indoor Stadium. Dates will be 31st Jan to 2nd February, so make sure to scan that QR code on the screen right now and book your tickets.
Well, certainly, because the entire venue is going to be so fantastic. And like Fixes was pointing out that previous SPS season, Hero Extreme Godlike was not there. But this time, even they are qualifying. So many big names are qualifying. And so many new names are also making it to the challenge final. So you have to be there at the arena to witness all the action which is going to happen in the challenge finals.
Yeah, and this time around, the competition is just going to get even more tougher. We've seen so many deserving names, even pretty much on the verge of being kicked out. And it really does saddens us to the fact that, yes, so many deserving names, we might just not see them qualify. Yeah. But at the end of the day, even the top 16 is super stacked, man. Everyone's super deserving. But unfortunately, only 16 slots are available to the LAN finale. So, yeah, it has to be cutthroat. And now, looking at the way a few teams are positioning themselves in the overall standings, honestly speaking, even a name like Revenant X Park can be kicked out, and that in itself should be super concerning to the fans and should be surprising to a lot of the players.
Yeah, I do agree. A team of such capability which have already lifted 2 official trophies, official tournaments trophies. Yeah. If they get kicked out of top 16, I don't know how that is going to affect the morale of the players. That is going to be such a mental block for them for the upcoming official tournaments as well. Yeah. So Revenant X Park qualifying at this point is really necessary for the entire 2025 journey which they have in front of them. Because if you look at the stats also, in week 1 they got 68 points. Week number 2 there was a dip in the performance, 52 points. Week number 3, major dip in the performance, 40 points. From 68 to 40 points. That has been the journey of Revenant X Park in the 3 weeks.
Yeah, slow and steady dip in that graph. Week by week, the performance was dropping down, and I'm not sure why this is happening with Revenant X Park. And somewhere down line, especially in week 3, they were getting targeted, let's be honest, with the way they were taking the fights off the rip. Revenant X Park, it felt like as soon as they take a fight against any of their teams in the early game, they were getting instantly third party. And that's a clear target on the back, which makes a lot of sense as well. All the other teams do not really want this team to pick up a third big trophy in their hands, because at least they would love to be the one to pick that trophy up. If they get rid of Revenant X Park in this stage itself, that will be a big threat neutralized in this tournament. But you know what? Without wasting any more time, we just straight up jump in the map of Vikendi, as the plane's going to be on the screen once again, and the plane fly path beginning all the way from Zabawa towards down south Dino Park.
Well, certainly the flight path is favoring all the western side of the map and not the western side, but all the teams who like dropping in towards the side of Hot Springs or Kantra, they might have a long journey ahead of them. But K9, they always love dropping in towards the northern side, that is Cosmodrome. For now, we have even the plus of Watch Army, Esports, and Haiku Soul also in the close proximity. But I'm just waiting for the drop clash. That where exactly are we going to see the drop clash? But more than that, I think on Vikendi, the most interesting thing is the circle itself.
Indeed. I mean, looking at where Wingard Esports is moving to, you've got Just Chili as well moving towards Tovar. And it's not going to be an issue at all. I'm just looking out for a few clashes, considering these teams have been facing off against each other on the same map for a long time now. I'm pretty sure the drop locations are quite sorted. But still a few scrappy spots left out. Maybe over there we can see a few drop locations being clashed. And right now, that's exactly what's happening on the screen. You've got Aiku Soul locking horns against K9 Esports. And it really does feel like K9 Esports, they have been doing this on purpose against Aiku Soul. Or maybe Aiku Soul is doing this on purpose against K9 Esports because Aiku Soul likes to move down south towards Winery. But this time around, they've switched things up. And they've went for a drop clash against K9 Esports. I'm loving this rivalry so far. But who is going to be the first one to find the first knock? Because that's going to be the momentum setter.
Yeah, Aiku Soul, they have got nothing to lose. They are already sitting on the third spot in the overall ranking. But K9 Esports, they need to pick their battle very carefully. In the previous one, they went against the players of Team Revenant X Park, and this time going up against the players of Team Aiku Soul. I think IGL should make a very wise decision in this situation. If they're very confident to win this fight against Aiku Soul, they should go for it. Otherwise, they need to find a way to disengage and scuttle back to the safety and make an escape from that situation. I don't know how they're going to do so, because Aiku Soul, they're running high on the confidence, especially Some. The way this guy has been clutching against the teams, 1v4 and 1v3 always coming on the board. Aiku Soul is feeling themselves. But looking at the circle, this time we have a western circle and is favoring heavily the players of Red Ross and Team Empire.
Indeed. The zone is also playing quite an interesting mind game. You can't say 30% of the circle is pretty much out in water. So only 70% of land is playable. And if the circle keeps on moving up towards the outskirts, it will be even fun. Not a lot of land mass will be left, and we will see a lot of these early game fights being forced. And I love to see early game clashes. Right now, K9 Esports and Aiku Soul, they've got their own individual boundaries. They know exactly where the opponents are placed. And they also know not to cross those boundaries, not to cross those borders. K9 Esports slowly and steadily looting up, getting themselves satisfied with the amount of loot they have right now. They seem pretty okay, not too bad, but still not the suitable weaponry for the fight in the upcoming moments. They do not have the M416s to back him up. And the same thing can be said for Aiku Soul too. They do not really have that great of weaponry. A UMP-45 in the hands of Ronnie and a DBS to back it up close and personal. This can be a great loadout, but not too good for mid-range and long-range. So let's see how Ronnie's going to switch things off with this one.
I think from that rooftop angle, Ronnie is just trying to gather all the information on the players of Team K9. But if you look at the HP where Beast is down to 20 HP, he needs to be very careful. Because like you said, they don't have the proper resources or the loadout. But one of the player of K9 Esports, as we can see in the minimap, is going for the flank angle. He needs to be very cautious, because if he gets spotted down, there is no chance of a revival or a rescue mission coming in this situation. And K9, if they get an early exit in this one, this is really going to bother them in the overall ranking.
Indeed it will.
Some and the situation, Neeraj, if you look at his position, is also trying to provide all the backline support to the players of Aiku Soul.
For some reason, it feels like this fight's not going to come into fruition in the first place. But Aiku Soul, they really do want to force it. They do not want to let the players of K9 Esports escape away just like that. They know Omega is a close and push, and they make the push happen against Omega. He instantly gets knocked out. And here comes the night. Another IGL to his death. Now Aiku Soul, as they've already found the opener, K9 Esports is bound. And hopefully it's not going to unfold in quite a bad manner for K9 Esports. At least they put up some sort of a fight against the opponents. K9 Esports desperately needs these points. But they are also looking to back away from this entire spot. Slug closes on up with a vehicle. He knows that one of the players is still in quite the troublesome waters. K9 Esports with a 3-man squad. It's not the first time we've seen this team with just 3 players surviving for the late game, so it's not really something that K9 Esports is playing out of the box. They can still secure a decent amount of points with just a 3-man squad.
a very wise and mature decision coming from the side of IGL. K9 Esports, they are in dire need of those points. They don't need those ego fights. And I think with only 3 players remaining, they made the wise decision. But coming back to the fight which is happening up on our screens, Team Empire going up against the players of Team Cincinnati Kids. Cincinnati, they're already running high on confidence. And seems like Team Empire, they've lost on to 2 of the players. Ace and Empire, with Hunter and Savage. 2 players remaining. I don't know how this fight is going to turn out because even Team Empire, they are not in the top 16. This game is really important for the players of Team Empire as well. But 4 finishes after that chicken dinner is not going to harm the players of CK at all.
These games are too important for too many names at this point. But at the end of the day, only the top 16 can make it. The deserving top 16 that we speak of. WinGod Silo P constantly bombarding that house in the compound. And for WinGod Esports, if they do manage to wipe out the entirety of God's Green, this will be a great start to the entire week. They've already gotten 3 points, so WinGod Esports is off to a flying start in this game. But they've also lost out on 1 player doing so. So even that's going to be haunting at the back of their head. God's Greens, Ninja Jawed, and Justin playing in tandem while WinGod Esports still looking for to thread the needle. Find that first opener, find that knockout that's needed to open up a lot of the possibilities. And even in the elimination feed, you see K9 Esports taking a fight against Myth Official. And somehow K9 Esports, they found the advantage. Scrappy fights happening all across the map. But this situation is quite awkward. No one wants to leave their spot. God's Green capable enough to pull off clutches. These 2 players more than enough to shut down the entirety of WinGod, even if 1 single mistake is being made from WinGod.
See, WinGod is also one of those teams which is, yes, in the top 16, but they do realize that 1 bad game and they can be out of the top 16. That could be the reason that WinGod is approaching this fight very carefully. Also, they know that opponent, the foes are the players of Team God's Train. Like you said, they're capable of pulling off those clutches. But LeBron from the side of WinGod has been doing wonders. If you look at his journey, he's always the one to get those opening frags for the team.
Oh no.
But on the other side, we have Diesel also locking horns with the players of Team Red Ross. And this is not looking good at all.
Yeah, Phoenix is down and dusted. Diesel Esports too. A little bit of that return pain inflicted. Gokul, Orlo knocked out, taken away to death. And now it's down to just Pari and Sham. Sham has pulled off some clutches as well, so anything is possible. But for Red Ross, they've got the man advantage in the fight. Diesel Esports is going for the revival. If this revival comes through, that means Diesel Esports, it will be a 3-on-3 fight, which sounds pretty fair to me. The revival's going to be there onto Arlo. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible, and he will do so as well without any trouble. Red Ross, they're now trying to choke the players of Diesel Esports. Slowly and steadily move up, inch by inch, as Diesel Esports forced back with not a lot of options to try and explore. Diesel Esports is one of those teams, even they need the points desperately. The same thing can be said for Red Ross, but Diesel Esports is even in a worse condition compared to the players of Red Ross. Red Ross needs to watch out for the backlines, and Phoenix Esports, they close on up and hand out a death blow to one of the players of Red Ross. Phoenix Esports, they third party at the right time. And this third party is also going to give them that semblance of hope, those points that they need.
This is such an interesting affair. Phoenix Esports, Red Ross, WinGod, all the 3 teams which are struggling in the overall ranking at this point. And Red Ross, this team was in the top 5 at one point of time. And now they are on the verge of getting out of top 16 and maybe not qualify for the challenge finals. With already 2 players lost, they don't have the numbers. Lucifer and Beast, they were the dynamic duo of this particular team who was doing the majority of the heavy lifting, and Lucifer already being lost. I don't know how Red Ross, how they're going to deal with such a situation. On one side, Diesel Esports, on other side, it is the players of Team Phoenix Esports as well. But we also have got the players of Team Jelly and Genesis also locking horns with each other, and Sketch out in the open, already being eliminated. And Jelly getting that 1 finish. I think Team Jelly is also looking quite wonderful in the overall ranking.
I'm loving the fact that the desperate names are taking the right measures to make the comeback happen. We're seeing quite the aggressive approach from teams on the latter half of the board. They're taking those fights. They're challenging those. Because they know that's the only way they can pull themselves out off the danger zone and maybe place themselves in the top 16. It's the final sprint. Not a lot of games left in your hands. Diesel Esports is one of those as well, as Diesel Esports was the one to start that fight. But now it does not seem too easy to win.
Whoa.
CK, Flock is knocked out. It's down to just Aditya. And Team Empire with the advantage in this compound for now. Unfortunately for CK, it's not looking too good, but as soon as I say so, Aditya hands out a death blow to one of the players of Team Empire. Savage could have went for a trade, but he still did not do so. Team Empire struggling with confidence. That trade never came through. But still, Savage is going to toss out an aid. That's going to chip out a bit of that damage. Aditya still looking pretty okay. Nade was able to scratch a few HP away, but that's not going to be enough. Just a bit is not going to be enough. He needs to find the knock. Aditya's going for the strict stick now. And here comes the shotgun battle. Finally, Aditya was able to connect that beautiful shot. The man's taken down pretty low. Savage needs to patch himself up, and this time will also be bought to get the revival on the fallen comrade. Aditya's getting pushed on. He was still going for the revival. Another shot connected from Savage. It's going to take down Aditya pretty low. All it takes is one more shot from the opponent, and Savage connects that. As Aditya gets put to sleep in Team Empire, they come out on top of this duel. Savage had 3 finishes.
Savage, this guy is doing wonders for the entire team of Team Empire. Right in the epicenter of the circle, Team Empire and Team CK, they wanted to have the control of the compound. And seems like Team Empire, they've snatched that control from the hands of Team CK. And CK, this was not at all a good news with getting a chicken dinner in the previous map. This game was really important to set that momentum which CK needed for the entire week. Getting an early exit is definitely going to haunt the plus of Team CK, especially having the numbers advantage, because it was Flock and Aditya 2+ from the side of CK, and it was only Savage. For a second it looked like the fight might go in the favor of Team CK, especially the way Aditya took HP out of Savage, and Savage was left to a sliver of HP. But seems like Team Empire, they're going to come victorious in this one. But looking at the circle, we also have the plus of Bot Army Esports having a really good spot for themselves.
They indeed do. But speaking of the consistency, it's been the issue with majority of the teams on the latter half of the board. The only reason why they're there is because they haven't been consistent. They haven't been able to perform. So yeah, it's been the issue with Cincinnati Kids too from the start, and now it feels like history is repeating itself. Having that one good game, and then after that, you completely just drop the ball. Having a good game does not mean you've got the license to screw the other games over. You still need to play well in every single game that you've gotten. Cincinnati Kids is still in a pretty bad spot. So the overall standings, they're going to be moving up with quite a lot of pace. And CK, if they do not catch the pace right now, they will be kicked out. Got Esports on the screen and still stuck in that same compounds with the opponent. Do they not have utilities to try and flush out the players? And it seems like yes is going to be the answer. They do not have enough nades to try and flush out the players. That's why we're not seeing any sort of utilities being tossed up, but they can still use the smokes and push up. But they're not doing so. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but this silence needs to be broken. The longer the opponents stay alive, the more threat they will be.
The circle is favoring them. That could be the reason for that stalemate situation between the plus of Wingod and God's Rain. But we also have got the plus of Myth Official in sort of a pickle, as Aiden out in the open has been knocked out by the plus of Team OG. And speaking about Myth, I think they had a really good week number 3 where they accumulated too many points, came so close to getting those chicken dinners, even got one chicken dinner as well. And Aiden, well, he has been put out of his misery, and OG with 1 finish point. Well, OG is already looking wonderful in the overall ranking, but Myth Officials at the 21st spot, they can't afford such mistakes. And looking at the finish feed, I can see that players of Phoenix Esports are also locking horns with the plus of Carnival Gaming, as one player from CG has been knocked out.
Come on, Wingod, just toss out the smokes and do something. You still do have a few utilities that you can use to get rid of the opponents. The longer they live, the more threat they possess. Phoenix Esports as you mentioned, poking a fight against one of the players of CG. And for CG now, that's going to be a warning. If you keep on moving up with that same pathway, Phoenix Esports will try to make things even worse. But did you notice a big change in the play style of Phoenix Esports? Now they're taking more fights, which I'm loving. It's not just that Phoenix Esports is taking fights anyway. They're taking systematic fights the way they used to in the past. Waiting for the right moment, waiting for the right opportunity, not just straight up blindly rushing towards the compound. Instead, waiting for the big advantage first and then maybe taking the measures. And I'm liking that approach. Phoenix Esports, they've managed to find 3 eliminations so far. And it's working out. They're able to piece the puzzle.
Since Phoenix Esports, they have the entire control of the western shoreline. They know that their backlines are pretty much clear. They can afford to take these sort of fights. And like you said, all the fights are very calculated fights, which Phoenix Esports is taking at this point. But officials, they need to be very careful, as they were trying to pep a few bullets towards one of the team of IST Soul. And IST Soul, they are breaching into the compounds of team OG, as AQP from the rooftop has all the vision and information onto the plus of IST Soul. But the main question is, can he find the knock? But no, he's the one taking a hefty blow. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible.
He had the vision, but not the HP. Could not go for the second peek anyways, but IST Soul have lost out on Flare. An instant knockout as soon as they visit the compound. And OG having an instant advantage. But as soon as I say so, even the fallen player was back on his feet, but Ari gets knocked out now, and that's going to be the instant death blow handed out. But still OG, they keep the advantage swinging with them. As even IST Soul now, they're going to try to get back in the flow of things. Unfortunately, Knuckles on fire, and he will be knocked out as well. As OG now, they've got the major advantage in the fight. But as soon as I say so, Ronnie once again gives the advantage back to his team. Salme confirmed, and IST Soul now in troubled waters. As Witzgod, he already took down one of the players and confirmed that elimination. Even Knuckle gets confirmed, and now it's down to just Ronnie. And I'm pretty sure Witzgod is going to try to go for that revival on his fallen comrade. That's what the main course of action is going to look like for Witzgod. But Myth Official, they've already made the push happen. A third party comes into play now. Maxioso, he's closed on up towards this compound while his teammates in the back lines providing that cover. Witzgod wants to get the revival onto Athenki, but unfortunately gets confirmed by Spear. That's going to be a free elimination point racked up by Myth.
And Myth need those points, as Maxios is also trying to find one more connection with that grenade, but he doesn't have the information that where exactly the last player of OG is. Even Ronnie is also trying to find something with that grenade, but Maxiosi has been knocked out by Monty Bay of Bot Army Esports. A fourth party also coming into the picture, and Monty gets a confirmation point also onto Maxi. This is not looking good for the plus of Myth, because let's be honest, IST Soul and OG, they're already in the top 10. But with officials, they need those points. In a close frontal battle, seems like Witzgod is going to come victorious. 5 finishes in the favor of OG. But like I was saying, IST Soul and OG, they're already in the top 10. But Myth, this was a major blow for them.
It indeed was. A major whiff from Ronnie. Connected the first shot, but the second blow missed. And that's where Witzgod found the advantage. For OG, they've collected a decent amount of elimination points. They're also in a really good spot in the overall standings. So even if they do lose out in this game, it's really not going to hurt them too much. Even the same thing can be said for IST Soul. That fight was pretty pointless, but still it was taken for entertainment. And I love that. K9 Esports, a team that's desperate for points. They do not really have a lot of points to kick things off with. And that too now, it seems like they're locking horns against CG. I'm not exactly sure if this is going to be a good option or not, but CG is also one of those teams that is on the struggling side of the spectrum. And CG is stuck between 2 deep waters. There's K9 in the front, a few more teams and foes around the same vicinity, and Goblins already pushed up. The entirety of CG slowly and steadily pushing up close and personal against K9 Esports. They've closed out that distance, and Slug spots the players. Slug has got a nice off angle to play with, but as soon as his position gets compromised, things will get even worse. K9 Esports, they're able to chip out a lot of damage against the players of CG, but here comes the first blow. And that's going to give the players of CG the advantage they were looking for. Ninja Boy's taken down pretty low as well, but still he patches himself up. And he hands out that death blow to another players of CG. What just happened there? CG, they completely threw this fight. And now Ninja Boy, there's a big chance that he can pull things back in his court.
This is so important for K9 as Ninja Boy gets taken down by a Viper's grenade, leaving Slug all by himself. And even the wall of death is also closing in. And Viper is looking for the confirmation point onto Ninja Boy at this point. Slug, he needs to be very careful. He needs to win this battle and go for the placement points. Even CG, they need those points. CG, they don't have the numbers advantage at this point. And Slug's position has already been compromised. But Viper also needs to patch himself up. And wall of death, the blue is dishing out a lot of damage as Viper also gets taken down. And Slug, he has got only 2 first stage to work around with. This is a doomed fight for both these teams, Neeraj.
It indeed is. I mean, just look at the way K9 Esports was playing. I mean, yes, they were able to win that fight, but as you mentioned, at the end of the day, it's not going to be great for any of these teams. They do not even have a lot of first states to back them up in the first place. And Slug gets confirmed by the play zone. The wall of death is not going to have any sort of mercy on anyone. Hector, he needs to get a few more first states. I mean, he has already got 33, so I guess he's good. Hector's probably going to try to patch himself up till the end and play for the placement now. That's what CG's hoping for. CG's going to play for that average. Pod Army Esports on the screen, a team that is already doing pretty good in the top 8. Pod Army Esports does not even need to struggle too much. Just a few more points in this game, and Pod Army Esports 2 can easily secure the qualification.
Neeraj, I really want to know, is there any record where 2 teams are holding the same compound and not moving a muscle? Because if there is, I think Wingod and God's Strength have already broken that record. And Circle is also favoring heavily God's Strength and Wingod right in the center of the circle and still not engaging in a fight, still not doing anything. But seems like OG Wizgod all by himself. He has to deal with the plus of Bot Army Esports. Quite an outnumbered fight for him as Devotee is trying to get something with that Molotov. And finally, Monty Bay's grenade deals with Wizgod and OG. They have been eliminated at the 10th spot.
Myth. Spear squad exposed. Spear needs to pierce through the opponent's armor. But now it sounds pretty tough. The wall of death engulfs the player. And Spear, does he have enough meds to patch himself up constantly and deal with the damage of the blue zone? Wall of Death is not having any sort of mercy anytime soon. Hector's still all the way in the back going for that med strat from CG, and as I mentioned, CG's just playing for the average. CG just wants to make it in the top 16, that's it. That's their primary goal. Revenant Spark, a team that has been struggling from the start. This time around, they've got all the 4 pieces on the board. This game of Vikendi seems pretty good for them. Powery's in the front line from Diesel Esports, but does Revenant Spark have any sort of vehicles to place themselves in a good spot inside of the circle? If they don't, they're screwed.
They need the control. They need that Western control. Revenant X-Park. They have to pick up one with the plus of Team Diesel Esports. And Diesel, they are surviving with only 1 player remaining. And that is Pari. And seems like even his position has also been compromised. Just look at the amount of smoke which is being invested. And a nade right on the face of Pari from the side of Shadow deals with him. And Diesel Esports have been eliminated on the 9th spot. But Revenant X-Park with 4 finishes. This is really a good game. But as I said it, Devotee of Bot Army Esports finds a knock onto Spray God. They have to go for the revival. They have to go for the rescue mission. Even Jelly is also doing a third party as Ninze finds a knock onto Spray God.
Revenant Spark now starting to fumble. Sarang and Spray God taken down and completely dusted, but even Revenant Spark is punishing the players of Just Jelly. Now Just Jelly takes it up close as they're going to wipe out the existence of Revenant Spark. For a moment, I thought that Revenant Spark can still stand a chance in this fight, considering 3 players were knocked out, or 2 players were knocked out in return. But still, Just Jelly, they just went in and wiped out the entirety of Revenant Spark. And now they control this side of the circle, but they're still pretty exposed. So you can't even say they control it. They do have a few rocks to play with, but do they have the vehicles to place themselves in a better spot quickly? The answer is going to be no. Every single vehicle that is available, it's smoking.
Just look at Wingod and God's Train. Not doing anything for the entire Vikendi, and even the circle once again favors them. I don't think they are going to pick a fight against each other till the moment the circle is favoring them. The BGMI gods do not want Wingod and God's Train to move a muscle at this point, but seems like Genesis, they are trying to breach in the compound as Sahil is trying to find some sort of connection with that utility.
At this point, it's not looking too good for Vikendi Esports. Finally, Infinity. He closes on up with Sahil. And Genesis wanted a little bit of the piece of the real estate for themselves. Getting this one house in control. Godsreen, they're taking fights on different ends. Pod Army Esports' Monty is going to be that survivor. Utility tossed against that player. If Vikendi Esports really had the utilities to play with, or even Godsreen, why did they not toss the nades against each other? That's my question. Both of them just made peace in this one single compound and stayed over there till the end. And luckily enough for them, it worked out as well. Because they're in the top 7. Genesis, the only threat available. And if somehow Genesis gets wiped out, then Vikendi Esports and GDR, no one's going to stop them from being in the top 2.
Of course, just look at the amount of teams. We've got GDR, Genesis also there, even Bot Army is also there. And Jelly, he's got the entire western control of the circle. And I think Jelly can also do a perfect third or fourth party in this situation and try to accumulate all those finish points, as the last player of Myth is going for the mid strat. Out in the blue, going for the heal battle. And Genesis, they need to be careful as the blue will also start closing in. Monty Bay in this whole scenario can also try accumulate those finish points because his position has not been compromised. And if anyone from the side of Vingod or God's Rain comes out in the open, I think Monty can strike and get the finish point.
Gotta feel bad for Just Jelly. The zone moves away from them. Troubles, they keep on amping up, and Just Jelly just does not know how to rack up a good spot in the circle. Just Jelly still trying to move around, maneuver their way towards the circle, or at least closer to the zone. But it sounds pretty tough. Just Jelly now taking a fight against Monty. And eventually Monty will be eliminated with that well-placed nade from Just Jelly. But how can Just Jelly make it inside of the circle? That's the real concern we all have been asking for. The zone starts to move slowly and steadily. Wall of Death once again moving mercilessly. And as I mentioned, if Genix FM or if Genesis gets taken down in this compound, a big threat will be neutralized. And Vikendi Esports and Godsreen will be top 2 surviving. Myth 2 gets collected from the far fray. And I highly doubt now that player's going to be able to survive for too long, considering Just Jelly, the Wall of Death, it's going to do a lot of damage. Vikendi Esports is finally getting pushed on by the players of Godsreen. They've lost out on the patience because the Wall of Death has closed on up towards this compound. Godsreen had no other choice than to close on up towards LeBron and take this house over. They did this beautifully too, tossed out the smokes, moved up against LeBron, and now they're way too close. In the same proximity. LeBron on top of the house, he's got no clue. There's still someone all the way back in the open who can't strike LeBron down, and that's the player of Just Jelly. Does he have any line of sight on LeBron, though? That's my question. LeBron is quite exposed to the open field. But considering LeBron knows there's not a lot of teams available, he can definitely play this risky spot. Godsreen underneath LeBron, Genesis on the left side. I'm not even sure what sort of measures can Vikendi Esports take to come out on top in this fight, but it's such an awkward standoff.
Oh, certainly. Genesis Hero is also trying to find something with those barrage of grenades. At the same time, Vingod, I want to see how many first aids do they have. Can they afford to go for the heal battle as Sam was trying to do so from the side of Just Jelly, and finally Sam has been eliminated on the 4th spot, and now we have 3 teams remaining in the same compound which Vingod and Godsreen have been holding from the very start of the game, and Justin and Ninja might be looking forward to find some sort of connection with those grenades as Genesis finally they have lost the patience and is trying to close in the distance, but one grenade from the side of LeBron can take down Grind as Grind has been left on a sliver of HP and forced to push back and heal himself. But on the other side, Fragger also goes a little aggressive and deals with one of the player of team Vingod and gets a confirmation point, as well as Ninja Dodd also eliminated. And Justin and Infinity, they are going for the mid strat, and Justin has been eliminated, leaving Infinity going for the heal battle, and Team Genesis coming victorious in this one. Oh my god, this was such a game where the luck and BGMI gods favored Vingod and Godsreen so much from the very start of the game.
Vingod at least had a decent amount of elimination points to kick things off with, but for God's Green. I highly doubt they had a lot of elimination points, but at the end of the day, WinGod needed those points, and they finally got those points as well. Game 1 wasn't that great for WinGod, but this game definitely covered up for the Game 1 that they lost out on. Genesis getting the chicken dinner also means that this is going to ignite a big ray of hope for Genesis to make the comeback in the top 16. We had a conversation with the lads, and they were not looking too confident, especially with the way they were given the interview. But this chicken dinner, maybe it's going to ignite that spark of confidence they need.
Well, certainly, because if you look at week number 3's performance of Team Genesis, they accumulated 53 total points. That was the highest. Week number 1 and week number 2, Genesis was really struggling. But week number 3, they started staging a comeback. And after getting this winner chicken dinner for themselves in week number 4, I think Genesis is looking prepared to stage a comeback in week number 4. They can definitely propel themselves in the overall ranking. But I don't know, when Godstain, what do you have to say about them? Because I don't have anything to say.
Exactly. That's going to be the same reaction from my side as well. I'm not even sure why they were there in that same compound for such a long time. I mentioned this, WinGod Esports, they've got the man advantage. If they toss out a few smokes and move in tandem, there's a big chance they can easily come out on top. But still, WinGod Esports just not having enough confidence to make that push. And I guess one of the main reasons for that is because WinGod Esports does not want to give their slot away in the top 16 and just wants to confirm that spot. WinGod Esports too, they were not looking too confident in that entire compound. Even in the final few moments when WinGod Esports could have stood a chance to take down the players of Genesis, they still did not go for that fight. Instead, the last man was going for the med strat, looking forward to secure that second spot in the game, and he did so as well. So, hey, I guess as long as they're achieving that average, that's all that matters. WinGod Esports, all the experimentation now should be done, and they need to put on a serious face because they have been able to squeeze themselves in the top 16 in quite the dominating way in the previous weeks, but now it's time for them to pin that spot down, and I guess this previous game really does do the job considering they must have pinned that spot down with the way they played in that previous one. But Aiku Soul and K9 Esports fighting off against each other off the rip. That fight was quite an awkward fight as well, considering Aiku Soul, we never saw this drop clash coming in the first place.
Well, certainly, even the players of Team K9 didn't expect that, but a wise and mature decision came from the side of IGL to back off from that situation. And after that, K9 did manage to accumulate few good finish points from the side of Myth and from the side of Team Carnival Gaming as well. So K9 did fare off decent in this one. I won't say they came very good, but a decent. But Revenant X-Spark, my disappointments are still there from the side of Team Revenant because they were looking so promising in that situation. They had the entire western control of the circle, but the moment Team Jelly came in and Revenant X-Spark looked like they were not prepared. There were too many mistakes also which was there from the side of Team Revenant X-Spark. But is it safe to say that WinGod and Godstrain just handed over that winner chicken dinner to the players of Team Genesis?
Revenant Spark was just too exposed. Simple. They did not really have that good of a playing area to play with in the first place. Yes, on map, they were in a great spot. They were controlling a lot of that terrain. But at the end of the day, you also needed solid covers to play around with, and that's where Revenant Spark was a bit too exposed to the surrounding threats. And slowly and steadily, they were getting picked off by the players of Just Jelly. Revenant Spark had all the 4 players alive too. I mentioned this, they can be the one to come through victorious, but then comes Just Jelly and easily strikes down everyone from the side of Revenant Spark. And once again, Revenant Spark is really a big sign of worry. If they keep on playing the same way, you know what's going to happen, what's going to be the course of action. Stars of the match on the screen, Infinity is going to be the MVP, and also he's the one to go all out, and the best companion is also going to be Ninze.
Well, of course, Ninze, the best companion with 2 rescues and 2 assists also coming in. And I think Team Jelly also did fare off really well in the situation. And in the end, Sam was the guy who was going for the mid strat. And that really worked in the favor of them. Even Hector was also going for the mid strat in that situation, 32 first stage, and got himself till the top 7th spot. But let's have a look at the match ranking and see how many points which team has accumulated, because yes, Genesis, they had the winner chicken dinner, but not too many finish points. So that means total of 12 points. But Jelly and the entire team was definitely getting those finishes. 7 finishes, total 4 placement point, 11 points, sitting on the 2nd spot now.
These match rankings really do not say a lot. I mean, looking at the way Genesis played that previous game, they did not have a lot of elimination points as well. So the previous game, you can't say points were equally distributed amongst the entire board. Latter half of the board on the screen, Phoenix Esports was playing it so passive. They were playing it so defensive. They were able to get those scrappy elimination points, but not able to place themselves in a good spot in the game. And Phoenix Esports, now the time is running out. They need 2 big games back to back. And that's the only time Phoenix Esports can instantly propel themselves back in the overall standings, or else I'm giving up on Phoenix Esports.
Phoenix Esports were looking so promising. They had the entire western control of the circle, but the moment circle shifted, took an eastern shift, after that Phoenix Esports couldn't find themselves in the circle, couldn't find a good spot for themselves. And that are the situation for which Phoenix Esports need to prepare themselves. They do really well when the circle is favoring them, but when the circle takes a curveball shift, that's when Phoenix Esports really struggle.
We also saw a big change in the playstyle from Phoenix Esports with the way they were playing.
Yeah.
It really did feel like, okay, we might just see a big and a reformed Phoenix Esports. We might have just seen a complete new strat book of Phoenix Esports being revealed over here on the screen, but then they still somehow fumble up and give the entire game away. Phoenix Esports, as I mentioned, the way they were playing defensive, I loved that. They were able to collect those scrappy elimination points, get themselves in a decent spot in the circle as well, but in the end, they were just completely evaporated in thin air. They've still got one more game to go, though, and if that game is going to be a chicken dinner, then maybe they can't still be in the race. If this last game is not going to be there from Phoenix Esports, if they do not land a chicken dinner, I'm going to give up on Phoenix Esports. I'll be done with.
That is a possibility that if they don't step up in this last Erangel, with only few games remaining, with only 2 days remaining and total of 6 games, I don't think Phoenix Esports can stage a comeback even if they get a winner chicken dinner, considering the position right now in the overall ranking. But there's still hope for few other teams like Team Empire. They were on the 19th spot before this game, but in this one also they had to take an early exit from the game. So Team Empire, they need to resort back to those mid strats if nothing is really working for them, if they really want to qualify, because this time, yes, Savage went against the players of Team CK and he did a 1v2, but after that Q Lamau marked an end for him. So they need to deal with such sort of situations where Team Empire can go for the placement points as well.
The upcoming game is going to be really important for Team Empire. You've also got K9 Esports, Revenant X-Park in the mix. These 3 teams, everyone's going to be looking out for them, including Cincinnati Kids too. So the upcoming game is really going to mean a lot for these 4 names. WinGod Esports, the previous game, considering they placed themselves in the top 2, so you can't say they've easily cracked open that top 16 barrier, and now they're going to move on towards the LAN finale. So I would not exactly say that WinGod Esports 2 can be a big sign of concern, but as I mentioned, Team Empire, you've also got K9 Esports, Revenant X-Park, and Cincinnati Kids. These 4 names, they need a big game in their hands, and that's the only time maybe we can say they're looking pretty good and comfortable in the top 16, especially Revenant X-Park. It's one of those teams that can make it happen as well, and we're going back to the classic grounds of Erangel, so Revenant X-Park can definitely spark a big comeback.
But the thing is, with so many teams going for the hunt, in the previous groups also we saw that Hero Extreme Godlike was going for the hunt. This time in this group it is Team Aiku Soul going for the hunt. That is making things difficult for all the bottom teams to stage a comeback.
And we've been speaking about the Grand Finals. We've been speaking about the LAN Finals. It's going to happen in Noida Indoor Stadium from 31st January till the 2nd February. And make sure to scan that QR code and confirm your tickets right now.
Well, you have to, because so many big names and so many new names are also qualifying, and you have to meet them personally. But let's have a look at the schedule as well, because 2 games already done and dusted for these 2 groups, and Revenant X-Park still struggling. So that means we have got the last Erangel and last hope for Revenant X-Park to get that winner chicken dinner for themselves.
I mean, Revenant X-Park, even Cincinnati Kids, even Genesis, honestly speaking. Yeah, the previous game was a chicken dinner, but just like CK, not a lot of points. In these 2 groups, there's so many desperate names, and everyone is going for that aggressive affair, and I'm loving that. Desperate names do realize what they need to do in order to make the comeback, but still the aggressive affair is also not working out too well for them, considering we're seeing so many desperate names being kicked out off the rip in the games itself, and that's not a great thing. They need to keep themselves alive till the final few moments. They need to try and get as many elimination points and placement points as possible.
Well, they have to. Along with that, we have got one more name which is really struggling in the overall ranking. That is the players of Team Red Ross. They were in the top 5 after week number 1, but suddenly they are nowhere to be seen. So Red Ross is also one of those teams for which this match, the entire week, is super important. But Neeraj is going to take a little bit of the breather after the previous game, and joining me on the desk is going to be Fixes.
Oh boy, what have we landed ourselves in? What is this drama that is suddenly brewing up in the final weeks? I think the big question has to be on Revenant X-Park. for sure. How did they manage to get themselves in such a mess over here, Shadow? Especially when we felt like the Vikendi game could be there. Suddenly, Jelly out of nowhere, they also strike. Just to make matters worse, Revenant X Park surely have to come out with a chicken dinner, but nothing taken away. Red Ross, they've also been long missing ever since that huge fall down in the previous week. Feels like they need to gather themselves up once again if they have to see the days of the grand final, if they have to secure their golden tickets for Noida. As the flight path trajectory all the way, sort of this time a little bit of a breather for a lot of these teams trying to avoid those early collisions. As Orangutan dropping down, they will be heading towards Lipovka, Revenant X Park. Cause around Yasna. This time, however, Shadow, they go uncontested.
Well, certainly. This time, it's only the players of Team Revenant X Park. But like you were talking about the players of Team Red Ross, I think if you notice the performance, week number 1, they got 67 points. And week number 3, with only 31 points, less than the half of what they have been getting in week number 1 and week number 2. There is a drastic dip in the performance of Team Red Ross. Previously, Beast and Lucifer were doing the majority of the heavy lifting, but even Ortho and Phoenix were also doing quite decent. So they need to really figure out what's really happening wrong. And this time the circle is also favoring them, as we have got the Northern Circle, where K9 in the city of Siverny, they have also got the players of Team Genesis towards the side of shooting range. So there is a possibility of Genesis going up against the players of K9.
Especially with Genesis getting a chicken dinner in the previous one, will somehow give them that hope we're looking forward to. Genesis, don't get me wrong, this is one of those teams that really had heart pounding in the Open Finals. Really had us excited and doing this once again. And I'm not really concerned, but for Red Cross, like you said, this is one of those circles which does favor them. They still have to do their bidding. They still have to find a couple of good fights. That is where they have failed at. Feels like they've gone back to dead zero, where feels like they are starting from scratch once again. So, for Red Ross, what needs to be done? What Cincinnati kids so far? First game of Sanhok, they threw their way, but then we saw in Vikendi, which is one of their strongest suits, Shadow, they went tumbling down.
Exactly, because in that situation, if you remember, from the side of Team CK, it was Aditya and Flock remaining, where Aditya was going for the rescue mission onto Flock, and he did dish out a lot of damage towards the side of Savage, but losing that fight, getting 1v2 was something that CK, they need to recover from, and they need to again find that momentum and the confidence in this Erangel, because just by getting one victory, one chicken dinner is not going to be enough for the players of Team CK. But speaking about one more team which can do really well in this one could be the players of Team Revenant X Park, as they are in the city of Yasnia and we have a Northern Circle. So Revenant X Park can also try to come victorious in this one.
Goes without saying, they need a chicken dinner in this one. Nothing less than a chicken will satiate their hunger. Of course, we saw earlier on Shadow coming up in that interview. He did claim that he was going to secure 40 points, and seems like they need a lot more. And don't get me wrong, Revenant X Park still does pose as a threat to others in the lobby, and as a result of which, they are being severely targeted at this point. And of course, the circle, everybody is aware of these Yasnaya zones. We have seen those tendencies where either the circle goes down south of those Yasnaya city, and we get to see open fields coming into play, or maybe towards that northern side. Either way, Revenant X Park can have a really good game. I hope they get a chicken dinner out of this one. As of now, these are Esports, again, another team. We've seen a couple of those moments, Shadow, but that is pretty much it, right? Nothing really that gets us stimulated, nothing really that gives us that idea that we might get to see them in the LAN this time around.
That's a possibility, because yes, Diesel, they have been getting those average 40 points every single week, but that is not enough because the inconsistency is also there from their side. And with only one player performing and doing the majority of the heavy lifting, that is Orlo, that is never enough. A single player can't qualify you for the challenge finals. It's a team game. The entire team needs to step up and the entire team needs to perform. But I'm just waiting for the players of Aiko Soul to start the rotation, because they're literally hunting. It's just want to see in this one where they are going to go.
Yeah, the notorious boys in action once again. But the previous game of Vikendi really had us on the edge of our seats, especially that fight against Orangutan. It come down to a 1v1. Wiz got the victor in that particular situation. For Ikusol, I think the target this time is to gather enough points, and also considering the fact that they would be hopeful that they get all their players back in prime form for the grand finals begin, because Ikusol will be entering grand finals. That goes without any doubt, right? But you would want them to enter with victory on their mind and nothing less. This is something that has been missing, especially just recently. They missed out on one of the biggest LAN events, the officials, and heading on 2025, they need a really good start. And looking at the given situation over here, Shadow, I think they might be targeting those junction areas around Yasna. You've got a couple of gas station, couple of visitors to play around if they want to play it safe. But if they want to go on a hunt, I think they've got plenty options to play with.
For now, seems like Team Empire is going on a hunt. Team Empire is also one of those teams which is really struggling in the overall ranking. And the way they are heading over to the side of Milta, we have got the plus of Bot Army Esports. So Team Empire, they really need to be careful. If they're going for the fight, they have to come victorious. Otherwise, Team Empire might not be in the top 16. Already they are on the 19th spots. So they really need a one good game. But seems like Empire coming under heavy fire from the side of Henry as Henry takes him down and gets the confirmation point. This is what I was saying. Team Empire was so unaware about the presence of Bot Army Esports.
And it's starting to hurt them right now. Especially talking horns against a squad like Bot Army Esports. That's the last thing you want to do. Team has already qualified, and Team Empire's brownie points for the bravery there. Sometimes utter bravery leads to foolishness, and at this point, Team Empire did have a taste of it now. With no other choices but to tuck their tails and run, go their own merry ways. They have to find some solidity in this map. They need to around those central areas, quite a lot of compounds up for grabs. And Bot Army Esports, they've already tasted blood. Might as well go on a hunt.
Oh, they certainly. But Red Ross Beast being so close to the plus of Team K9 has got me worried, because Red Ross, they need those points. They need to be very careful. If the plus of K9 do realize that Beast is so close to them, they can go directly towards his side, and maybe Red Ross can face an early casualty. But for now, we've got Esports. I'm sure you witnessed what really happened in the previous game of Vikendi with Vingod and Godstrain being in the same compound for the entire 30 minutes of the game of Vikendi. And final circle was also favoring them. I don't know what was really going in the mind of Vingod and Godstrain, because none of them wanted to take that fight.
Why would you? Honestly, when you have the circle really favoring and you need that chicken dinner, I think there's no point in taking unwanted casualties. Because the moment they engage against each other, I think they would be susceptible to get third party. As a result of which, both these squads really batted off each other's eyes. But for now, as things stand, Bot Army Esports this time going full throttle against the players of Team Empire. Shots being hurled over at Hunter's way as Henry somehow whiffs a couple there. Now he's going to take another go at it and does not really connect. As of now, Bot Army Esports, I think there's no stopping them. They've got their blinders on. All they want to go is for that cat and mouse chase as Team Empire making a run for their lives. Bot Army Esports right after them. With even Myth Official, there is chances that they might meet each other. A very rough engagement almost on its way as Bot Army Esports, they've realized it's time to notch things down a little bit, not get carried away, as they gather another finish to their name. So Team Empire, their numbers have completely dwindled down. Would be really interesting if they could get a couple of position points at the very least.
I'm saying Team Empire, they need to resort back to those med strats which they have been doing in the previous weeks, because honestly the rotations are not really working for them, as we witnessed in the map of Vikendi as well, that Team Empire was really struggling. Yes, this Savage did manage to get 2 finish points, but after that QLMO eliminated, and this time also in Erangel with only 2 players remaining. I think Team Empire, they need to go a little passive, and when they feel confident in the overall ranking, they can go for this again for those 4v4 fights. But Myth Official, speaking about this team, even they are also really struggling in the overall ranking, as they are somewhere towards the 21st spot. Week number 3 was entirely in their favor, but even now again seems like in week 4 they are struggling again.
Oh, they definitely are. Especially with all these teams playing like their lives depend on it. And why wouldn't it? Such a big affair. Nobody wants to miss out. As Cincinnati Kids is trying their luck against the players of Myth Officials over there, as Oxen is taking some beating over there. Still not really on his knees. Cincinnati Kids, they also have to be watchful of their surroundings, because they're causing a lot of noise, drawing in a lot of attention. And for Cincinnati Kids, the good thing is that nobody is really on their back as of now. But if they prolong this fight, if they stay on this position for the next couple of minutes, I'm pretty sure God's Reign might have a say in it. As now Bot Army Esports, they've got players of Orangutan on their crosshairs, as slowly but surely trying to rattle them out, but to no avail.
Bot Army Esports is definitely crossing paths with quite a few teams. Previously it was Team Empire, then after that Myth, and now it's the players of Team Orangutan as Atanki right in the crosses of Monty. And speaking about Bot Army, I love the way that Devotee and Scary Jord, they always get those opening frags. Even Monty has lived up to the expectations. Every single time, this entire team of Bot Army Esports is looking so refined and so well prepared for the challenge finals, as Atanki at this point is trying to scuttle back to the safety and reunite with his teammates. And Henry also trying to find some sort of connection. But for now, Bot Army, they need to regroup, because the way they're out in the open and God's Reign right on their tails, it's not looking so comfortable.
It certainly isn't. And at this point, that was quite a difficult escape, at least for Atanki, given that his front tires were bursted out. And it's fine as long as you do not lose out on the tires at your back. As, of course, Bot Army Esports did take a dig. But eventually, all good in the hood for the players of Orangutan. And for OG, really not a lot of concerns in this particular week. They've done fairly well. They're getting all those average points and could correlate with somebody like Wildfang. If not those chicken dinners, they have that constant influx of all those points. But for the others, especially for Windgod, the previous game is going to ease on the nerves a little bit. But you still want to see them go for a biggie. We know these young lads, they've been so good this entire season. At least in the Snapdragon Pro Series, they've gotten so many finishes to themselves. And suddenly it feels like Shadow, as if they're playing away from their natural element. Suddenly feels like they've taken a lot of pressure on them, because the Windgod that we've come to know and love is a Windgod that loves engaging in those fights. They emerge out victorious, but now Windgod, they've been quite reluctant in engaging in one.
Exactly, of course, because if you look at the performance of Windgod in the entire SPS, week number 1, 72 points. And after that, suddenly Windgod started shying away from all those fights. Yes, they were getting those points, 53 points, week number 2, 54 in week number 3. But they are shying away from those fights. They are going for the passive approach. And that's not really working for them. Because if you remember, in week number 1, the way Sahil OP was clutching it out, along with his teammate Yash, this dynamic duo was really working for the entire team of Windgod Esports. But seems like suddenly Windgod has decided to prioritize the placement points now. But looking at the circle, even Genesis, they are also looking promising in this one, as they have got the northern control. And maybe there is a possibility of Genesis and Windgod locking horns against each other.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, how things stand, really, it's going to be quite interesting to see, because we haven't witnessed a lot of those early fights. And now we know for sure that a heavy cluster is already built up. And look at this. This is what we were talking about. The circle taking a hard shift on towards the western areas. Carnival Gaming, this is pretty much their game to lose. But look at so many teams stacked up. You've got Diesel, you've got Team Empire, you've got Team... this. And suddenly, Phoenix Esports, things are looking quite dire for them, as they've lost out on Alto already. Just Fury getting one finish. And Phoenix certainly not their day today. Have been quite diabolical with their approach, and they have been picked off on numerous occasions. But for Carnival Gaming, this is a chicken dinner really set up for them as Ninja Boy in a world of hurt. He's somehow dealing with the forces of Aiku Soul. Mane already on his knees as Omega trying to provide cover fire from the backlines, constantly poking down the players. And now, that being said, Mane has been brought down on already with Knuckle, the final player, alive. Or maybe he's got a few extra helping hands as Ninja Boy. He has his position pinned down as Knuckle gets charged into, but Knuckle being one step ahead, lured Ninja Boy, and he smacks him down.
Leaving Omega all by himself, and all Omega needs to do is just leave the fallen comrade bleed to death and go for those placement points. Aiku Soul, they lost onto Mane, but 3 players still remaining, and they've got a decent spot for themselves inside the circle as well. And Aiku Soul, the next victim, could be the loss of Team Phoenix Esports, because the direction they are heading, they might face Phoenix directly for a head-on fight, and Phoenix, they want to avoid such sort of a collision because they are in dire need of those points. Also, we have got the players of Team Red Ross going for the complete northern rotation, and I love the approach which Red Ross is bringing at this point, because we have a cluster forming towards the center, and towards the southern side also we have few teams like God's Reign. We also have got the players of Team Bot Army Esports, even Team Empire, so we can see the next fight brewing towards the southern side.
Oh, look at this, Shadow. Omega, his position has been compromised. Atanki is going to take a dig at it as Omega brought down to real low HP. Of course, wants help, but there's nobody around, nobody alive. Omega, he has to piece this one out together as OG, they rally up their forces. Just trying to block any sorts of exit route for Omega. As Flock, he deals the death blow from the backlines. And OG, they're not going to be pleased with it. Of course, they wanted that finish to their name, and they wanted to start opening up their accounts in this game. But regardless, OG has got such a good position to play around. And having all 4 of their players alive, even they would be dreaming of getting a chicken dinner in this one.
Oh, certainly, because they have kept themselves towards the eastern side and not a lot of traffic is there. But even Revenant X-Pac, they decided to go for the southern rotation, and seems like God's Reign, they have got Revenant right in the crosshairs as Prey God has been knocked out. An instant confirmation already there. Revenant X-Pac, what are they doing? Not looking good at all. Already lost onto one of the player, and now they have to take a different route inside the circle. This is not looking so promising at all, but God's Reign, they can definitely try to look for the potential dominant control from the southern side, as they have got the entire control of the school apartments as well.
This is just getting worse for Revenant X-Pac. And if they do not get a chicken dinner in this one, given the fact that all these teams are going for such a nice push, the ones especially struggling, they've had such a great day in the office, things would be very, very dire for Revenant X-Pac, and it's going to be so poetic, where Wildfangs have already secured their berth, and Revenant X-Pac are still fighting for one. Being one of the champion rosters as Bot Army Esports, they've got their eyes pinned on the players of Red Ross as they decide to spread their carnage this time on the players of Red Ross, as Red Ross, they've gotten in quite a different rotation all the way from those tiny bridges of Rosor crossing through, now playing around the high grounds as Monty, he gets spotted out. Phoenix, at least a little sigh of relief for the players of Red Ross, as now Bot Army Esports, they have to focus on getting those revives back up. But Devotee, he's a man on a mission. He does not care. He just wants finishes to himself.
I think Devotee wanted to go for the rescue mission onto Monty, and the moment he realized that one more foe team is also in the close vicinity, he decided to not overextend, and Scary Jord instead is going for the revival. On the other side, we also have the players of Myth in some sort of a pickle against the players of Team Aiku Soul, and seems like Oxen has also been eliminated, and Orlo of Diesel Esports is also keeping an eye on the players of Bot Army. And this is not looking good at all for Bot Army, because yes, they have got the higher ground, but they have to deal with Diesel and Red Ross, both the teams. But Orlo, let's see what's going to be the decision, as Q Lamar finds a confirmation onto Monty. Seems like Just Jelly is also doing a third party in the situation. And Scary Jord once again knocked out. Henry comes for the aid, comes for the rescue. This is not looking really good for the players of Team Bot Army, as Henry has also been eliminated by the players of Team Just Jelly. Kyo Lamau doing the perfect third party and becoming a nightmare for the players of Team Bot Army Esports, getting those 2 finishes. Diesel Esports, they need to find themselves a better spot. And for now, they are going for the southern rotation and taking the brunt of the blue. Diesel Esports, this sort of decision making can haunt them, because if they're trying to come from the southern side, OG is ready to welcome them.
It's fine because they had no other options, because if they had injected themselves from that western side, Team Empire and even Red Ross were present to welcome them with not garlands, of course, with a lot of bullets. But for Aiku Soul, things still looking quite dandy, especially that little bit of a jump scare a couple of moments ago when they engaged against K9. This Orangutan and Diesel, this is what you were talking about, Shadow, as Sham, he's been put down to the ground. Wizgod also goes falling down as Diesel Esports has somehow survived the scare, with OG having lost everybody barring Atanki. Maybe a little late to the party though, as Pari, one of the players surviving in a 1v2 situation. Atanki finds himself in such a rough spot, with Diesel Esports also getting shot from the backlines, as Atanki, he's gonna do whatever it takes, because he's really out of meds at this point, as OG still are in much better position in terms of the overall standings. Can't really say the same for Diesel Esports, as Pari, he's gonna have a go at it. Throws a couple of grenades, nothing really connecting, nothing even getting close to Atanki, as he's gonna respond back with one of his own. Atanki being hurled down with so many utility at his direction, and he's refusing to give up, refusing to die. Atanki has to step out of his cover, as Orlo out in the open. Atanki, that smoke really hindering his vision over there. Brought down to real low HP, but Orlo out in the open, still taking a dig. Atanki surviving that scare. Still alive, still breathing. What on earth is happening, Shadow?
Atanki refuses to die. On the other side in Rozak, we also have the players of Team Just Jelly locking horns with the players of Team Phoenix Esports, as Venom has been knocked out, and Just Jelly and the entire team, the way they are doing third party is really impressive. But more than that, the way Atanki is surviving, look at the amount of smokes being utilized. And Diesel Esports, they are feeling so underconfident despite having the numbers advantage. They're not feeling confident to go up against Atanki at this point. They're trying to get the confirmation point just by the use of grenade. And finally, Orlo finds Atanki and shuts him down. 5 finishes, a good start, but only 2 plus remaining for Diesel Esports.
And they've made so much noise, so much commotion. Everybody knows in the lobby, especially God's Raid, they're waiting like hounds for the players of Diesel to start closing in. And Aiku Soul, seems like they find themselves in unfamiliar territory at this point, with already Knuckle down and out, almost on the verge of getting eliminated, with no aid coming to his way, as Phoenix Esports, this time they have made it inside the top 12, but they need to dig in a little bit more deeper. With Just Shelly, they have been having a great day in the office so far. They have been so fatal against their foes, not really shying away from fights. Went up against Revenant X Spark, Sam clutching it out. And this time they've got their eyes pinned on the players of Phoenix Esports, as look to give another upset to such a big team, as now they will be on their tails, as Phoenix Esports, Just Jelly, everybody diving in, find some semblance of cover in such a chaotic circle, as Red Ross really just have one shack to play around with, as Lucifer, he gets hurled upon. Ninja has been dealt with, at least that initial scare thwarted off. But Red Ross, they need more than this. Kyolamau completely lost out in the open, as Sam, he's also going to be put down to the ground. Carnival Gaming still alive, 11 teams, and we've got that 5th circle in front of us. This is looking oh so scary, Shadow.
And the circle is favoring the players of Team Revenant X Spark, and Shadow gets one knock onto one of the players of Phoenix Esports. Let's see if they can get the confirmation point. They also need to defend the area. Carnival Gaming, they also need to migrate inside the circle, but first they had to deal with the players of Team Red Ross, as the Red Ross is just waiting, and they are also coming under heavy fire, as Goblin is trying to find some connection with those grenades. But Brawny from the backline finds a knock onto Neo, and now Carnival Gaming, they have to go for the rescue mission. Ronnie is also taking the brunt of the blue, but Carnival Gaming in front of them, they also have the players of Team Cincinnati Kids. This is not looking good for CG or Red Ross either.
Not at all. Not at all. At this point, Carnival Gaming, they need to get Neo back up to life. Red Ross constantly bombarding and trying to make sure that nobody comes through that smoke alive. As of now, as we take a look at the circle, still favoring the likes of Genesis as Revenant X-Park finally get themselves in action under heavy pressure. As Carnival Gaming, it was all a ruse. The smoke's being laden down as Carnival Gaming, they decide to charge in on the players of Genesis as Hero somehow still alive, somehow bobbing and weaving, but Viper will make it out of that situation alive. Keeps the beacon alive for this team. Has the mantle going in his favor as Carnival Gaming, they survive another scare. A very good push. But look at this. God's Reign in troubled waters. Still have the circle though, but so many teams around them. Real estate prices around these apps have definitely risen up.
This time Robinson is playing instead of Destro. Godstrain, yes, they have to deal with the players of Revenant X-Park. Even Phoenix can do a third party as Sarang finds a knock onto Robin with a grenade. Wingod Esports Infinity is also in the close proximity. He can also try finding few knocks here and there. But Shadow is looking for the confirmation point onto Robin. This is such an important game for the players of Team Revenant X-Park, because if they win against Godstrain, they can potentially look for a winner-winner chicken dinner. But as I say it, Ninja Jot finds a knock onto Sarang and gets a confirmation point as well.
Oh, Shadow being taken down right now. Everything rests on the shoulders of this young man. We have seen time and again he has prevailed, but this is going to be such an arduous task. As Ninja Jot, he's got to deal with their former rivals. Phoenix Esports also on the hunt, as even the numbers are starting to deplete for God's Reign. But they've already done their bidding. They've already earned the golden ticket. But for Phoenix Esports, the time is nigh. They have to do it. They have to get the chicken dinner. Nothing less than that would work for them. As Fury seems like he spotted out Infinity. Goes out in the open, exposing himself. The grenade not really connecting. As Revenant X-Park Joker, he's trying to muster up as many finishes as he possibly can. Somebody seems to have opened the Pandora's box. And out of that utter chaos has ensued the lands of Erangel.
Well, certainly, even Team Empire, Red Ross, they are also trying to migrate themselves inside the circle. And Infinity, this is such a golden opportunity for him to accumulate all those finish points. As party of Diesel Esports also goes down through the hands of Venom with a beautiful grenade. But seems like Venom is aware about the position of Infinity as well, because he's trying to get that knock with a grenade. And LeBron gets knocked out, leaving Infinity all by himself. Even Carnival Gaming, Neo has been knocked out. This is not looking good for Wind God or Diesel, but looking so promising for the players of Phoenix Esports, as they are getting finish points here and there. Phoenix of Red Ross spotting the players of Carnival Gaming out in the open, but he's the one to be knocked out.
He certainly is, but look at this. Red Ross finally coming out on the good side of things as Phoenix Esports. They want this chicken dinner. They desperately do. As Fury, this could be disastrous, could prove quite fatal, but still somehow finds that Lady Luck there. Gets out of this alive, and now Phantom, he's going to be brought back to life. Phoenix Esports finally showing how desperate they are. And show is Joker. 5 finishes already for Revenant X-Park, have made it inside the top 4. But they definitely want a little bit more. As Team Empire, despite that early scare, despite losing out on 2 of their players, they are still alive. They've still made it inside the top 4.
Well, certainly because of Joker inside top 4, but they also need more placement points, as Hunter is also in a sort of a pickle, leaving Ace all by himself from the side of Team Empire. All the teams who are struggling in the overall ranking have made it inside top 4, and Joker right on his face, Fury's nade marks an end for Revenant X-Park, and Phoenix, they are looking so prepared to get this victory in their backpack, as Ace position has also been compromised, but Ortho, he can rain on the parade of Phoenix Esports at this point.
Oh, that was such a jump scare, but Phoenix Esports, what a time to come alive. 11 finishes already secured, and Artho, that final first aid to work around with. I'm pretty sure his position already given away courtesy to that buggy lying down over there, as that grenade gets flung over, barely missing by margins. As Artho gets taken down courtesy to that play zone. as Phoenix could not get their tally 2-12, but still 21 points out of this game, considering how abysmal their entire day has been. This is something that Phoenix Esports can really latch onto. All those teams that were suffering have finally emerged from the ashes. At this point, it's so difficult to say who will be those top 16 teams that make it inside of the grand finale. Phoenix Esports are very much needed. Winner, chicken dinner. This will definitely bolster up their morale.
100% agreed. Phoenix Esports, this was much needed for them, especially the way they were struggling in the previous 2 weeks, because week number 1 was still decent for Phoenix Esports. The major struggle began from week number 2, but week number 4, after this victory, I think Phoenix Esports, they should be looking forward to more consistent performance, and if that happens in the remaining 6 games, I think Phoenix can propel themselves in the top 16.
Oh, they can, and we want them to, right? At this point, it would be such a shame, a team that has had such a glorious 24 and suddenly entering 2025, they are looking lost. But finally, they've been found. A beautiful set of rotations. Finally, you could see them playing as a cohesive unit. But that also goes on to say with the fact that this is just one game where they performed. The other 2 games, they could have done much better and they failed. And today, it was a day where they had to play those off maps. Right, so we can give them that little bit of leeway. But at this point, they still aren't in those comfortable spots. They still have so much heavy lifting to do, and they completely had squandered their opportunities in the previous few weeks. And I hope they can carry on the baton from here onwards. I hope they bounce back in day 2, day 3, because a team like Phoenix Esports does pose the ability to make that comeback. And same goes for Revenant X-Park. Especially given the circumstances that they were under. Joker giving them that extra little room, extra little space, getting those crucial position points will be really helpful for their endeavors in qualifying tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. Joker survived till the very last and getting those crucial placement points. I think Revenant X-Park, given the circumstances they were in, they did decent. And that is going to boost the confidence. But looking at the MVP, this time Fury is the one coming out on the top with 5 finishes, and finish contribution is going to be 45%. And Fury was doing really good. Every single time, if you notice, Fury and Altu are the 2 players from the side of Phoenix Esports who always do the majority of the heavy lifting. But the best companion is going to be Viper from the side of Carnival Gaming.
Yeah, I think for Carnival Gaming, for a long time, they were holding on to such a nice spot. And especially towards the end, you could see, right, so much chaos. And it was one play, I think it was Neo that somehow withstood that push coming his way. And even Viper played a key role in getting those refs back up, or could be Viper. I mean, things happened in a flash, so difficult to really comprehend what happened there. So many fights breaking down. And this is exactly something that we have to be looking forward for tomorrow and day after. Because now you're seeing a pattern. Now you're seeing that all these teams, before they fizzle out, they are putting everything that they've got in them, because everybody wants to be a part of that LAN. And I think to utter disappointment, half of the lobby cannot. I'm talking about just top 16 making out of the 32 teams partaking in the challenge season. But for what it's worth, it was another great game of Erangel. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see more of that tomorrow.
Of course, because tomorrow is going to be once again a comeback day for so many teams like Phoenix Esports. They got a victory in this one, so they'll be looking forward to more aggressive gameplays. Because, like you said, in the previous 2 off games, Phoenix Esports did showcase a good rotation. But looking at the match ranking, now they are on the top with 21 points. Red Ross, even this was much needed from the side of Red Ross. 9 total points in their favor. Team Empire, even they also did fairly well in this Erangel. Total of 9 points. Revenant X-Park, Jokers survived till the very last few moments, a total of 9 points. Yes, Revenant X-Park should have got more than 9 points in this one and the entire day also, but still 2 more days remaining. There's still hope for Revenant X-Park.
There's still hope, and that is something that we hold on to very dear, because it would be such a shame if Revenant X-Park does not make it inside of the grand finals, especially when already we have established the fact that Wildfangs have secured their berth, and a team that was under the constant hammer, so much criticism around their slot them being one of the invited teams, were they worthy? I think they did answer back to their critiques with their performance. And slowly but surely, they did climb up the ranks and now are in such good position. And whereas when you look at Revenant X Park, everybody thought that this is a team that is going to have no trouble in qualifying. It's just another day in the office. And now here the players are absolutely sweating to their very bones. So at this point, it's so difficult to say what is going to happen. But one thing is for sure, the tickets have gone live. All you got to do is scan the QR code and you need to claim your seats now and book your date. 31st January to the 2nd of Feb. It is going to be such a gala affair. All your favorite teams have made it, and we're all hoping that Revenant X Park also does, because this time the Snapdragon Pro Series brings in so much of that entertainment, that mix of the veterans coming up. We've got so many new lineups also coming into play. So difficult to really say who goes out as the victor, who will emerge out as the champion.
There are so many teams which we casters want to see in the challenge finals. We want Revenant X Park, we want K9 to be there, we want 8-bit also to be there, Cincinnati Kids, we want everyone, but only top 16 make it. But Revenant X Park, speaking about them, if they don't stage a comeback tomorrow, I think day 3, there won't be any hope for Revenant X Park. I'm saying this because already they have a bullseye target behind their back, and day number 3 is going to be much more difficult for Revenant X Park because no one wants to see them in the challenge finals because they know that they are the contender for the trophy, and everyone just wants to eliminate Revenant X Park in the challenge season itself.
It was just an early taste of what's coming up for them tomorrow, because tomorrow we'll have different groups coming into play. Who knows, Versatile decides to charge in at them, even if it comes down to the Team X-Park going up against a lobby in which Hero Extreme Godlike is there. I'm pretty sure Punk might have to say something about it. So especially with how well Hero Extreme Godlike has been performing, the pressure absolutely taken off from them. It feels like they're unleashing themselves, both Versatile and a Hero Extreme Godlike. At this situation, if you are Revenant X Park, you have to be watchful. You cannot get complacent, because when we take a look at the overall rankings, this is what I'm talking about. Hero Extreme Godlike, Versatile, really cut apart from the rest. On third position, of course, we do have God's Reign, Aiku Soul having nothing to worry about. Even Bot Army Esports, Reckoning, Wildfangs, OG, everybody securing their golden tickets. But it is still the top 8. I feel like from the 9 to 16, those positions are still up for grabs.
Oh, they are certainly. But K9 on the 16th spot, they really need those average points. Not just average. I think K9 really need a chicken dinner at this point. Metal Esports, even they had decent games today. Total of 173 points sitting on the 15th spot. I think everyone from 13th to 16th, the positions can be shuffled over. Anyone can come on the top and they can be pushed out of top 16. That's still a possibility. But Team Empire, the way they played this last Erangel, if they continue to do so, there is still a chance for Team Empire, Phoenix and 8-bit. Even for Hidden Ones, I'll say, there is still a chance to propel themselves in the top 16.
Tomorrow, at least Team Empires to, even Genesis, like you said, Shadow, 2 big games is all it takes to narrow in that gap. And they also have to make sure of the fact that the ones above them do not have a good day. Because even if they get those constant influx of points and you have Metal, Revenant X Park, all of them also performing, then that makes no sense. But seems like this is where things are looking very, very bleak. For Team Tamilas, minus 40, even legit, RGC, everybody out of the picture. And for Vasista to DOD, they have to pull out a rabbit out of their magic hat if they have to dream on qualifying for the grand finals.
Yeah, the chances of them, like minus 40, all the teams who are in the bottom 5, the chances of them making into the top 16 are quite less. Very less, in fact, to be honest. All they can do is just leave a remarkable performance or maybe just try and take a head-on fight with the plus of Kane and everyone who is trying to make it in the top 16 and ruin their game. They can definitely try doing that. But for all the other teams who are already in the top 5, Godlike, Aiku Soul, they are going on a hunt. So everyone who is facing Godlike and Soul, they need to be very cautious because you don't know Godlike and Soul might be going for the hunt against you.
Yeah, a lot of teams on the hunt, and one of the teams that used to go on a lot of hunt, and we've got a lot of questions. So I'll take the privilege of welcoming not just an esports athlete, but one of my little brothers. I've got Infinity coming up with us, and as we have a lot of questions for him as to what's going on, if he's really excited, are they ready? So can we have Win God in front of Infinity in front of us? तो मेरे भाई इन्फिनिटी स्वागत है आपका एंड
हेलो
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई डोंट नो बधाई दूं या फिर
Texas.
अभी भी धड़कने अटकी हुई हैं हमारी कि आप लोग क्वालिफाई करोगे या नहीं, क्या लगता है 193 पॉइंट्स इनफ है या और चाहिए?
और चाहिए, बिल्कुल भी इनफ नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी और चाहिए। 220 तक तो मेरे हिसाब से कट ऑफ जाएगा
अभी। लेकिन जैसे आप लोगों ने ओपन फाइनल्स में खेला था, जैसे पहले 2 हफ्तों में खेला था, आई थिंक वो अग्रेशन थोड़ा सा मिसिंग लग रहा है विंडगॉन की तरफ से। क्या चीज़ें थोड़ी सी अलग हो रही हैं, क्या चीज़ें आपके हिसाब से काम नहीं कर रही है? बिकॉज डिसेंट परफॉर्मेंसेस आ रहे हैं, बट नीचे की जो टीम्स है इन्फिनिटी वो कैचअप कर रही है।
मतलब भाई ये 2 वीक तक भी नहीं, सेकंड वीक से ही हमारा चोक होना स्टार्ट हो गया था। पहला वीक तो मैं फिर उस हिसाब से लकी ही बोलूँगा कि लकी गया, एंड दूसरे वीक से हम थोड़ा चोक करना स्टार्ट कर दिए थे लास्ट डे से। एंड देन जब हमारा थर्ड वीक चालू हुआ, उसके फर्स्ट डे अच्छा गया, उसके लास्ट डे भी फिर 3 पॉइंट ही आए थे कुछ। नहीं भाई, अब अप डाउन चल रहा है परफॉर्मेंस। मेनली तो अभी 2 दिन में ही फोकस रहेगा, ज़्यादा पॉइंट चाहिए नहीं है। तो अभी यहाँ से तो थ्रो कर नहीं सकते क्योंकि राउंड 1 से आए हैं, तो हाँ कर तो लेंगे, इतना तो कॉन्फिडेंस है।
वेल कर तो लेंगे, बट इन्फिनिटी मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ, आपकी टीम में ना साहिल और यश की साइड से तो अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस हमें हर बार देखने को मिलता है। व्हाट्स रियली हैपनिंग रॉन्ग विद लेब्रॉन? उनको क्या हुआ है?
उनका कुछ है नहीं, उनको हमने बस कहा है तुम आईजीएल करो, मारने के लिए हम 3 काफी हैं, तो वही चलता है अपना। उसको हमने छूट दी हुई है मरने की।
अच्छा, मतलब वो अभी जैसे सेंसे जल्दी जल्दी मर जाता है, ऐसे ओमेगा जल्दी जल्दी फिनिश हो जाता है, वैसा वाला चल रहा है। बट आई थिंक इन्फिनिटी आप अभी रिसेंटली ज्वाइन किए हो विन गॉड में, बट एक कर्स भी उनका भी चल रहा है एज एन ऑर्ग। हमने देखा है कि पिछली बार भी एक ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट आया था और उन्होंने पहले ही घोषणा कर दी थी कि हम तो क्वालिफाई कर रहे हैं, और फिर चीजें डामाडोल हो गई थी। क्या इस बार आप प्रिपेयर्ड हो? इस बार चांस पे नहीं छोड़ेंगे, फुल डांस करेंगे, पूरा ग्रैंड फाइनल से इस बार मिलेंगे?
ग्रैंड फाइनल में मिलके आपके साथ जरूर डांस करेंगे। अभी तो कोई घोषणा नहीं कर रहा, क्या पता अभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है। वो तो 6 पॉइंट की बात थी कुछ उनकी, अपने को तो अभी 20-25 चाहिए समथिंग। तो पहले वो निकालते हैं, फिर लैन की पार्टी का डिसाइड करते हैं क्या होगी।
बट अभी आप मुझे बताइए कि आपके स्क्वाड के अंदर की मेंटालिटी कैसे चल रही है, प्लेयर्स के बीच की जो तालमेल कैसी है, सब बढ़िया वेल जेल्ड हो, या फिर अभी भी वो आप कोऑर्डिनेशन बिठा रहे हो, या फिर कुछ भी?
नहीं, अभी भी कोऑर्डिनेशन बिठाना बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब नीडेड है। यश साहिल अभी जस्ट ESL में ही ऐड हुए थे, उससे पहले दोनों अलग टीम्स में थे। एंड यहाँ तक अभी कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए हम मेनली चोक कर रहे हैं। नहीं तो गन पावर में तो तीनों अच्छे सॉल्टर्स ही हैं, एंड लेब्रॉन भी ऐसा, वो 2 आईजीएल जिनसे कंपेयर किए उनके जैसा नहीं है, उनसे तो बहुत अच्छा आईजीएल करता है वो, एंड गन पावर भी उसके पास बहुत ज़्यादा ही है। तो बढ़िया आईजीएल वो भी है, हम
तो बढ़िया क्या कर रहा है लेब्रॉन। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल,
वो तो बेस्ट ही दे रहा है अपना, एंड हम असॉल्टर्स को वही स्टेप अप करके बेस्ट देना है ताकि लास्ट डे तक बात ना जाए।
बस यही मेंटालिटी चाहिए थी इन्फिनिटी की, लास्ट डे तक बात ना जाए, आगे पूरा पूरा हमें देखने को मिले। इस बार विन गॉड आई थिंक एक नई लहर आई है तुम लोग के साथ, एक नई बहार आई है, और उम्मीद करता हूँ ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक भी जाओ और वो ट्रॉफी पे भी अपना हाथ लगाओ, क्योंकि बहुत टाइम हो गया इन्फिनिटी तेरे को अपने पीक पे आते हुए देखने के लिए। फाइनली अच्छा लग रहा है, बट चल ऑल द बेस्ट,
थैंक यू
एंड होप टू मीट यू इन नोएडा सून ब्रदर।
थैंक यू सो मच, बाय बाय।
Finally, this is what I want to see from players coming in, supporting each other, knowing where their mistakes lie, and know that they still have a task at hand. I think a great personality, of course, came in with a little bit of batters. Loved every bit of it.
Even I also loved it, and the way he said LeBron is just doing the IGL, we 3 assaulters are doing the majority of the heavy lifting. So everyone's role is pretty much specified what needs to do, and I think they are doing fantastic in the overall ranking. Also, it's not like the performance has been too shabby. Nothing to complain about. It's just that in week number 1, that accumulated so many points that we had raised the bar of expectations quite high, especially the way they were performing in the open finals. But I think Vingod will for sure make it to the challenge finals.
Fingers crossed, because even he knows that so many teams are really pushing through, and they have a lot of work to do. They need to secure those 220 points is what they have said. sort of did remind you of how global esports used to play under the leadership of Mavi. One player goes, just gives calls, the others do the bidding. But that being said, we of course have come to the end of today's show, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be taking your leave. We're going to be coming back soon tomorrow. So make sure you do not miss out, because a lot on the line. It is the qualifications to the grand finals at stake.
So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Broncos thing.
Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all of it, it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.